we go. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vanel Go-Kart for finals and semi-finals day. My name is Marcus. I'll be your commentator for the last 12 heats. Over the last couple of days there's been a lot of track action. Without commentary you might have seen it on the broadcast on the stream, but now I'm here to guide you through. In a second, the drivers for the first semi-finals, 16 drivers that will be jumping in, we'll be getting into the karts and we'll have a bunch of track action. The sun has just come out. It's been, well, honestly, it's been kind of cold for most of the day. There's been clouds. I even felt a little bit of rain earlier on, but now the sun has come out, which is good for semi-finals. So, for the first semi-final, we'll have a bunch of drivers that essentially have qualified themselves in through heats yesterday and this morning. We've got quite some big names. We've got people like John Delval, 4-time world champion. There are a lot of good drivers participating this weekend because, of course, this track will be hosting the Kart World Championships next year. So a lot of people are maybe using this as practice to sort of get going, get learning the track and learn the whole procedure of how the track works for the big championship that will be next year. But of course today we're crowning a champion. A total of 144 drivers were signed up. We've now narrowed it down to the top 64 that will be competing in the semi-finals. And after we've done the semi-finals, the top 48 will be sorted into 6 grand final races where we'll be crowning the champion and 2 secondary final races. So we've still got another 12 heats. This will be some of the world's best rental kart drivers that will be competing, so I'm sure we'll get a bunch of good, exciting racing, and maybe a little bit of drama in there. A bunch of track action is essentially what we're looking at having in the next couple of hours. I mean, firstly, the semi-final races are going to be going ahead. Now these are 20-minute races. They are big heats, and essentially they all have one qualifying lap to get their time in, and then they line up on the grid and then they go racing. It's gonna be yeah, as I just said, it's gonna be something quite interesting. Now I am looking to bring in some drivers at some point. We're gonna be chatting about the track, everything about that, but for now it's just me and we're just gonna be chilling. I'm excited about this. For me, this is my first time actually doing live commentary. So I'm excited to give it a shot, to just chill out here and of course have a bunch of good track action. There's already been a bunch. Yesterday we had a dry day. There was sun for most of the day, but it was a very, very long day. The racing already started yesterday morning at around 8:30 and it went all the way almost until 10 p.m. We had a lot of heats, there was some drama. There's also some really good racing in between that. Of course, on Friday there were just practice sessions. There were no heats or anything. That was for the drivers to get to learn the track and sort of fine-tune all the little driving techniques in different corners and stuff like that. And then yesterday we had just pure heat racing. Then this morning we had the final couple of heats. Essentially, the heat racing part of it was split into 5 rounds. So all drivers have done 5 heats where they've gathered points, finished as well as they could, and that has put them through to what will be the semi-finals now. Or, of course, we also have a bunch of drivers that unfortunately have been eliminated, but they've still gotten to do a bunch of practice. They've still done 5 heats of racing, and these races have been 15 minutes. They have been also quite intense. Now, something that's quite unique for this circuit is that for some of the races, not all the races, but for some of the races, we actually reverse the layout. So it's a different layout. It becomes a different track, and also on the reverse layout, we also have a shortcut, which makes it interesting, in my opinion, because it kind of adds a little bit of strategy. Let's say that you are in the middle of a train, you're losing time behind someone. You can just take the shortcut, essentially maybe get out in clean air, see if you can put in a couple of fast laps. But of course, the other drivers also have to take the shortcut at one point in the race. Well, if you don't get a penalty or anything, but you essentially lose time as the shortcut is faster. That's something that's a really interesting. It's an interesting concept. It's almost like a pit stop, but reverse. So instead of losing time taking the shortcut, you actually gain time, and it creates a bit of strategy. I'm reading through the chat right now. Hello. I see a couple people that I normally communicate with through all my sim racing and stuff. I have actually done a bunch of rental karting with a bunch of these guys back when I was younger. Then I moved out until to do some road tax karting, and now I'm essentially sim racing. So I would say I have some knowledge of this whole rental karting thing, because I used to do it for years, and I know how seriously these guys takes it, which is also something I want to be covering, because I have been around the track yesterday speaking to a bunch of the drivers, learning about the whole race and stuff, and you know, people are really taking this seriously. There are people who have started wearing spandex suits to reduce the amount of aerodynamic, what can you say, the amount of aerodynamic, basically just to have better aerodynamics. They're wearing spandex suits, which is, I mean, it's a testimony to how competitive this racing actually is. This already sounds amazing, yes. I definitely think it's going to be very interesting. You didn't know the DRKC was broadcasted, your friend just told me. Well, that's interesting. Well, I hope you're all feeling comfortable. We are about to go racing in a second for the first semi-final. The drivers should be getting in a second, not within too long, and it's gonna be interesting. I mean, from what I've seen, like, people definitely have their elbows out when they're racing this. You know, they're not holding back. People are actually racing this. I've also seen people's emotions. You know, when you come in and win a race, you know, I've seen happiness, I've seen anger, I've seen sadness. You know, people have their emotions in this. People are really taking it seriously, which is exciting. You know, I like it. I can see the drivers out behind. They are starting to get their weights in. Of course, all the drivers have to be weighed up to 90 kilograms to make it fair and competitive. So some of the drivers that are really thin, we also have younger drivers in here who don't weigh as much, maybe aren't as tall yet, maybe haven't grown yet. You know, some of these drivers, I spoke to someone yesterday who had to put on 45 kilograms. Now the karts only allow 30. So on top of that, he had his own molded seat that was weighing 23 kilograms because he had to reach that minimum weight. Yeah, everyone weighs up to 90 kilograms to make it a fair competition. Now, everyone competes for the overall Danish Rental Kart Championship, but on top of that, we've also got subdivisions. So we've got the young championship. We've got, of course, the overall championship. We've got a Masters Championship. We've got a Ladies Championship as well. So there are multiple sub-championships. There's also a team championship, which counts the top 3 drivers registered for each team, counts that together, and we'll be crowning that later on, of course, who wins that. We have a podium out back, which has been used for social media posts and stuff like that. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them in the comments. It's now that we don't have any racing, we're just doing a little introduction here. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them. I am reading your YouTube chat right now, we might as well. I mean, here we go, getting a broadcast view of the drivers getting in, weighing up and stuff. Not so stressed. We just did have a break of almost an hour actually, where the drivers kind of got to chill out, get a bit of lunch and stuff before we now move into the final 12 heats. And oh boy, who are the drivers left? So we're going to be starting out with the semi-final one. The drivers racing in the first semi-finals. John Dunval, our 4-time world champion in rental karting. He's had a magnificent show in the first 5 rounds. He's taken multiple wins. His worst position, I believe, is his 2nd place. He's had 3 wins, 2 2nd places out of 5 races. He's had a really good show. He's definitely one to watch in this first heat. We've got Max Opdenkamp. I need to get used to pronouncing some of these names as well. We've got Damon Velding, Valdemar Andersen, Markus Früllen, Jules Fenhol, Andre Böhm, and then a couple of the drivers as well taken. I'm not going to mention all the drivers yet. We will be getting them on the standings soon. And will get racing. You see the drivers getting in. Maybe you can see, well, you can't really see it on this shot right now, but if you look at the very back, some of these people are in their spandex suits, which I find incredible that people go so much into details with this, that they're trying to reduce their aerodynamic, what do you even call that? Aerodynamic shape, I guess, to a point where they're changing suits up to be more smooth in the airflow. You know, it's insane how seriously people are taking. I did speak with one of them, and he said that at one point it actually gifted him the pole position. So he was on pole by I think under 100th of a second. So it's really, really close. It's really competitive. And when it is so competitive, you know, a suit like that, he said that definitely was what ended up giving him the pole position. Human DRS, exactly. I guess that's a good way of calling it. Instead of having to open the rear wing like they do in Formula 1 or something, we're just reducing the aerodynamics of the human being in the car. But that's also something with karting, I guess, is that, you know, you use your body a lot more, you race a lot more with your body as well. A lot of the drivers, they use their own body weight because the kart doesn't weigh so much. So a lot of the drivers use their own body weight to force the grip of the kart to be slightly different, you know. It depends on the driving style, of course, but when I used to do this kind of karting, I remember I always used to lean as much outwards throughout the corner as I could to try and put the weight onto the outside tires or onto the rear tires. For example, if I was in a right-hand corner, I'd lean to the left to try and put the weight onto the left tires to see if you can get more grip on that side. And that's something that you really have to pay attention to in karting, because essentially your body weight is a third of the total weight of the kart, so it does really affect the way the kart grips up. And you'll also be seeing that when we get these drivers out on track. Of course, some people don't lean as much, some people have different driving styles, maybe some people are slightly less aggressive, maybe some drivers are more aggressive. You know, it differs a lot, but your weight, your body weight, the way you move your body, the way you behave inside of the go-kart has a big say on how you do. As we get the drivers rolling out onto the track, we're about to go racing for the first semi-final. Of course, there is first the one-shot quali, which we will be getting underway in a second. Essentially, the drivers just go straight out on track, do an outlap, and then they start the first flying lap. So essentially, there is not a lot going on. They get sent out with a little bit of a gap here, and we go racing. So now we're racing on the classic layout. This is the normal direction of racing that they normally race at this track, and then later on we will be going to the reverse layout, which is also a different layout. It's not the exact same track in reverse. It's some of the parts of the track are in reverse, some parts are the shortcut and stuff. We will be talking about that a little bit later on. You can see the drivers heating up their tires. The cars have been standing inside of the pits for a little while. They've been cooling down the tires. All the drivers are trying to get the heat in, just trying to find some kinds of grip. As I said, it's not necessarily the hottest day. We are in late August here in Denmark, which is, of course, a northern country. So I've just taken off my jacket just now because we've gotten to a temperature where inside this tent it's comfortable enough. But normally, or for most of the day, it's not really been the case. We are returning to the pits. I feel like it's a more aggressive style in rental karting. I definitely have to agree on that. So if you compare rental karting to race karting, they are definitely different. Race karts are more sensitive on the steering, where rental karts you have a bit more flexibility in the amount you turn the wheel. For example, you also have, of course, you have the frames around the karts in rental karting, which means that you won't necessarily, if you get close to each other, you won't clip wheels or anything like it, which in race cars or race karts, you don't have that frame around, which I think definitely gives some really, really good racing here, is that everyone's really, really close. You know, people definitely go for sends here that are interesting in situations. You know, there are really good moves that are being made out there. It's an exciting couple of hours of racing, I think, that we will be having. So before, we just had the warm-up. Now I believe we will be sending them out with the gap here. So now is the qualifying. Before, we just do a quick formation lap, warm-up lap, just get the cards up to temperature. Now we are sending out the drivers with about a couple seconds gap each between the drivers, and they get to do their one quali lap, and then after that we're lining up for the race. So now it's time for qualifying to see who can end up with taking the pole position. Now, of course, these races are not so long. They are quite short, so qualifying position is actually quite important. It's also kind of difficult to overtake. And let's say that you mess up your quali lap or something and you start down at the back of the field. It's really hard to make a comeback, because typically you see early on in the races, if you're down at the back and there's an incident in front or something, a gap gets created, it's super difficult to close that gap and also make the overtake. So qualifying is quite important in these races. Also because in general, in rental karting like this, you know, all the karts being very, very close to equal to each other, the field in general is just really, really competitive, and you see a lot of times close battles with 6, 7 cars, maybe even just trying to battle it out for position. It's it can be quite something to race in a race like this. It's very competitive, and it creates some very, very interesting racing. You can see drivers there trying to jump to try and get the car to go faster, trying to reduce their aerodynamic stress. They're ducking going into the first corner. Now here they are actually ending off the laps. So currently Marcus Frulend takes provisional pole position. You can see the times are incredibly close as John comes in with a 3.5 tenths gap, gets on provisional pole, but of course we still have a couple drivers that need to finish off their lap time. That lap time though is a very competitive one, 3 tenths down to P2 for now, and then from there on out you can see it's really, really close. We have essentially from P2 down to P6 we have just 2 tenths of a second. So slight mistake, slight anything can really cost something in this situation. Qualifying is done. John Denval puts it on pole position in front of Marcus Frulend, who is a local at Vandal Go-Kart. Now you can see they're stopping down. They are getting ready to line up from what was the quali. So quali is a really, really quick procedure here. It doesn't take a long time to get done. But now they prepare for the race, which is, of course, a bit longer. You can see there's a timer up at the top. Now, of course, I'll be running you through this as it's the first race, or the first commentated semi-final of the day. Just giving you a sort of a rundown of how the whole procedure works. Now you can see them lining up, going to the start grid, and then we have a shortened formation lap. So we don't do a full formation lap, we do a shortened one where essentially after T1 they just cut to the right. It's a very short one. We don't have to sit and wait for 8 minutes for them to complete a formation lap or anything, but after they've lined up we do that, and then we have a rolling start which will be on the same starting grid as you can see right here. So going into the first corner, it is a right-hander. The run is not so long. It's maybe a 50 to 60 meter run down into the first corner from the start-finish line, which can definitely create some drama. The first corner, though, is quite quick, so making a move here is definitely possible. It is a slight braking zone, but it's definitely not the easiest place. It's not like it's a hairpin corner or anything. We can just send it down the inside. But it is a decently quick right-hander with a bunch of runoff. The drivers are lining up on the grid. We're getting ready to go racing for the first semi-final of the day here at the Danish Rental Car Championship. Who will end out on top? Of course, now they're trying to score as many points as possible so that they can qualify in to the A final that will be happening later today. Of course, the drivers that don't score as many points will be going in to the secondary finals, so they will also get to race later on today, but that's of course only the top 48. So if you're down at the back, you definitely want to see if you can make up some positions, gain some points. So here's the short information lap as I was talking about, turning into the right. The drivers are getting ready for the race start. After this, they will turn left, and then another right-hander, and they'll be going back onto the start-finish straight, and we'll be going racing for the first semi-final and the first commentator race of the weekend. John Denval starts in pole position in front of Marcus Frulend, who's the local, of course, from Vandal Go-Kart. Can he challenge for the victory? As we go racing, he floors it down, he looks behind him, they all look behind them. Will they have to go defensive into the first corner? You can see the top 10 basically going defensive, trying to keep their position as we go into the second corner. Down the hill they will go here into the chicane, which is also an impossible place to overtake, but sometimes we see drivers at the back going 3-4 wide and someone's gone around. I can't quite see the car number on that. That is unfortunate, as that will be impossible to make back in the short 20-minute race that we have. Up at the front though, it is a clean start for John and Marcus and Jules, and essentially what they'll be trying to do now, they'll be looking behind them, they'll be seeing whether they can pull a gap on anybody behind them. You know, they're all against each other here, but essentially in a field like this, you will get times where teamworking will be good. For example, if Marcus in second sees that he can pull a gap to P2, and John as well, maybe they'll be looking at each other, they'll be like, okay, let's teamwork. Maybe P2 and P3 will be trying to teamwork to try and get ahead or try and get a gap or something like it, you know, at least in the early stages of the race. And once we get towards the later stages of the race, we will see a good amount of battling. We might see there's a yellow flag. Of course, that was probably for the spin earlier. Maybe there is a cart that's been off somewhere. I can't quite see it on here. Let's look at have a look at the live timing. I don't see any carts that have been off. We do have but maybe there's just a quick tire barrier that they have to move around. I'll also be looking out for penalties or anything like it. It's hard to see what happened on that start from our angle, but what we basically saw was there was a lot of cars trying to go side by side into that chicane going onto the back straight, which never ends out well because it's one of those corners where there's only really one line. There's only really one fastest line, so when you're trying to go a lot of cars into there, it might go wrong like it ended up doing on the first lap of the race here. First 2 minutes of the race gone. John's pulled out around a half a second gap down to Marcus. There's not really any crazy racing going on quite here yet. John has managed to pull just a little bit of a gap. Of course, we saw his qualifying margin, his pole position margin was 3.5 tenths down to P2, which in rental karting like this is a big gap. It's super close, super competitive. But now it seems like the race has settled. It's chilled out. There's nothing crazy going on for the second, or for the time being. I will be looking at penalties. There's nothing on the board yet. Typically, they do end up coming in just after the race, not while the race is going on. They can, of course, happen during the race, and a lot of them, like, it depends a bit on the incident. There's also typically discussions afterwards, but if the drivers do get a penalty in the race, they will be waived on track. They can either get 5-second post-race penalty, 10-second post-race penalty, or they can get a penalty, what do you call that, penalty lane essentially, where they will have to take a different route on track, or a slightly different route and lose some time on that. Those are the penalty formats that we've got, and yeah, those will be coming in, and I will update you if they do end up happening. The race is settled, but Marcus has managed to stay just behind John. He's not lost more time. That gap has slightly closed in since last lap, so John's not been allowed to run away with his victory as easily as he may have hoped. Of course, sometimes when you're out ahead, all you want is just a relaxed race. You know, if you're able to just stay out ahead and not have to worry about battling or worry about losing positions or having an incident or something like it, if you can just stay ahead, keep your head down, not have to worry about behind, that's almost the most relaxing, but also the nicest races, especially if you're a driver that wants to score some good points like these guys are. You can see there's in the top 3 currently, there's not a lot of battling, so they've probably looked at each other. They probably thought to themselves, okay, let's not battle each other for the time being. Let's try and see if we can get a gap so we are at least assured of a top 3 finish. We don't have to worry about losing time or losing 4 positions if there's a massive train behind, because they have managed to just get about the 1 second gap down to the cars behind, and they'll be looking to try and pull that out just a little bit more. So as we can see, there is a big train of cars from around P9 to P12 that will be looking to try and make up positions, make up some time. But what they need to do essentially at this point is not battle each other way too much, unless of course you have a pace advantage on the car ahead. I see a couple of Spain flags in the chat, someone cheering for John. Now of course these drivers, as I said, the Kart World Championship will be held at this track in 2026, which is big news, but that's also why a lot of these drivers have come here as a good way of practicing that. They've come here to, of course, challenge for the Danish Rental Karting Championship, but this is a good warm-up way for next year. Of course, we'll also be having the Danish Rental Karting Championship before the Kart World Championships at this track. That'll be in May next year, and then we'll have the Kart World Championships around this time of year next year, which will be big. But a lot of drivers like John, he of course has won the last 4 years in a row in the Kart World Championship, so he'll be coming back here next year trying to reclaim that. And he'll be happy if he can run away with a Danish rental karting championship on the way. I'm absolutely sure of that. Now, you can see the top three now pulling slowly away. Gap 1.6 seconds now, so they maybe can start to think about how they're going to win this race. You know, which of the three of them is going to win. They're starting to look at each other. They've pulled out that gap. Now we have a couple of penalties that have come through. Milka Caterflow's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits. That means that he has probably tapped some of the tire barriers a bit too much. There are tire barriers around the track. If you look on the side of them, at the side of the track, let's see if we can get one in a different frame just in a second. Right there on the inside, for example, you see there's a tire, and then there's like a little bit of plastic sticking out. On the inside of that, there is a cone with a tire on it. If you do manage to knock that tire off the cone, or if you move the tire barrier by 50% or more, you do get an exceeding track limits penalty. So that is what all the drivers have gone ahead and done. On top of that, Christian in last place, as you can see, he's gotten a 30-second time penalty for dangerous driving. We will be getting a reason at some point, hopefully. It doesn't state a reason now, but I could imagine that that is from the lap 1 incident, where we of course had a driver spinning around, unfortunately, and falling down towards the back. Now, for all of the 4 semi-finals that will be going on now, they're all going to be 20 minutes in length, and they're all going to be going on this classic version of the layout. So for now, we're not going to have any other shortcuts, at least not in the semi-finals. After the semi-finals, we'll have a driver's presentation, and then after that, at 3:30 p.m. scheduled, we will be going for the first grand final race at 3:30 p.m. local time. That is in about, 2.5 hours from now. Then we'll be going on the reverse layout. That's when we have the shortcut. That's when we have the more strategic part of it. For now, in these races, as I said, it's just for the front three. It's just about keeping it calm, getting home that win. You can see a little bit of ducking from John just to try and optimize every single bit of it. I have seen that he's been on the grind on the simulator that we have here in Vanel. So a couple of simulators over in the driver's lounge where you can set a lap time, and if you for the drivers who are competing this year, whoever gets the fastest lap time gets a 50% discount for the entry next year. So a couple of the drivers have been over there grinding. I have given it a little run myself as well. And currently, I believe it's Noah Weichel who we will be seeing in action later on. But I know John as well has been putting in hours on that simulator trying to get that discount for the next year. And I guess it's a good way to kill the time in between the heats. From here on out, a lot of the drivers, they will be probably the most intense part of the weekend, because a lot of the drivers will be doing a lot of whoever's in the grand finals, will be doing essentially multiple races in a row. Whereas yesterday, they were doing a total of 4 heats throughout the full day. So the drivers would have essentially 2 hours break between the heats yesterday, which made it a bit easier to maybe get some food in, just relax a bit, maybe get onto the sim, like whatever these drivers do whenever they're not in the karts. And then, of course, they get in for yesterday, they got in for the 15-minute heats, and now here in the semifinals, they're in for 20-minute heats. And then, of course, with qualifying, that makes it probably around half an hour or so each. The changes from heats to heat, where they change drivers as well, is really quite effective. We'll be seeing that, of course, when this heat ends. But we will just have to wait another 10 minutes to figure out who wins this heat, and then, of course, change over to the next one. Halfway through the first semi-final of the day, first one that I'm of course commentating, you can see there the crowd just on the sidelines. Now, it's actually hard to see, but you can just see them at some points. But essentially the whole pit lane, there's a lot of people here, a lot of family members here to spectate there. well, there are other family members or friends who are racing here, but they are on the same side as the cameras, so it's hard to get a feeling of. It looks, you know, from these camera angles, there's a lot of grass, but that's because it's filmed from the same angle as the spectators. We also have a little, well, we have a kind of a homemade grandstand out there, so it's like just outside of turn 3, the one where before they head down the hill onto the back straight. A lot of people have brought their camping chairs, and there is just a little grass pitch where people are sitting there watching. Maybe we can get it in shot here. It's just to the left of this shot here, just to the right of this shot. Yeah, we just get it out of frame. But a lot of people are here to cheer on for their family members or friends. You know, if they win a race, I've seen people being supportive of each other. It's great to see. The vibe is good. Everyone's having a fine time. Now the top 3 is absolutely checked out now, so while last time we checked in on it, the gap was around 2 seconds, now it is more than 5 seconds. It's almost a 6-second gap down to Valdemar Andersen, who's in P4. He is kind of holding up a little bit of a train here. He's kind of keeping position in a closer battle. There are 5 cars that we just saw going through the frame right there that are trying to gain positions. Of course, every single position in this counts, and essentially if you're inside of the top 7, you're scoring really, really solid championship points. So in these semi-finals, it's double the championship points of what it is in the heats that we have been running. But essentially, in the heats that we've been running, the points gap from P1 to P7 was just 8 points. So here, the difference between that, a win is 54 points, and down to P7, you won't be scoring a lot less than that. So even just being inside of the top half, you know, that's essentially the least you want to be in. Of course, if you want to make it to either if you want to make it to the secondary finals, so that's probably where you're aiming. If you want to make it to the grand final, you definitely want to be inside of, well, the top 3, top 4. It also depends on how many points you've been scoring throughout the heats. Essentially, that also helps you. So someone like John that has been taking home 3 victories and 2 second places in the heats he's been doing. He's more safe than someone who has maybe only finished top 7. You know, someone who's finished top 7 in the heats, they'd have to make a great result. Someone just slaps the tire barrier there, and a little bit of a tire falls off from the outside of turn 1. That is probably going to be a penalty. We'll be seeing that in a second. There was a bit of side-by-side racing going on there, but before that was down for, I believe, P8 or thereabout in that train. And that's also something that loses a lot of time, that's lost from P4 down a lot of time to the guys ahead, is they've been doing a bit more battling, because being in a train isn't necessarily always faster. Now, I have heard from some of the drivers that we have a bit of slipstream going down the back straight, so if you are behind someone, you can actually feel the bit of slipstream difference. And that maybe also throws a bit more tactic into it, also throws kind of that DRS train vibe that we get from something like Formula 1, where it might actually be slightly harder to overtake if you're inside of a train, because everyone has slipstream on everyone, and they'll be going slightly faster, as we have the big train of drivers here. On the camera, we're focusing in for the battle for first place, though. We're getting down to 6 minutes left. The gap is just 2/10 between John and Marcus Fröhlich. When will he be trying to make a move? That's sort of what he's maybe analyzing now. He's seeing, where am I stronger than John? Where can I maybe throw it down the inside? Where do I have better exits anywhere? That's what he'll be analyzing right now that he's driving behind him, because at some point, if he wants to win this race within 5 minutes, he's going to have to try and make it an attempt at it. Of course, he also has to be close enough. Right now, with a 2/10 gap, there is a chance that he could send it, but he is going to wait just a little bit longer to not ruin that 2-second gap that they've got down to P3. Essentially, if they keep it clean, if they keep on going like this now, they've almost secured, of course a race like this is never over until it's over, but they've almost secured a top 2 finish for either of them, which is just going to be good championship points for either of them, something they'd want to capitalize on and carry on to the final. Of course, they both seem to have really strong pace in this race. John going a little bit defensive there, slightly compromising his line into the corner, still manages to keep it there, but you can see that he is starting to count down the minutes, he's starting to count down the laps, and he's starting to go defensive. He's starting to think about the guy behind him and trying to make sure that he doesn't get past, so that he can take home this victory. a slight spin there as we go 3 wide into the middle part of the track. What car number is that? Let's see. He's sad about that. That is, looked like cart number 47, Shima's Lane, or cart number 49 it might even be. It was 40 something. It was hard to see from this angle. It's sometimes recognizing the cart numbers when we have far away shots like this can be a little bit difficult, but he shook his head in disappointment. See once again there, John hugging the white line as we go side by side for the lead. Marcus trying to go around the outside, which is hard in cars like this where it's all about momentum and all about trying to get the shortest racing line possible. But the battle for the lead is on. You can see just that little maneuver there has cost them a couple of tenths, maybe even more than that, more than a second down to P3, and he's maybe even able to get back into the battle if these guys battle it out hard enough. 7/10 of a second is the gap, so Jules is back in the battle essentially. Maybe if Marcus tries to go for a move, maybe he ends up pushing them wide accidentally. You know, Jules can maybe even try to slip through, gain a position. That's what he's trying to do as we focus in on the massive train that we have got going on. Essentially, that's from P4 all the way down to P8. So that is a big train, a big battle. All of these guys will be trying to get as many points as possible because it's just unfortunate, you know, if you're the guy that's just outside of the top 16, if you're maybe 17th or something and you were like, I should have gone for that one move, made that one position in that one heat, you know, you definitely don't want to be looking back and regretting that. So all these guys are going to be trying to maximize the amount of points that they can get for a heat like this. There we got a little bit of a shot of the spectator and the pit area. You can see friends and family members and spectators looking on in excitement, seeing who's going to win the race. Last time we crossed the finish line, the gap between the top three was under half a second. So they are all closely within this, but they have a massive gap down to P4. Essentially, the top three don't really have to look behind them. They've got almost a 16-second gap down to the guys behind them. As John goes defensive once again, you can see that just loses them time, and Jules down in P3 might even be able to capitalize on this. It's definitely closing down that gap. The top three are really, really close, and we've only got under 2 minutes left of this race. Something's about to go down. All of these three drivers definitely want to go home with a victory and score the maximum amount of points that they possibly can. Here as well, we get good visualization of the amount of distance between the top three and the second guys. We just saw the top three going through at the same camera angle, and we focused over on the battle for P4. There's a big gap. You can see the top three already exiting down at the end of the back straight. The gap there has gone massively up, actually. John has managed to pull out something there. Maybe there was something that we slightly missed with a different camera angle. John has a massive gap now. With under 1 minute to go, surely, if he doesn't mess anything up here, that will gift him the victory. Unfortunately, it was just outside of the camera angle, so we couldn't really see what happened. As there we have it. John crosses the finish line, takes the win of the first semi-final of the day in front of Marcus Fullen and Jules, rounding out the podium in P3. A 1.5 second gap between the top three at the end of the day. A bit of discussion, a bit of hand waves going on here. Maybe the drivers weren't exactly happy. Of course, this was the tight battle that we had for P4, where essentially at one point there was someone who ended up spinning. Drivers making their way into the pits now. Big gap from P3 to P4, but close battles basically all the way through the field. John will be happy to pick up his 4th win of the weekend out of just 6 races. Now, unfortunately, at the end here, we've got Andre Boom, who was the guy who got spun around in the middle sector before, coming into the pits a bit later than everyone else. People might be ecstatic, some might be happy. That is what a motorsports field in general, whether it's karting, whether it's race cars, whether it's everything, there will always be a mix of emotions throughout a field like this. John will be happy to maximize his points as we get ready to to go racing for the second semi-final. I will be right back as we go racing for another exciting semi-final. We've got 4 of these for the day, and then of course later on when we get to the grand finals, who knows, we'll have more drama. We'll have of course all the best drivers. Currently these guys want to qualify as good as possible. You can see the names for the next heat on the side. They are getting ready. I'm just going to grab a bottle of water so that I'm ready to commentate another race, and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. We're ready to go racing in a second for the second semi-final of the day. Firstly though, we've got John, who just won a race. How are you feeling, John? Just winning, of course taking home your 4th win of the weekend already. It's absolutely insane. How are you feeling this weekend? How do you think your performance has been overall, not just in this race, but overall throughout the weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going really well. At the first session that I did here, in the practice sessions, I was feeling that I'm fast. I was quite comfortable with the track, with the karts, with everything. Yeah. So it's nice, you know, when you came to a new track, new country for me also, and you are fast from the first session. It means that you are the weekend we are going to be well, no? Yeah. So yeah, it's nice. Just trying to improve to train for the KWC next year. It's here, so. Just training, just focus on every race to try to win as much as possible and just go full gas.
Yeah. So of course, do you have that in mind as well? Of course, we'll be having the Kart World Championships at this track next year. Is that something you're thinking about on a weekend like this? You're maybe preparing. Are you writing down notes for next year, or are you just focusing mainly on this weekend for now?
Yeah. From 2022. I just look to the track where is the KWC next year, and I just try to find in Spain something similar. No, so I just focus on KWC. For me, this kind of events, the qualifier events, is just like a training for the KWC. For me, it's the main event, and for me, it's the most important event. So if I win, it's okay, but if I not win, it's okay too. So I'm just here to know the track, know the karts, know the tire brand that the karts are using, and try to find in Spain something similar to keep training during all the year and keep getting more pace over the year.
Yeah, all right, that sounds good. What do you think about the whole shortcut thing? Because I don't know how unique it is in rental karting with having a shortcut way where you of course basically cut out the whole infill section of the track.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not fan of a shortcut, because when you are first, you must do your shortcut as fast as possible, because if you don't do it, the guys who start behind you will do the shortcut, and then maybe you will catch them up during the race. But here the shortcut is really technical, because you go in the back straight with the jump. You need to brake a little bit and full gas really soon to get the speed and get into the shortcut in full speed. So it's so nice to do it, and it's a good strategy. You must do it in the correct moment to gain some advantage. with your rivals. So it's really nice to have some different kind of things during the race that makes a strategy.
Yeah, that's good. Which one of the layouts is your favorite? Do you like the classic?
Classic.
More the
Yeah,
classic
for
one?
me, classic is really nice because it's more or less my driving style. Reverse is more like heavy stops, like the first bus stop chicane.
Yeah.
So it's not my favorite driving style. I like average speed, like high speed corners and fast chicanes. So it's more my driving style. So I like more the classic. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. We're about to line up for the second semi-final. I can see in chat there are
Mad
some.
Varch. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, I can see there are some Spanish flags in chat as well, cheering for you.
There is a lot of Spanish probably here watching the broadcast. I have a lot of Spanish fans behind me, so thank you for. Gracias a todos por estar ahí en el chat. I just say thank you to the Spanish
If you have anything
guys.
else you want to say to your Spanish followers?
They are okay with just 3 words. They are okay.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, thanks a lot for stopping by.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll see you later. I mean, your form has been absolutely crazy this weekend, so I expect to see you up in front of the field once again later on. And maybe I'll see you back again later. Best of luck for your race.
Good luck.
The next race. All right. Time to go racing for the second semi-final of the day. While we just spoke to John, 4-time world champion and 4 times winner this weekend already out of 6 races. His form has been absolutely on par. We just had a quick chat with him about what he thinks of the shortcut, about what he thinks of the layout in general. And I'm looking forward to seeing him back on track later. I'm expecting no less from him later. His form has been on point. But now we move on to the second semi-final of the day. We've just had quali going on while we've been talking. We've got Matt Bosch taking pole position in front of Ian, in front of Igor, as they go racing for the formation lap. Well, not racing, they go driving on the formation lap. And they get ready to go racing for the second semi-final of the day. We've got Victor Sparhol down 5th position, Ian Andersen 8th, Matthias 7th, Lucas 6th, and DeVos in 4th. They're going to be trying to make up positions, trying to get out up to the front, and seeing if they can get some more points. As we round the final corner, time to go racing for the second semi-final of the Danish Rental Karting Championship. Matt will be getting ready to floor it down. He'll be maybe looking behind him once he floors it down, seeing if he'll go defensive into the first corner. As he presses the throttle, just about looks behind him. Doesn't go defensive, takes the wide line to try and carry the more speed, but you've got Ian right behind him into the first corner. A bit of side-by-side action down at the back of the field, but the top 3 stay clean and they stay just in one line. We go 3 wide into the chicane, onto the back straight, a bit of rubbing and a bit of racing, a couple of tire barriers and a hand in the air there as they are not happy with each other down at the midfield. Now they've lost they've lost a couple of seconds to the guys ahead, which is not what they want this early on in the race. But a bunch of action on the race start. That chicane on the classic layout always provides some sort of action on the race stop. End of the first lap, out of the front. The race is calm, relaxed, settled. Nothing crazy going on. Matt Bosch keeping it under control for the race start. Once again in this situation where the top 4 has pulled out a little bit of a gap down to P5. There is 1.5 seconds just over that, and they're going to be looking to try and increase that gap from now on, hopefully, or maybe they're trying to work together, trying to get that gap out so they can kind of secure their top 4. Now sometimes in instances like this, you know, there can be one driver who maybe wants to make up positions or maybe wants to try and gain a position in this top 4 train, and that will kind of make it difficult. But if all 4 of these drivers are working together, Victor Spal in P5 will have to drive very, very fast if he wants to catch that. So we go 3 wide once again. That is the train for P8 with Ruben Budens P9. He will be wanting to be further up than that. He'll be wanting to score more points. He qualified all the way down in P12, but he's made up 3 positions already, and he's probably looking to make up more positions than that. Close train. Down on the back straight. Ian Andersen, P6, of course part of the DEF team. Very impressive. I have spoken to him, raced against him once in sim racing. Well, it's inspiring to see that everyone can be a part of motorsports. Matt Bosch keeping it under control again. You can see they're all looking behind. If you remember correctly, Matt Bosch coaches Igor Torik, so think there might be some teamwork there. Absolutely. If these guys know each other and they're both inside of podium positions, they will be looking to teamwork together. You know, I mean, in these semi-finals, getting podium positions, it's really what you're aiming for. The podium positions are all good points. Of course, every race driver wants to win, but as long as you're getting the podium, getting those points in, making sure you can try and make it to the semi-final, that's what you're sort of aiming for. Ruben Buten's making his way up to P7 now, so he's made up 5 positions in the first not even 4 minutes of the race. He will be trying to make it further up the field, but if he manages to get up to P5, you know, there is a 3.5 second gap up to the top 4 that he needs to close. Here's a good visualization of it. As Ian Andersen gets in front of Victor Sparholt to P5. Victor Sparholt just on the edge of making it into the grand final, so he'll be looking to score as many points as possible in this to make sure, or to get his way into the grand final instead of the secondary one. See a long train of drivers here, and once again, as we were talking about in the introduction, a lot of these drivers using their weights, but also using their weights in different ways. You see the driving styles are slightly different, but a lot of them trying to lean to the outside, trying to put the weight on the outside tires to try and get that grip throughout the corner. They're all looking to go as fast as possible, and I can tell you that these drivers, they are skilled. They are fast, and they are fast in a different way than I was at least expecting. You know, they're all really, really competitive, and they're all so close together. But what you get with rental karting like this is that you don't really have that initial cost like it is to get into a race car or something. So a lot of talent actually comes through rental karting. A lot of drivers that maybe cannot afford $1 million race car deal, you know, they go into rental karting, and there's a lower barrier of entry. So you get a lot of talent that make their way through rental karting, and that's why we also get so competitive races in something like the Danish Rental Karting Championship, like we're seeing here. They're super close. They're super thoughtful right now. The top 2, Matt Bosch and Ian, just trying to pull out a gap. You can see they're just teamworking. Ian is not trying to go for any move now. He's just trying to get that gap going, get the consistency down, try and see if he can kind of assure that he finishes the top 2. Maybe try and go for a win in the last bit of the race. Now currently, looking at lap times, they are all really, really close. On the last lap, the top 3 were within half a tenth of each other. Eliano, De Vos actually putting in now a 2/10 gap, or 2/10 faster lap than the top 2, so he might be catching a little bit. But Igor down in P4 now, losing just a little bit of time, falling down to an almost 2-second gap to Matt in the lead. And Ian Andersen down to 4.5 second gap to the lead, but Ian has actually put in a faster lap. Currently, the slowest driver in the top 3 was Matt Bosch. Maybe he's been going a little bit defensive, just trying to look behind him, making sure that he keeps that position. But Matt Bosch's last lap was a 54.6. Ian did 54.5. De Vos with a 54.3. Igor 54.9, Ian Andersen and Victor Sparholm 54.4. But the gaps currently between some of the drivers are a little bit too big, but you can see the top 3 here are very, very close together. At some point, they will be trying to make a move. Ian wants to get that victory probably. All these drivers, you know, they're competitive. They want to win the races. As Matt just looks a little bit behind him, you know, he's wondering just when will that move come. I mean, there's still 12 minutes left of the race, so for sure it's too early on, as there's a bit of hand signs going up into the air there. Hand signs don't necessarily always mean something bad in karting. You know, they can be trying to communicate. Maybe they're trying to communicate to each other that they need to go forward. They need to focus on closing that gap up ahead, which it did kind of look like that hand sign down the back straight was. They want to focus ahead, but there's a big train from P7 all the way down to, well, essentially to P12, P13's also just behind that. You know, there's just a big train of cars down in the midfield, and even for them, you know, every point matters. Will they be going to the secondary final? Can some of them maybe squeeze into the grand final, or will they not be going to any of the finals at all? Because, of course, we have the top 64 drivers in the semi-finals, and only the top 48 will be going on to the secondary final, and the top 16 will be going on to the grand finals. Lap times, though, from P7 and down, almost a second off on the last lap, so maybe Ita wants to try and see if he can keep that position. He's not going defensive yet at the front of that train, so he's not worried that there's any moves behind or anything. Maybe they're even trying to work behind to try and pull out a gap on the guys behind them. You know, there's always something here. So that did look like a move. We just got the edge of the move. We just saw half of the move, and then they cut away from it, unfortunately. Let's see if we get another clip back here. Gaps are starting to change a little bit. Matt has got a little bit of a gap now. Couple of kart lengths, but that is nothing that can't be closed. While these kart lengths gap, you know, they can definitely change. As I think what we saw, what we saw the edge of, essentially. We didn't see the whole thing of it because unfortunately we cut away. I think it was DeVos trying to making the move for P2. We'll see that as we cross the finish line. You can see them down at the back of the frame as we have a battle in the midfield. Matt will cross the line in first, not the end of the race yet. And yeah, DeVos moves up to the second place after making a move into turn 3. Good points for all of these guys. As I said, as long as they are inside of the top 5, the top third of the field, and most of these guys definitely want to be. See that gap from last lap closing a little bit down. It was just getting closer. As I said last lap, it's not a gap that can't be closed, and it looks like he's managed to done that, whether that's through a little bit of a pace advantage or whether it's through the help of the slipstream down the back straight. Because I did speak to some of the drivers, they did say that slipstream is in effect, it's not non-existent here. So that could definitely give just a little bit of a help down the back straight. Matt trying to keep it under control. We are more than halfway through the race. So this is the second half of the race. This is where we will see moves for the win happening. As there it actually happens down into turn 3. 1 lap after, he's done it for second place. DeVos goes for the move on Matt Barsh, and he points up his hand. He puts up his hand to say, let's go forwards. Let's try and see if we can pull out the gap to P3 and maintain the gap to P4 so we can get a good position. But he's gone into the lead of the race with just under 9 minutes to go. However, he still needs to keep it. I'm sure that Matt Barsh, after leading more than half the race and put in pole position, wants to win this race. He feels like it's his. He definitely wants to keep that. But for now, maybe they need to look behind, think a little bit more analytically. We need to go ahead to make sure we don't lose that top 3, but they do have a 3-second gap down to the back of them. So, no more battling for now, but DeVos overtakes for the lead. Currently leads the top 3 into the final 8 minutes of the second semi-final of the day. If you guys have any questions out there, make sure to ask them. I will answer all the questions that I possibly can. So someone's asking in chat, why did Lucas get penalized? On the penalty sheet there is a statement that says pushing. On top of that, August Nygaard's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits, and so has Andreas Kopka. So that is, of course, driving into the tire barriers on this side, getting a 5-second penalty, which is not something you want, especially if the whole field is close. Like the whole midfield, for example, is quite close now, and both of these guys will be down at the back of the field. August Nygaard and Andreas Kopka getting their penalties. 5-second penalties for track extending. For example, let's say that you are in P7, you don't want a penalty like that, like Eat has now. He's 13 seconds off the lead, but a 5-second penalty would put him all the way down in P13, and that's a big chunk of points. So you definitely want to be careful that you're not getting those penalties, you're not driving into the tires. You know, that's definitely something that will that's able to ruin your championship or ruin your semi-final run to try and get into the finals. You didn't see Lucas pushing someone on the cameras. Our cameras don't catch everything, so but on the penalty sheet. Oh wait, no, I'm talking about someone else, that's my bad. So if you're talking about Urbane Lucas, he got a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits, and Lucas Juhl got a, not a penalty, but he got, I'm guessing that's a warning for pushing someone. So because we've got multiple people with, multiple Lucases in this race. Under 5 minutes to go in the second semi-final. Oh, someone's off the track there. That is some kind of racing right there. Pointing. Bit of close racing that was for. I think that was for P4. Yeah, speaking about. Yeah, so he got a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits, Lucas Urbane, and once again, that's just driving into the barriers. There's no discussing that. If the barrier gets moved too much, or you knock a tire off, that is just a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits. Got a massive train here. You can see 7 cars essentially in the same battle. As once again, the battle for that P7. Really close. They're trying to get points. We have a cart that's actually stopped out on track. Can't quite see. I can see it from my commentary booth, or my little booth I'm sitting here, and I can also just see on the edge of the cameras at some point. It has stopped. We are looking at what's going on. The driver's getting out of the seat just now. They're pushing the cart into the side. It's a bit unfortunate. That was actually... wait, can we get a picture of who that was? We've got the top two. We've got the Voss and Matt Bosch, who are still out ahead. I think it's Igor. Was it P3? If so, that would be very unfortunate to drop out of a podium position. Does look like it's Igor's. Unfortunately, had some kind of car problems. Drops out of P3. Now it's just a two-way battle for the win between De Vos and Matt Bosch. Here's a close battle for P3. That's not Igor. It's not Igor who has dropped out. It's Ian whose car had some issues. But something else has happened. Maybe there's been an incident that we haven't seen on the camera. Of course, our cameras doesn't necessarily capture everything. But something has definitely happened to Igor, because he was up in that battle for the win. And something's also happened to Ian, who it's his car who's stopped out on track. I don't see him being stopped anymore. I think he's gotten going again, but of course that's so unfortunate because now he's lapped down. He's lost an amount of time that you can't make back in a race like this, which is very unfortunate. Now it's just a two-way battle for the win. Igor down in a battle now for P3 essentially with Victor Spal and Ian Andersen. But DeVos pulling out just a slight gap here. This is the battle for P3 I was talking about. Victor Spal, Ian Andersen, Igor Tworik, trying to see who can get on that final podium position. They've got 1 second gap down to P6, which is not so much, but then 2.5 second gap down to P7, which is a Ruben. Once again, still in P7, made up 5 positions within the first 6 minutes of the race, but haven't made up anything since, unfortunately. You can see they're going defensive for P3. Close battle for the win. Victor Spal trying to make the move. Doesn't get it done just yet, but he still has another just about 4 minutes to try and get this move done. Looks a bit behind him as well. A four-way battle like this can so quickly change. Let's say that you're either Igor or Victor in the front 2 positions of this four-way battle and you get side by side. Someone like Ian Andersen in the third could easily slip through, maybe try a way to find some better momentum. You can see that the Igor and Victor going defensive to the cars behind us there. So tried to just about squeeze down the inside into turn 3. Just doesn't get it done. That's DeBell trying to get a position on Ian, but doesn't quite manage to do it yet. If these guys battle too much, there's not a big gap down to Ruben. Now we have 2 seconds. Now it doesn't take a lot to lose that amount of time from just a bit of battling. So this could very quickly turn into a massive scrap if they keep on going defensive like this. You know, you do lose a lot of trying to go defensive like this. Last lap, Igor Torik's lap was 56.6. While the guys ahead, Matt Barsh were doing a 54.7. Ruben Booten's 55.2. So that's almost a second difference just on that. You can see here, that's the time we were talking about. Just from going defensive, Igor's lost a lot of time just trying to go defensive. That means the rest of the field is essentially caught up. But with 2 minutes to go, we've got a massive scrap in the midfield. That is just about 8 or 9 cars in one train, with 10th trying to get on there. You know, in a battle like this, things can so quickly change. You can so quickly drop positions if you have just the slightest incident or slightly go off track or something like it. You see everyone trying to go defensive there. This is what I was talking about with racing, as we have side-by-side action. Stuff like this can be intense. If you're in a situation like this, any little mistake will be punished greatly. You don't want that to happen. In the same time, we've got DeVos who's taking the win of this race. This battle is over. Igor takes the 3rd place, but DeVos is taking the win after making 2 moves within 2 laps into turn 3. He's taking a well-deserved victory in front of Matt Voss. Wait, in front of Matt Barsh. Sorry, my apologies. In front of Matt Barsh in P2. And you can see the gap just from P3 all the way down to P4 ended up being over 20 seconds, and that is from that amount of battling, from that going defensive. You know, you just lose a bunch of time battling out with each other, with other drivers. That's also why we see so many of the drivers, especially if they're ahead in the first half of the race, they just try to work together. They just try to gain the time, because any battle like this, any going defensive, can lose you so much time. And that's also why we see such a big gap now from P3 down to P4. I am just trying to get confirmation on that, because Ian Lepela, he had something just a second ago. I thought it was him whose car actually ended up going out, but maybe there's something off of the with the transponders or the lap timers or something like it, because he was for half the race essentially. He was out of contention, which is unfortunate. Switching back to the studio. I'm trying to look at that. Alright, well, the drivers are changing over though. About to go racing for the 3rd semi-final. Just relaxing here. A little bottle of water. Having a good time. Enjoying some good racing. It's unfortunate that that battle didn't go on just a lap or 2 longer, because just at the end of the race we had 10 cars just in one big train. That would have been great to just see a couple more laps of that drama going on. Now we're getting ready for the third semi-final of the day. Drivers are getting in. Drivers are getting ready to go out and race for another. Now, of course, these semi-finals, no driver gets or is racing twice in the semi-finals, but the drivers that move on, especially to the grand finals, they've still got another 6 heats left to go after this of 10 minutes each. So if you move on to the grand final, you know, you're not relaxing now, you're preparing, because those 6 races essentially is going to be 6 races where you're going to be trying to score as many points as possible, and whoever ends up having the most points is who ends up running away with the championship. So that means that not necessarily well, that means that, sorry, I lost my thread here. It means that even though you win the last race, you might not necessarily get to win the whole thing, which we had last year. The guy who won the final race didn't win the championship. So in a second, we will be joined by DeVos, who took the semi-final, second semi-final of the day, took the victory in that, as we saw, making 2 good moves into turn 3 within a couple of laps to claim the victory around halfway through the race, or claim the lead, and then he just kept it home from there. We'll be joined by him in a second to talk a little bit about it before we move into the third semi-final of the day. As you can see, we have a couple of drivers getting into karts. I believe that's a Van Rays at the front, Norvikel on the side, just chatting, telling him, don't get in my way, I need to win this race. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Now, if you look at the background, actually, that white tent, I'm actually sat right in that white tent, so I can actually look out onto the into the pits and see all these guys, and just sit here and look at them. Get ready for the track action that's about to happen. These guys, of course, maybe have different ways of getting into the zone. Some like to, before they get in the car, listen to music. Maybe have some sort of ritual. Maybe they just sit and focus, try to get everything else out of their minds and just try to focus on the one task at hand, which for now is to go as fast as possible on the one quali lap. That's what they'll be focusing on now, because they just have the one quali lap, so making any mistakes is not a thing you want to do. It's not really an option, because it'll be hard to make that back in the race. So all the drivers now will be focusing. Van Rays there at the front, just saying hello to some of his family members, some of his friends. As the cards start to pull out, start to go. Out quickly now for, I believe, just a quick warm-up formation lap. Then after that we'll be having the one-shot qualifying. The thing about one-shot quali, as I was talking about, you need to be really, really focused to not mess up your lap, to not make a slight mistake. So while you'll be pushing to try and get the best lap possible, you don't want to over push it. You'll be balancing it just on that limit, trying to get the best lap possible. But that will be just in a second. Now you're asking, you already know why Ian is classified third. So on my results, I have got Ian Lampelar is in third, as classifying in third place. So who it was that had the karting failure, I don't know. Now it just look like we're being joined in a second by the winner of the second semi-final of the day. Yes, just take a seat here. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
How was that? Starting not on pole position, but I did see your two amazing moves. You did basically the same move twice into turn 3, making overtakes for the lead, and then with 9 minutes left to go or so, you just kept it on home to the end of the race, taking home the victory. How's your performance been? How are you feeling this weekend as a whole, and just taking home this win in this final race?
The performance overall for now it's really good. I'm really happy with my pace, and I made a little mistake in the quali for the semi-final, and in the race I was finding the pace to attack the guys in front of me, and then I was driving away. So I'm really happy for now with the performance.
That's good. That's great to hear. Yeah. What does this mean for the rest of your day now? How are you feeling going into the final couple of races of the day?
Feeling really good. I think the final is a really good concept for now, and I think it's really fun to drive in this final with this concept because it's like a really new concept. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the concept with the 6 heats in a row, or are you thinking about the shortcuts, or what's the unique part of the concept that we're going into?
I think it's really nice because there's like little sprint races.
Yeah.
So if like one race is not good, you can focus onto the next race, and then you can start with clean sheet.
Yeah. So you kind of have that little break between to mentally reset. It's
Yeah.
not just one race where everything counts, but you have 6 races of 10 minutes each. Yeah. So how are you feeling going into these races? Feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling it, and I think the pace is really good. But yeah, there are also like really fast guys in this final too. So I think it's a hard one, but everything can happen, I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, which layout is your favorite? Because of course today we're both racing on the classic layout, which we're on now. But later we're also going to the reverse layout where we have the shortcut. Which one of them do you find more interesting, and which one do you think there's the better racing on?
For me personal, I think the normal I like it more, but I think reverse you can make more difference from driver to driver, I think.
Okay, that's interesting. What difference is that? What do you think?
I think it's a little bit more technical if you're driving reverse, and normal it's a little bit easier, but yeah, it's both really fun, and I like this whole layout and tracks and karts. I like it really.
Oh, that's great to hear. Well, thanks a lot for just stopping by quickly. We're about to go racing for the 3rd semi-final of the day. Who do you have on your car for this 3rd semi-final? I can see we have some good drivers in here, definitely. Some of your competitors for later on as well, I believe. Who do you have on your cards?
Luca is driving now the 55. I think he's going to win with it.
Think he's going to run away with it?
Yeah, and I think he's also really fast.
Yeah?
Yeah, and maybe some drivers, they are maybe behind. Yeah, I think in top 5 everything can happen now. If I'm seeing these names, I think everything is possible.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks a lot for coming in.
No problem.
Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
It was absolutely amazing to see those moves. And, well, maybe I'll speak to you later on.
Yeah,
We'll
for
see.
sure. Okay.
All right. Time to go racing for the 3rd semi-final of the day. The drivers going on their short information lap now. Coming around the final corner will be Luke Walter, who took the pole position in front of Noah Weichel, in front of Asger Radsted, as they'll be going into the first corner, weaving there just to try and make it kind of a Max Verstappen start, not really knowing when he's going to go, but he's flawed. He's kept the lead into turn 1, not gone defensive, gone for the wild line. It's down at the back of the field, though. We'll be looking at action. They're going side by side into turn 3, and they're going 3 wide into the chicane. Someone's been absolutely shoved off there, 3 wide through there, making sure to not hit the tire. That's at least your goal, especially if you're on the outside. It's calm though at the front of the field. There's nothing crazy going on. They're all looking behind them once again, trying to stay in there. Noah Weichel trying to go for the move down the inside already early on for the lead of the race. They're going side by side through this section. Noah Weichel on the outside, but that switches to the inside into the next corner. They're going side by side. They're battling early on for the lead of the race, as they kind of calm down as they get towards the end of the first lap. No position changes. It's still Luke Walter, who was in the lead from the pole position. Noah Weichel in 2nd place, wants to get their win. Both of these guys have also had exceptional runs throughout the last couple of days. Noah had 1 bad heat where he finished down in 9th place as he gets sent down the inside, drops down to P3 for now, side by side through the chicane, drops down to P4 from P2 as Asger Radsted, and Van Wees gets past. And that kind of gives Luke Walter out ahead a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a breathing room. You can see they're down in P2 now. I believe that's Van Wees trying to, just signaling that we need to go ahead. We need to close down this gap that we have just lost, because if not, Walter's going to run away with the victory, which they don't want to happen, because of course they want to win it on their own. But of course, throughout these 5 warm-up heats, or the 5 qualifying heats that we've had in this morning and yesterday, you have one single drop round. So having one bad race doesn't necessarily cost everything. Having 2 bad races, though, throughout these 5 qualifying heats does mean something. But having one, it's not so bad, because essentially you can drop that. So as long as your 4 of the races are good, you will be fine, which for most of these drivers, their consistency is really good. They've been performing well, which is also why they are here in the semi-finals and at the front of the field. Big train of karts, and as we saw at the end of the second semi-final, it did end up getting just a little bit spicy, but nothing that caused any significant issues. The gap now, Luke Walter has almost 0.8 of a second. As we talked about in semi-final 2, it's nothing that is not closable. That gap is definitely closable. As Noah goes down the inside of turn 3, claims back P3 in front of Asger Radsted. But the question lies in whether they want to try and battle Van Wees, because they need to try and get and close that gap down to the lead of the race if any of them want to win this race. Yes, so when does John race? He was in the first semi-final. He won the first semi-final, and we had a quick chat with him. We had a chat with him, Delval, who won the first semi-final. We had just had a chat with the boss, who won the second semi-final, and let's see if we can have a chat with the winner of the third semi-final as well. Firstly, though, we have to crown a winner of the first semi-final. This race is far from over. The gap has been closed for the lead of the race, down to under 0.3 of a second on the last one, as there's a tire that gets absolutely knocked over. I didn't quite see who that was who hit the tire, but there'll surely be a penalty coming his way, because that is not something you want to do. Here is the gap for the lead, though. Luke Walter, Van Wees, Noah Weichel in 3rd place. Not going to want to win this race. That rhymed. Crossing the line, 15 minutes to go. You can see all the time looking at each other. Luke in the lead, just taking a slightly defensive line, not going all the way to the inside and hugging the white line, but not using the full track either. So he's just showing that he wants to keep this lead. He's going to fight for it. He's not just going to let go of it or anything like it. Just slightly showing by your, using your card to show that, okay, I do want to go defensive. I do want to keep this lead, but I also want to try and see if we can go forwards. And that's when Van Wees and P2 and the other guys in this train need to consider what they want to do. Do they want to pull out a bit of a further gap? Do they want to try see if they can pull out seconds so that they can battle for the lead and still finish inside of the top 5, essentially, is what we got going on here now. So we saw last race, there was a good amount of battling going on, and that just lost so much time. The guys having a battle and going defensive, they were losing almost 2 seconds a lap just going defensive and having a battle, and that cost them a lot of time, and that made the train, the group of drivers that could win or that could take the win of that battle a lot bigger. Norvikel just making the move for P2 now. Into turn 3 once again. That's been the most popular overtaking spot in these semi-finals. That's where we've seen the most amount of overtakes. It's also a wide entry to that corner. So if you are looking to make an overtake, it's a good place to try and lunge it down the inside. And it's been really, really popular. We saw last race, DeVos claimed a victory by doing that 2 times, 2 laps in a row. And now Norvikel's done that to make his way back to 2nd place. Can he do it once again though? Luke looks behind. Now he goes defensive. Make sure that he wants to keep that. As Norvikel tries to do it on the outside of the first corner. Loses out on that. As Van Wees goes down the inside of turn 3. Big time loss though to the lead, trying to go for that outside move. Now there is just that bit of a gap there between Luke Walter, Van Wees in 2nd. Norvikel lost out quite a bit of time on that. He's fallen all the way down to 4th once again. See, they're communicating. Van Wees saying with his hands, need to go ahead. He might not make a move for a little bit because he wants to see if he can pull out that gap now. There is just a couple card lengths between them, and he wants to see if they can pull out that gap. So as you just saw down that start-finish straight was signaling, go ahead, down that back straight as well, because they're trying to pull out that gap, and maybe they can secure a P2 for either of them, which would be optimal for them. You can see the gap is extending just a little bit. They're pushing it now. The question is here, is Escarado still able to make up that time? Is he able to keep up? Is he able to close that gap once again? And if not, will any of the guys behind try to make a move for? I believe they will, but that is also going to cost time. As there goes Noah down the inside. Esker tries to keep it side by side into the 2nd chicane, but doesn't quite get it. Now Noah will be trying to get that done. The gap, though, from making that move has increased. As we see a lot of battling going down here at the back of the field. Battles for positions. Battle for points, of course. It is not just the grand final we're fighting for. We're also fighting for who will go into the secondary final and who's going to be eliminated after these semi-finals. So even down here at the midfield, mid-pack, points are valuable. There are positions, there are races, there's everything to play for, even down here at the midfield. We are mostly focusing currently on the cameras, though, on the leading battle. Luke and Van Wees, P1 and P2 both just trying to work together, trying to build up that gap now. See if they can. Norvikel slightly pulled out a gap on Ralsted in 4th. But for now, the race is calm, the race is settled, almost halfway through. Nothing crazy has gone off. Now we do have a couple penalties that has come through. Søndergaard Nielsen down in 15th, a 10-second time penalty, pushing another driver off the race line. And Tobias Mostsen down in last place at the moment, also a 10-second penalty for pushing another driver into the barrier, which is what we saw on the first lap, where the tire got absolutely flinged off. So it wasn't the driver's fault who hit the actual barrier, but the driver who pushed him into the barrier that ended up getting the 10-second time penalty in that situation. Race though at the moment, very relaxed. As we can see, one of our race stewards there standing on the inside, just to the bottom of your camera. They're looking out for everything that happens. They'll be judging, depending on what they see with their own eyes, on track of course, but if you have evidence through video, either on the broadcast that we're looking at now, or something, you can protest it, you can argue your point, you can argue your case. But mostly it is the race stewards that are standing out on track, that are giving the penalties, that are making the judgment of what they see, and they'll be looking both at the front of the field, but also at the mid-pack of the field. They'll be looking essentially everywhere for what happens. They are the eagle eyes of the circuit. They are what determines who gets what kinds of penalties. Under 10 minutes to go. Luke Walter still in the lead of the race, in front of Van Wees. They have just been working together to silently try and increase that gap down to the field behind them. Norvikel's been clinging on though, but he does have a 1 second gap. You're not going to be able to make a move from 1 second back, so if he wants to battle for that win, he has to close that gap down. Asger Radsted's been losing a little bit of time to the top three. He's now 2.5 seconds back, but he's also got a second gap down to Søren Rød in 5th place. So the race is very calm for the time being. There's nothing crazy going on, but I can assure you that going into the last half of the race is where the track action will happen. This is where drivers will be battling for the final positions, battling for the lead. As we see a move there, I believe actually that just in the back of the shot we saw a move for the lead of the race. That was Van Wees going for the lead on Luke into the final corner. And now he goes defensive. That allows Norvikel to catch right back up, and it's now once again a three-way battle for the win of the race. Van Wees making a move in a place we not seen a move for the lead for in these semi-finals just yet. It's mostly been down into turn 3. And now Luke Walter signaling that he wants to go ahead and go further ahead, so he doesn't lose too much time now, because they've already lost a bit of time battling with each other. He's signaling with his hand that he wants to go ahead and not lose too much time, because of course if they lose a lot of time, the rest of the field catches up. There is more on the line than just second place. It's really easy to then lose more positions and then lose more points. And right now in the semi-finals, you gotta be thinking about what you gotta do to move on to the A-finals. They're both going defensive in the top two. Norvikel is the only one going on the normal racing line, carries a lot more speed into the corner because he doesn't have to compromise his line. See right there, trying to go for a switch back into the chicane. That's not going to happen. You don't want to stay on the outside going into that chicane, because if the other guy doesn't leave you space, you'll be hitting one place and that's right into the tires. That's not somewhere you want to go when you're battling for a victory in a race like this. It's super close now. Looks like Asger Radsted's managed to catch back up, which makes it now a 4-way battle. That's what I'm saying. With all of this going defensive, it just loses so much time. The last lap for Van Wees and Luke Walter was 55.2, 55.1, while the guy behind them, Norvikel and Asger Radsted's been doing 54.6, 54.9. So you are losing a bit of time. You're allowing the guys to come back. Let's see the lap times on this lap, because this lap they've lost more time, certainly, to allow Asger Radsted to get back in the fight. Van Wees with a 56.7, so 2 seconds slower than what we'd be doing at full pace. Asger Radsted move around the outside of turn 3. Norvikel's speed slightly getting compromised by staying on the inside line, going defensive with the other guys. He falls down to 4th place once again. Constant position changing in this thing, but what they don't want to do, they don't want to allow Van Wees and Luke Walter to get a gap once again like they did in the start of the race. They need to make sure that they keep that gap going, as Norvikel takes a slightly different line into that corner, trying to maybe put pressure on, maybe try and make a move, see if he can get somewhere where he finds momentum, tries to make a different side of move. You can see that's the lead battle we've got going on in the background, but here we're focusing just on the midfield. Multiple gaps there, so we see a move down the inside for, I believe that is for P12. This here though, the battle for the lead is heating up. Norvikel on the outside, goes back into P2 for now, but he's going to be able to keep it. Yes, he is. All of this time loss is allowing Joey Luring and Søren Rød to catch back up and make this a 6-way battle for the lead. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is what Van Wees and Walter didn't want to do, because now if they lose a position, if they end up getting run a little bit wide out of a corner and lose momentum, they're not just going to be losing 1 position. They're going to be losing up to 5 positions, and that's a lot of points that they definitely want to try and keep. It's a close battle we've got going on for the lead. Anything can happen in the last couple of minutes of this race. Who's going to come out on top, and who might we have a chance to talk with after this race? I mean, the top 4 now on these laps: Van Wees 56.3, 56.1, 56.7 for the top 3. Meanwhile, the guys behind that, faster lap times than that. Jerome down in 8th with a 54.9. So that's 1.5 seconds faster just on the last lap, but he does have an 8-second gap, for example, so he won't be able to catch that unless they really do some intense battling. It's so close. All of these guys bumper to bumper to bumper for the top 6. Van Wees going defensive though, trying to keep that lead, keep the win, as there's a bit of battling going on for 5th, I believe. That maybe creates a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a relaxation in the thing. He's just hugging the inside line, hugging the white line, making sure he keeps that victory. The thing that happens though when you're doing this, you're compromising your racing line, which means you're carrying less speed. Oh, there's a bit of contact going on into there. That's the whole situation of Van Wees compromising his line out ahead, and the guys behind doing the same thing. So that just slows them down more than the guys behind expect, and that creates a whole checkup situation which had a little bit of contact. Fortunately, nothing happened. It was just a bit of argy-bargy going on there, but nothing serious just quite yet. Coming around the final couple of corners again. That's where we saw Van Wees make a move early, and now he is the one defending that position that he made a move for earlier. They have the sign out, which means that this should be the final lap of the race. Norveikel, Luke Walter, or anyone behind Van Wees wants to get this victory. They have to get this stuff together, but Van Wees has now got a gap out ahead as Norveikel tries to go defensive even for his P2. As we said, a 2nd place or a 3rd place is really good points, but all of these drivers, they want to win. They are here to take home victories. That's what you want. But good points on the line for the podium. Now I think Noah at this point realizes that there's too big of a gap to Van Wees, and now he's just going to try and defend his 2nd place, get those points. He's got 5 drivers behind him, so if he doesn't defend it, that will be a huge point loss. Van Wees rounding the final corner, managed to get that slight gap going from the P2 and down battling as Van Wees comes around the final corner, crosses the line, wins the 3rd semi-final. A little pat on the helmet. He looks happy. He looks satisfied. Norveikel in 2nd place. Luke Walter in 3rd. As we finish the 3rd semi-final of the day, I can see them pulling into the pits. Van Wees happy that he won. Norveikel also looks satisfied pulling into the pits as they get good points. Moving in to, of course, hopefully moving into the grand finals with these points. Of course, after the 4th semi-final, we'll get the final point standings. We'll see who moves into the grand finals, who moves into the secondary finals, and who moves into what. Good drive from Van Wees. He'll be satisfied with the points. We'll be changing drivers as we go into the 4th and final semi-finals of the day. And after that, we'll be having a driver's presentation, and then we'll be going into the grand finals. My name is Marcus. I will be right back with you as we get to the final semi-final. Yeah. That sounded funny. As we race the final semi-final of the day in a couple of minutes' time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the fourth and final semi-final of the day. We've just had qualifying going on. Got Sebastian Miller taking pole position in front of Nikolai Masengo, and in a second we'll be going live for the race. In the studio, I've got third place finisher of the last race, Luke Walter, with me. How are you feeling today? How do you think your performance in that last race has been, and how do you think your performance over the weekend has been until now?
Yeah, so hello everyone. I'm Luc Walter from France, and that's my first time at DRKC. Yeah, the whole weekend is pretty good for me. I didn't expect so much good weekend because I don't drive so much these 2 last years. So I'm more organization part, with FRKC. So yeah, I have a free weekend, so I want to join, and with Thomas also we are a partnership between our 2 events. So it's really nice to come here in Denmark. It's my first time also in Denmark, and I like a lot. The people here are quite nice. Respect respect everyone, and it's quite nice to drive here. And for my last race, it was quite good. Also at the beginning, I tried to push, and after defend a little bit to check also my my behind what happens.
Yeah.
And after, when you want to leave the big group with 2 people, the guys behind you have always an advantage, because if you want to pass you and after defend, it's an advantage compared to, for example, if you want to go full throttle and he just need to push you.
Yeah.
So at the end, for me, it's also good to have more points for the championship.
Yeah, for sure. So we're about to go into the formation lap for the 4th semi-final. Who do you see? Well, you get to stay a bit if you want, for sure. You can be my analyst, my expert on all this. Who's on your bingo card for this race? I mean,
Sebastian put a big lap. Nicolas, for example, is also very fast there.
Yeah.
And we have the top four. Maybe this top 4 can be in final. I don't know the ranking yet, but it will be quite interesting to see this race.
It will be quite close, and anything can happen as we're about to go racing for the 4th semi-final of the day. Sebastian Miller floors it out ahead. Nikolai Masinga looking behind, looking whether he has to go defensive or whether he can take his normal line. He takes his normal line into the first corner. They've already got a couple of kartlings back to 3rd place, going a little bit defensive there. We've seen a lot of action going down at the midfield pack at this part of the chicane throughout the last couple of races, but this looks like a very clean start, all running in one single train. What goes through your mind on a race start like this? Are you just, if you're out at the front like you were in the last race, are you just focusing ahead, or are you also thinking, what are the drivers behind doing? Like, are they going to send it, or like, where's your main focus on a race like this?
It's always, like you say, it depends where you start. For example, if you start P1, you try to check the other people, the P2 and the P3 at the starting grid, to see if they want to go full throttle or to pass you. It's always a little bit of mind game,
Yeah.
So to know if you need to defend, like for example, Vera say to Marzengo to go straight, and to don't look behind, to leave, to go full throttle, like I said, and try to make a gap for the guys with the guys behind. So it's always a little bit difficult to know for Sebastian, for example, if he need to defend or to go full throttle.
Yeah. There's a lot of communication going on between the drivers while you're driving, right? Because I mean, a lot of the times you see of course, the classic go ahead and keep pushing and stuff like that. Do you ever use that for like mind games, or is there like a code of respect? So like, for example, if I'm behind you and I'm telling you keep pushing ahead, if I then go for a move,
it's always depend of people also, because some driver you can trust them and some other don't. So it's always difficult also to trust someone who don't know him. And for example, in this kind of a big championship, when there is 10 or more nationalities, there is always some people that from multiple years, and there is new people also. So it's always a mind game, because if you want to trust someone and go full throttle, and after he pass you, you are like a bit you are like a little bit upset for that. But it's a part of the game, and a lot of driver make their own.
Yeah, there's different rules from different drivers, I'm guessing, is what you're saying, right?
Like, for example, I don't know what happened because we talk a lot, but Vera say to Marcengo to go straight, and after he passed him. But it's clearly a part of the sprint game, and it's always difficult, this type of thing. But for example, now Sebastian make a little gap. So we will see if they can catch him or not, because here the slipstream is very hard also, and we can gain a lot of time with that.
Yeah, with the slipstream, I heard, I spoke to some of the drivers as well. They said that slipstream actually has a bigger effect than one might think in terms of, at least when I'm expecting slipstream, I'm thinking, like F1 cars when they're going 350 Ks, you'll be like, that makes a big difference. But I've heard from the drivers that also in the rental cars, do you feel the difference down the straight?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and especially on this kind of track, because there is a lot of wind also, and it's make a difference when the wind come in front of you. It make a big difference between the guys in front and the guys behind.
Do you know?
So, and we saw also during these 2 last year the new aero suit,
Yeah.
So a lot of people try it, and some like it, some don't think it can be a difference, but like every driver try to gain a little bit of time. It can be 1,000 or 1/10, but it can make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also when it's a close championship like this, you're maximizing to just try and get every single thousandth of a second, I'm guessing, what you can. So the race currently is kind of relaxed. Masingo going back into second place right there. Currently, Sebastian Miller's just chilling out ahead, isn't he? What do you think he's focusing on mostly right now?
I don't know. Maybe yet at the moment he's a little bit upset because he was in front 2 laps before, and now he's P3.
Yeah.
But the race is still long, and there is a group of 7 people there, so everything can happen. If the first start to defend, everyone can catch them.
Yeah, they can flip super quickly, like with races like this. Yeah. So, in a situation where you're Sebastian Miller, you've just lost positions, falling from first place down to third. If you were in that situation, Luke Walter, what would you do mentally to reset? Because you need to quickly reset. You need to quickly be back in focus, right? You can't think, oh no, it's going to go even more wrong, right?
Yeah.
What do you do to reset quickly? Or do you do anything? Or does it just happen automatically?
It just happens. You need to take it because the race is still long. You can still do something, and don't think about the past and the 5 minutes behind you, because it already happened. So you need to think in front of you. And at the moment, Miller is P3. It can be a good position. The perfect position is P2 always in this kind of races, because the P2 can choose what he want to do.
Yeah.
Just push or make a move and after defend. So Marsengo had the perfect position at the moment. Maybe Sebastian will think that it can be better to just push Marsengo and try to go and leave Michael a little bit behind.
Ooh.
Oh.
Going wide there. And that means Masengo inherits the lead for now. Just about going side by side. What do you think happened there? Because it's not like Masengo made a move or anything.
I don't. So maybe on the banking corner. It's I know that Marsengo like this corner, and he always make a move there.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a orange flag. So the marshal think this was a bad overtake. So he just need to drop 1 position. So now it's good.
Yeah. So the orange flag you just saw, he waved on the side of the track, means that it was technically an illegal
And
move. You need
go
to
again.
hand the positions back. Yes, Masengo goes for a move once again, and does Miller just slip through as well?
Oh yeah, we don't saw it, but I think it was the lap before. Michael passed Sebastian.
Yeah.
And now Nicolas take the lead again.
Takes the lead again, but there's still more than half of the race to go. So still, as you said, maybe being in that second place, you're slightly more in control, I'm guessing. Unless, what do you think if you're in the lead with 13 minutes to go? You're not thinking about going defensive yet, are you? Like,
You can because this weekend there is 2 different layouts, and on this classic layout there is no tactical element like the shortcut that we can see on the reverse direction. So it means that if Nicolas want to defend and he do it perfectly, he can finish P1 without just in defending. So
just by defending.
just by defending. Yeah.
when do you start to think about that? Because I guess if you start defending now, of course you're slower when you're defending because you're compromising your line into the corner. So when do you start thinking about that? Because if you do it now, you're just going to be backing up the whole field, and then making a mistake will be even more expensive.
Yeah, it's always difficult because at this moment you need to trust the guy behind you, and and like we saw in these races, there is a lot of leader change. So it means that everyone want to bet his own position. So we will see it quite interesting. There is a lot of expectation there, and there is maybe a group of 4.
Yeah, just pulling out, having a little bit of a gap. All right, let's see. Well, Luke Walter, let's talk a little bit about your race. So, of course, you competed in the semi-final 3 that we just held just before this race. Finished P3. What do you think of finishing P3? Because of course all drivers want to win.
Of course, yeah.
But finishing P3, are you still like, okay, well I got a solid, decent amount of points for the final?
Yeah, that's my mentality at the moment, because when you are maybe P1, P2, or at this top position, you start to think if I defend or not defending, maybe someone want to pass me, and there is Vera in front again.
Vera, yeah, for the move into the lead once again.
Like we say, every lap there is another leader, so it can be interesting. But like I said, it's a good point for championship, and if someone make a bad overtake and, for example, push you in the grass and you finish P10, your championship is dead. So it's also a good point to have P3. And it's also a double point for semi-final. So
yeah, so you're scoring a good amount of points. Even in P3, there's some battling going on there for P5, P3 wide in the middle sector of the track. That's something that's going to lose you a lot of time to the cars ahead, so you don't want to be doing that too much.
And for example, at this moment, if Michael, Nicolaj and Ziamovic start to work together, they will have the top 3 for sure for them. Yeah. Because Sebastian can catch them without the slipstream if they collaborate.
Yeah. And we did see that actually just down the start finish, right? Masengo signaling with his hands that he wants to go further ahead. So let's see if they try to teamwork now for a couple of laps. So
but I don't think so.
Yeah.
What we saw during the first lap of the race, I don't think so.
Yeah, you never know. We will see though. 9 minutes left to go of this race. You can see them going defensive there. That loses a lot of time. Sometimes even going defensive can cost you almost 2 seconds a lap. We saw early on some of the lap times, and that just allows everyone else to catch up to the back of them, and then we get these huge trains.
And it's always difficult if you are, for example, at the middle of the pack, and if you want to pass someone with a risky overtake, and maybe it will be a bad overtake, and you will lose more position than you can gain.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
There's a move for P2 now. You can see the gaps just increasing to the leader as well. Masengo going all the way down to 4th there, losing 2 positions. And a bit of a gap there as well now for Vera out ahead. But that's nothing that can't be closed. That's what, just under a second of a gap, isn't it? So it's definitely closable. There's still a lot of the race left to go. As you said though, when there's a big train, going for a risky move can be more expensive. Is that something that you really consider as well? Because, for example, I don't know if you saw, but in the second semi-final, they were going very defensive and losing almost 2 seconds a lap, and they just ended up making a massive train.
Yeah, of course.
So then making a move and messing that move up will be a lot more expensive, because now you're not just losing 2 positions, you're losing 10. Is that something you think about?
Yeah, of course. But you need to think also, because I'm come from endurance races, and in endurance races it's different, because you have time to think on which corner you want to pass the back marker, to don't lose a lot of time. So maybe there is some corner that it's better to pass in endurance to lose less time, for example 1 or 2 tenths, and some corner you will lose 5 tenths when you overtake someone. And in sprint it's different, because some corner you can pass someone and you will lose time, but the other one will lose even more time and maybe places. So it can be tactical, because if you want, if you are battling with someone in the ranking and also on the track during the semi-final, you can pass him on a tricky corner, and after that it can be I don't know if you understand, but it can be a tactical element also to think. And for me, some driver do it, and that's the part of the game also.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of thinking going on, right? And you need to know your competitors well to do that as well, right? Like, you need to know who you're against in the standings. So, for example, if you are if you're making a move where you lose a lot of time on someone who's not competing with you in the standings, that's maybe not so clever. But if it's someone who you're maybe competing just to get into the grand final, let's say, and it's close, maybe it's a good idea to just make a move that's loses time or something, you know.
It's very tactical, this kind of event. And the good thing also that DRKC, for example, is a national qualifier series of Kart World Championship, and we had it like FRKC is the same thing, and we had it in 10 different countries in Europe. So every big driver of this kind of event, like the four first guys, do almost every event, so they know each other very well.
Yeah, they're competing against the same guys. It's a bit of side-by-side action into that chicane. It's always been so sketchy. A bit of grass cutting as well. Fast lawnmower we got going on right there. Grass cutting down this side, but nothing crazy. We're going into the last 5 minutes of the race now, though. This is where the action will happen. Is where we'll find a winner. Last couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, so good. The good thing for us in this kind of races that we will wait the last lap to know who will win, because there is a lot of overtakes. So it's quite exciting.
There's a lot of overtakes, a lot of action. You know, anything can happen as well. I mean, if for example P2 goes for a move and crashes the momentum of
start to defend.
You know, starting to defend now that inside line. We've also had in this race a 5-second penalty for Valdemarsen for pushing a track limit time, which is basically a no discuss penalty.
Oh, there is an orange flag for the Loritz Joule. He let Sebastian pass. And lose also more position. So in this kind of, for example, to let you know, in this kind of rules for the orange flag, you have 3 corners to give back the positions, and so it can be maybe a more interesting thing to let him pass during the corner at the outside and not in the straight line, because for example he do it now in the straight line and he lose more than 1 position.
Yes, and that's something. Well, that's unfortunate for him, right? Isn't it? Because essentially you want to maximize every single point you can. You can see the whole top 3, top 4 even going defensive there, which allows a bit of side by side, which allows that Ricciardo to try and make a move around the outside. He doesn't get it done, but it's worth a try, because essentially when we've got the top 4 going defensive on the inside, you know, they're slowing down each other a lot. So maybe sending on the outside, is that something you think about, sending on the outside if the top 4 are just defending?
Yeah, because how can I say no? Do it in front of me.
Yeah, I saw
for
that
the move for P2. We were defending Orion and me at the inside, and he do it at the outside, and I congratulate him because it was a good move.
That was a good move, yeah. And that's something that, you know, because it's a bit risky. It's always a bit risky to be on the outside, because
it can be risky. Yeah, that's why also I don't do it.
Yeah.
Because on other event I try to do it, and after that I lose 5 position.
Yeah.
So it can be risky, and you can lose a lot of points if the other one don't want to leave you the space, because he will have penalty, but you will lose 5 position.
Yeah.
So in the 2 side it can be a bad thing.
Yeah, because him getting a penalty doesn't give you back the positions you lost, right? It's a bit unfortunate. We've got a big train going on, but slight gaps, a couple kart lengths between all of the top 4 essentially. So I believe we've got, 1 more lap or something after this? We'll see. We'll see when we cross the start-finish line, but not a lot of laps to go. A couple of gaps between the top 4. Right now, Vera is just relaxing out ahead, half a second gap. But we've got from P5 down in a very close scrap, a bit of side-by-side going on.
And we will see now Sebastian defend like a hell during the last lap for sure.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of positions to lose if he doesn't. There's an orange flag once again being waved on the side there.
Oh, I don't know which driver it was.
I didn't see who that was for either. it's hard to see when it was in the back of the frame like that.
So now we are clearly top 4, and we will see at which position they will finish. But yeah, there is a little bit of gap between everyone.
Someone's angry there. So when you're going down the back straight, do you have an estimate of how much time you're gaining on the slipstream? Let's say that you're in P2 and you have a 3-second gap or so, or a 3/10 gap to the guy ahead. How much are you gaining down the straight on that slipstream?
On this track, I don't know very well, though, so I don't know how much. But on this type of track, it can depend. Maybe I know some track, for example, you can gain maybe 5/10. So on this track, maybe 3, 4. I don't know exactly.
That's a big difference.
But that's a big difference.
It is
of course,
a big difference. We go on to the final lap of racing. That's a
Oh,
four-way
try
battle for the
outside.
lead. Trying around the outside is Ricardo, and he just about gets it done, I think. We just about go outside of the frame, but it did look like he was ahead going into the chicane for P3. Hopefully that hasn't cost them too much time if they want to make an attempt to get the victory. Masengo's fallen down to 4th. We've currently got Vera out ahead. How do you pronounce it? Vera?
Ziamovit, Vera, yeah.
Yeah, Vera, yeah. So he's currently trying to defend his win. He's got half a lap left to go. Now I did see Van Vees make a move for the lead into the final corner.
And Ricardo past Nicolai.
Ready to go?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was into the chicane. But rounding the final corner, Vera comes around and he claims the victory of the 4th and final semi-final. After a lot of position changes in this race. They've been changing positions all the time, haven't they? Anyways, he wins the race in front of Michael, in front of Ricardo in 3rd, Masengo in 4th. But they'll be happy to get home some solid points. Solid points to go on to the final. How are you feeling about your performance, Luke Wald? How are you feeling confident going into the last couple of races? Or
yeah, for me it's really good event because, like I said, I don't drive often the last 2 years, and my target was just to be in final. So at the moment, I will be in final. So it's just a bonus, just a bonus. But we will push like hell to do better and to do the maximum. So we will see.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming by here, commentating a little race with us, getting some inside info. It's always great from the drivers because I haven't gotten to drive this track myself or anything. So it's good to get some inside info and talk to people like you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Is there anything you want to say to family or friends or anyone?
So yeah, but we can say that we are not a lot of French driver there, and we are just 4 French driver, and one of my 2 other French. The other French, Antoine Laurent, drove in this semi-final, and he was quite happy because at the beginning of the event, his goal was to be in semi-final, so it's a good thing.
Yeah.
And the other one, Lucas Urbani, was also in the semi-final, so it's good to have some French people there, and I try to push them and to come in the next year with more French people.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, I hope you find some more French people. Are you looking to do the kart world champs next year? 'Cause that's at this track.
Yeah, it can happen, but like I said, I don't drive often in the last 2 years, and I am more in the organization part.
Yeah.
For FRKC, for example, that's also a national qualifier series for KWC, and it will be FRKC indoor. It will be the 1st of February of 2026. And it's always a big event because there is 100 people, and it's always full in less than 1 day when I open the registration. So a lot of people like this event, and we try to improve every year.
Yeah.
And the next year we will put a reverse layout also.
Ooh.
So it will be the two different layouts, and it will be very nice.
Interesting. Well, Luke Walter, thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to you.
Coming here and providing some insider info. And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I will need it.
in your races from now on. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, that's it for the semi-finals of today. Now we have got some more stuff going on. We've got another driver coming on in. Our race winner from now, actually. Just now. If you can put on this headset. Simply Lovely. Well, welcome down. We just just doing a quick driver swap here. Got the headset on, everything good. All right, well, what a race that was. A lot of position changing going on, a lot of fighting it looked like, right from the beginning even. You know, I saw at one point when you were making a hand sign to go ahead and then making a move right afterwards. How are you feeling after that race?
Yeah, I feel very happy. I think I didn't have the best pace, to be honest, with this kart. It was really tricky to drive because it was jumping a lot, and my tactic was to, with Nikolai, I tried to go away, but we couldn't go away, and that's the problem. But because when Nikolai would make a move on me, I would probably lose like maybe even 5 positions because there was a big train behind us, and yeah, I tried to go defensive. It was really hard against Michael last few laps, but I'm really glad that I finished in P1.
Yeah, that's good. That's great. A great amount of points as well for you to carry on to the last couple of races of the day. Just describe to me, what does it feel like crossing the line in first place, especially after having a good amount of battles like you did in that race?
Yeah, I'm really happy. That's last year I finished P8 in the San Fran, so it's a big improvement. I didn't win the quali, but I think my lap was pretty good, and yeah, I think I didn't win with the pace that I had, but I think I win with tactic.
Yeah, that's great. Well, so that was it for the classic layout for now. Next time you'll be racing, it'll be in the reverse layout. What do you think of that? What's your opinion on the whole shortcut thing? What's your opinion on the reverse layout? Which one's your favorite?
I prefer the VG reverse. I mean, it just suits me more because on normal I have with 2 first corners, both right-handers here and here. I have a big problem because I overshoot the corner and I jump a lot of times. So yeah, in VG reverse you don't have these corners. You have more like a hairpin style. You have a lot of hairpins, and that suits me more.
Okay, why do you think that is? What's your driving style, would you say? Are you like carrying the speed into the corners, or are you like stop, turn, throttle? What would you say your driving style is? Yeah,
mostly actually on this track I prefer to drive with the corner speed, not the exit speed, and maybe that's why normal layout doesn't suit me, because you have more bigger straights, and yeah, I think the hairpin also suits me more because I can have a lot of corner speed and not the exit.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Well, I congratulate you on your win. How are you feeling going into these final couple of races? Are you confident, or are you a bit nervous?
I am confident because last year I didn't make it, and now it's much better. I think that the top 16 has not a big difference in points, and the triple points in every heat race is there, so even who's P16 now can win still the whole thing. It's that's very nice, and I think yeah, everybody has a chance now.
Yeah, it's really close and competitive here this afternoon at the Danish Rental Karting Championships. All right, well, I think I have a lot more. Do you have anything you want to say to friends, family, or whoever's watching out there?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like cinema. They will watch with popcorn, with chips. Yeah.
That sounds
so
great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for coming in. Congratulations on your win in the final, semi-final. And, well, best of luck for the rest of your races.
Thank you.
Go out there and do the best you can.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right. Well, that's it for the semi-finals of today. I'm having a good time. We've had some good, interesting racing, but now, from now on out, it's where it's really going to go down. So the top 16 drivers in the standings from the semi-finals will be going on to the grand finals, which will be 6 heats of 10 minutes each of intense racing. Firstly, we'll be starting out with the reverse layout, where we'll have the shortcut in, so there'll be a bit of strategy included as well. When are you going to take the shortcut? You want to get on the clean air. It's kind of like a pit stop, but reversed, because essentially you're gaining time on the shortcut. You're not losing time like you were with a pit stop. So we're going into some interesting finals. We're going to be experiencing a bunch of good racing like we have, but now it is just the top 16 best that will be going head to head in the grand finals. We've also got secondary final. which will be from 17th to 48th place. They will be battling for those positions, so now it's only the top 48 that remain for the rest of the day. My name's Marcus. I'll be bringing you through this. And yeah, we're currently working on getting the standings out, getting the exact positions done, completed. We're currently having a little bit of a break in the time schedule. We will have a driver's presentation soon, and then we'll be switching over to the grand final 1 and 2 race out of 6, which will be on the reverse layout. Then grand final race 3 and 4 will be on the classic layout that we've just raced on, which you've seen a couple races. And then the final, the 5th and 6th grand final race will be on the reverse layout once again. The 2 second finals will both be on the reverse layout. So we're going to be getting a lot of strategy. We're going to have to keep an eye out, which of course I will help you do, on who takes the shortcut, because essentially the shortcut is, what's that? Well, it's about 17 or 18 seconds faster lap times. You're cutting out most of the infield section to just essentially, well, essentially you're going just from the back straight through here and then onto the start finish straight instead of going through the whole middle section. So you're saving about 18 seconds, I believe. Shortcut time, a lap time with the shortcut's about 37 seconds, and the normal lap time is about, well, yeah, about the 55, 54 second lap times. So you're saving a lot of time on that shortcut. Currently, we are just waiting on standings. We're having a little bit of a break. Meanwhile, we can look into a penalty that has been in this last race from Sebastian Miller. Of course, finished 5th. It's a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits, which he probably won't be happy about. He was in a very big train. What that means for the results table, just go let's see if I can access that. Just mean that he'll probably drop some positions and some points. Now there is the big mathematical part of the whole equation going on. Our race direction is working on, well, on the point standings, on who is going through to what finals. I believe that is already done, but they're also working on who's going to be in what karts, who's going to be driving at what times, because essentially the whole kart steering is you'll be switching karts every single heat you have for the grand final. So whoever, we have something called the kart performance system, which ranks through AI technology, ranks the karts levels based on their results. So whoever is the first driver in the standings get what's ranked as the best kart for the first race, and then after that you move on 2 places down, and everyone does that. So all the karts go in circulation throughout the grand final, and we get a very fair assessment of who is essentially the best driver, because everyone gets to race in different karts. They get to race in each other's karts. So while you might have slightly nicer kart in one race, one that suits you better, you might have one that suits you slightly less good in another one. But it's all fair and good because everyone gets to race in all karts. Not really going on now. I will be taking a break from the commentary, and when I return, it will be time for the finals, time for the grand finals. We'll get the track action. We'll get 15 of the best drivers, the 15 best drivers from the Danish Rental Karting Championship. 16 of some of the best drivers in the world. Remember, we've got world champions on this grid. We've got champions of multiple other things that will be racing in these grand finals, and it's going to be straight up content. It's going to be entertainment. It's going to be lovely to look at. I will be taking a quick break, and when I come back, we'll be looking, we'll be watching, we'll be commentating, we'll be experiencing some of the craziest racing that we will be all this weekend. I'll be back.
Well, he's not even in there, so.
All right. Well, my name is Marcus. We are interrupting your absolutely nothing for just a short chat with Noah Michael, who is well, you're through to the finals. You're currently third in the standings, right?
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that?
Well, I feel quite amazing about that because last year at this time I was in P5 and I got 7th in the final because I had a difficult time with the cards. But I ended in 3rd in the juniors. So being P3 overall is a quite amazing feeling.
That's good. Yeah, it gives you a chance to go in and win that thing, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think of the whole concept this year? So now we've got 6 grand final races of 10 minutes each. Well, you'll be scoring points and stuff. What do you think of that concept? Is it good that you can sort of do a race and let's say you make a mistake, you have another chance? It's not like everything is on one race, but you've got 6 races to spread it across.
Well, I think it's going to be more exciting for the fans who are watching to have 6 races instead of one long.
Yeah.
Also, if you have let's say you get a bad card, you have the difficulty of driving with that. You then have 5 more races to kind of catch up the points you lost.
Yeah.
So it gives a better chance for the driver and also gives more experience or entertainment for the fans.
Absolutely. So the way you'll be doing as well is that you'll be swapping around cards. So do you think that makes it essentially completely fair? Because we know that there are slight differences with the cards. Maybe one suits your driving style a little bit better. But now that you're switching around cards, because you're switching around for each heat, you'll essentially all be driving the same cards throughout the 6 heats. Do you think it makes it like essentially completely fair?
It's not always completely fair. There still is some gratitude of unfairness to it because one card might be better in one temperature compared to another. One card might be better when it's cold rather than it's hot.
Yeah.
So it's still some unfairness to it, but that's part of racing.
Yeah,
I guess.
But essentially, also here at this level, it's very small differences, isn't it? Yeah, of course there'll always be slight differences in a dynamic setting like this, but it's very small differences we're talking about, isn't it? It's not anything crazy, but I do believe so. Which one's your favorite layout? So now for the finals, we'll be driving the reverse layout for the first 2 races and going back to the classic. Which one do you like the most?
I like the for my driving style, I like the classic most because I like the flow of it. I like the fast corners. But for the racing itself, I feel like the reverse layout is more for the racing with the shortcut we have to do.
Yeah.
So you can't just go to the front and drive defensive through the whole race like we saw with Luke Walter and Juan Favas in my semi-final. So it creates more of an entertainment with the strategy you have to do on the reverse layout. But I like the classic.
Yeah, the whole strategy thing adds a little bit extra. I was just in here with Luke for the 4th semi-final. He was helping me. Well, he was co-commentating. He complimented your move around the outside. Yeah, because they were going really defensive all the way through. Your lap time as well. Lap times were like 2 seconds lower than normal. Everyone behind was essentially getting slowed down. Although everyone behind was catching up because the guys in front were slowing down, going defensive. He complimented that you just went around the outside. Why? What's a risk when you do that, though? Do you think about that, or do you just send it?
Well, in that point in time, I just said, I can't say it here, but I just thought to just send it.
Yeah.
Because I really didn't have anything to lose, and just when I was around the outside of Luke at the exit of the corner, my focus was just to get to the apex at the next corner first.
Yeah.
So there's really no thought to it. I was just going into the corner at full speed, at full throttle. And then hoping for the best. Because Luke could have seen me and then went a bit more to the left, so I couldn't have gone through, but that didn't happen and I went out. So
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, how are you feeling into the last couple races? You feeling confident?
Well, as I have one heat in the reverse layout, and I got 2nd place twice, so I feel quite confident with my race pace. Also the classic layout, as I just shown, I've won 1 heat this morning. Or yesterday morning, and I won I got 2nd in the semi-final. So I'm also quite confident with my pace there. So yeah.
All right. And finally, who's gonna win the Danish Renting Kart Championship 2025?
Whoa. I think I'm gonna go with John Devay.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You're not gonna say yourself?
No, he's a bit quick, but I'm quicker than him on the sim. So.
Oh yeah. I've seen that. You've been trading times in there.
Yeah.
In the sim, grinding it out. Been there for. You've probably been in the sim more than you've been on the track, haven't you?
Probably. I think he's done more laps than me, mate. So I
It's
think
crazy.
maybe 4 laps or something.
I did give it a go as well, but I wasn't able to beat you.
No.
It annoys me. I need to go back there. I need to take another break from this broadcast. Oh well, thanks for coming on. In 2 minutes you've got the driver's presentation.
Yeah.
So I will let you go now.
Thank you.
Maybe the last time, but maybe not. Maybe I'll see you later
Maybe.
in the broadcast studio. Depends on if you win anything.
Well, I could go by for the secondary final. If
Yeah.
you want to.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I'll do
Especially
that.
if you win.
Second.
But I'll make sure to come hatch you. But thanks for coming by, and good luck with your races. All right. Well, now we've got a quick driver's presentation that will be happening in a minute's time, and then in another 20 minutes from now, we'll be going into the first grand final of the day. That's where the action really is meant to happen. That was Norveikel we spoke with. He's one of my good friends. I've known this guy for many years, and maybe we'll bring him on later. Who knows? But for now, there's a driver's presentation. 20 minutes at 3:30 p.m. We'll be going back on track for the first grand final of the day. There's a lot of interesting racing coming our way. There's a lot of drama. And there's a championship to be decided. There's a championship on the line. A total of 144 drivers were signed up for this weekend to race around this 900-meter circuit. And now, for the grand final, just 16 drivers remain with a chance of winning the championship. We'll also have the secondary finals with P17 to P48 battling it out for those intermediary positions. I will be back a little bit later. I'm going to look at the driver's presentation. I don't know if we'll get any camera shots for it, but stay tuned because, as I said, in 20 minutes, we will be going live for the final grand final, and I'll be back here just a little bit before that. Currently on your screens, you see the drivers' presentations. The top 16 drivers that have made it through to the grand finals that will be battling it out for the Danish Rental Karting Championship. A lot of them in spandex suits, of course for that aerodynamic benefit. But the top 4 ranked drivers are all in those tight suits. These are the drivers that will be spectating, that will be watching, battling it out. For the last, well, got 8 heats remaining today. 6 of them will be these ones, and then we've got 2 secondary finals that will be held in between as well. But these guys are doing 6 10-minute heats where they try to score as many points as possible, and by the end of it will be crowning a champion of the Danish Rental Karting Championship. All well and good. A little bit of sun is out, but it is still a little bit cloudy. It's not the hottest day, and it is just slightly windy as well. You can see the drivers there just having a bit of conversation, the calm before the storm. Yeah, they all speak together, respect each other, but when they're out on track, it's just the victory that really matters. It's about getting that win. You can see some of them now relaxing, laughing a little bit, getting ready for our grand finals. They just went in to draw up their carts, and we are going racing pretty soon again. I can't give you an exact number on when, but it won't be long before these guys will be strapped in under their helmets, and they'll be racing against each other instead of laughing with each other, I guess. We've got drivers of all kinds of nationalities within these 16 drivers. Of course, we've got a couple locals from Denmark, drivers from Spain, Netherlands, someone getting chased off the screen. I think it was Van Vees running after Noah Weichel, and they're off the screen. Lining up now for a couple pictures potentially. But as I say, we've got nationalities. We've got Belgians, we've got people from France, Spanish, we've got people from Denmark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the national anthem. Might have been hard to hear, but we just had a little national anthem. The drivers now getting ready. Strap into the kart soon and go racing for the first grand final of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing for the final of the Danish Rental Karting Championship 2025. The drivers are getting strapped in. The top 16 out of 144 that have made it through to the grand finals are getting ready to race against each other for the championship. We've got 6 races of 10 minutes each lined up that will be happening within the next couple of hours. And after that, we'll be crowning a champion of whoever scores the most points. Now we're on the reverse layout for the 4 semi-finals that we just had. We were on the classic layout, but now we've got the reverse layout where we've got a shortcut. There's a bit of strategy involved. There'll be some interesting racing, and the drivers are ready. They're all strapped in. They've drawn their carts, and they're ready to go out on track. These are the ones, this top 16 that have scored the most points throughout all the heats we had yesterday, throughout all the heats we had in the morning, and throughout the semi-finals that we just had within the last couple of hours. The clock is almost striking 4 p.m. and it's showdown time. I'm sure we can call it. I was just in the draw of the carts. There was a quick briefing for these drivers. They were told to go out there and make it entertaining, give us some good racing. And I'm absolutely certain that is what we're going to get. So for the format, we've got triple the amount of points in the grand final as we've had in the heat races. So there's a lot of points on offer for a race win. Each position you move up gives 6 extra points within the top positions. There will be 6 races. For now, we're doing race 1 and 2 in the reverse layout. After that, we've got a secondary final. Then we're doing 2 more races in the grand final on the classic layout. Then we've got another secondary final in between that. And then we've got the 2 final races after that. Later on, of course, so we've still got 8 heats left to go of today. So we've got a lot of track action, a lot of stuff to cover, and I'm excited to be here for you. My name is Marcus Sorm, and I'll be a commentator for the rest of the day, so you'll have to deal with my voice. Have to listen to me talk. We will also be having interviews with people. We'll be bringing these drivers in, the ones of them who want to join us, as now the drivers leave, go onto the track. They get ready to go out for their one-shot qualifying attempt on this track. And then after that, it's going to go absolutely crazy. Of course, qualifying being incredibly important. We've got the 16 best drivers in the Danish Rental Karting Championship driving here, and also 16 of the world's best drivers. We've got world champions. We've got previous Danish Rental Karting champions. We've got French. We've got a lot of championships on this grid. A lot of skilled drivers. So it's going to be incredibly competitive. It's going to be really, really close with this whole thing. Now what you're seeing now are the drivers warming up their tires, trying to get some tire temperature in. We've just had a small hour break, which means the tires are cold, the carts are cold, and they just need to be brung up to temperature. That's what you're seeing now. These are not the qualifying attempts just yet, but they will be happening in a second, and there will be a one-shot qualifying. So you don't want to be making mistakes here. You want to be making sure that that one qualifying lap is at least somewhat decent. You can see some of the drivers using the whole track, absolutely using more than the whole track, and doing everything to try and heat up their tires, maybe trying to get into the heads of some of their opponents. You can see one of them just previously putting a hand up, maybe being a little bit annoyed at the excessive weaving. But it's all tactical, trying to get into each other's minds. Now we see them coming back into the pits after the quick warm-up. They will now be going back into the pits, and then after that they'll be sent out with a couple seconds gap in between them. Now, this gap is not to be broken, and they are not allowed to slipstream in qualifying. It has to be respected, the gap. So it's purely on a lap time. There's no slipstream, there's no team tactics or anything like it. It is pure pace for qualifying right here. That will be in a second, where all the drivers have just returned to the pits. Then they'll be sent out for their one-shot qualifying, and then they will line up and get ready for the race start. I'm actually sat right in the pit lane, so I can see that. I can see someone's parked it a little bit wrongly where he should, but hopefully he's able to get it back there. He's parked it across 2 lanes. We've got 2 lanes up here in the pit lane, and I think there's no vehicles parked it a little bit off, but hopefully it won't matter too much for now. Hopefully it won't create too much chaos in this pits. You can see right there, they're just preparing, lining up the qualifying. Looks like we've got a couple of clouds now. The sun's kind of gone away. Unfortunately, we have no rain. No rain or anything like it. Now they're sent out with a little bit of a gap. We've got a guy standing here who holds the carts back and sends them off when a couple of seconds gone by. So they have a couple of seconds in between them. They will not be able to slipstream or anything like it. And this is the first qualifying of the day, the first grand final. The first chance of putting your name up there, getting some points on the table, the first chance and taking the first steps towards becoming the Danish Rental Car Champion. And you can see the final couple of drivers rounding the final corner to start out their lap. They only get around half an out lap before they start their laps. And then the first time they cross the start-finish line, they start their lap. The second time they cross it, they end off their lap. And then we line up and we get ready for the race start. You can see all the drivers pushing, trying to do their best. This is a camera shot of down at turn. Well, on the opposite layout, it is down at turn 3. On this layout, it is a little bit further in the track. That corner is incredibly interesting because when we're on the classic layout, it's a downhill and it's on a corner exit, so it isn't so fast. But on this layout, that same corner is an uphill and you're coming straight at the end of a... you're coming from the end of a straight, so you have a lot of speed into that corner. You're essentially jumping over a little crest and then braking right at that same point. If you mess that up, there's a chance you could spin, there's a chance you could make a mistake. That's a super easy corner to make a mistake. We're getting the times in now. Norvejko on provisional pole gets beaten by John Del Val by almost 3/10 of a second. We saw this in the semi-final as well. He had a 3.5 gap down to P2 when he took pole position there, and now he's put it in with almost 3/10 of a second in qualifying. We've got all the times, and it's Del Val on pole position in front of Norvejko by a pretty big margin in a competitive karting race like this. We got Rivera in 3rd place. Of course, he won one of the semi-final races. He's in strong form, so is De Vos. Got a bunch of good... Well, essentially the people who had good form in the semi-finals are staying up there. They still have the good form. You see now we're lining up the grid. Del Val on pole, Michael second. You can see some being last place, being a little second off. So it's a close field we've got throughout this, essentially just 7/10 split the whole field apart from John, who's up in 1st place. If you guys have got any questions on YouTube or anywhere else you're watching this broadcast, feel free to ask them in chat. I'm here to answer all the questions that I can, and we'll talk you through what's actually a really interesting day of racing we've got going on here. Of course, we've already spoken to a bunch of these drivers in the semi-finals. They've been in here after... John was in here after winning his semi-final. We spoke to Norvejko, we spoke to Vera, we spoke to De Vos, spoken to Luke Walter. And hopefully we're getting to speak to more of these people throughout the day. Of course, in between the grand final races, we have some secondary finals where we'll be bringing some people on, talking to them, and yeah, just getting some good insights from all of these guys. They've lined up on the grid now. They're going to be doing a short formation lap, so they're not doing a full formation lap, but they're doing a short formation lap, and then it's time to go racing for the first grand final. I believe their family and friends are sitting on the sidelines, excited to see what's going to come of this race. There are quite a couple of spectators this weekend. They're all sat from right behind where these cameras actually are. John's going to be looking to get a good race start out here in the lead. They're all weaving, maybe trying to get into each other's heads, just trying to get that final bit of temperature in as John gets ready to push the throttle down. We're about to go racing for the first grand final of the day. This is what will crown the champion of the Danish Rental Karting Championship. John floors it down into the first corner. They're going to be going into the chicane, maybe looking behind them, maybe looking in front. Is Novak going to be able to make a move on the first lap? Who knows, but it's not necessarily needed. Of course, these heats are just 10 minutes, so they're half the length of the semi-final heats. They're going to be a lot more intense. There's going to be a lot of racing as they go down the back straight. Now, this is what I was talking about in qualifying. They're now going in to the far chicane and then into what is essentially a jump. They're just jumping up the hill, up the crest, and then right onto the brakes. It's a clean start for now. Up at the front, there is no such thing as a position change. Down at the back, there was a little bit of battling going on down at the other end of the track, but it's hard to notice from who it was that went past who. Now, the race is already settled after one lap, but it's just 9 minutes of racing. They're going to be trying to make a move as quickly as possible, and John's going to be trying to go defensive as we round the final corner to end the first lap of the race. Will they be looking behind? Is anyone trying to get a gap to anyone? It's slightly different tactics here because maybe everyone is so close in this field that getting a gap or pulling out a gap on pure pace is going to be super, super difficult, and you need to have some really, really fast drivers, and with a slipstream as well. Pulling out a gap is almost going to be impossible, but it is not completely impossible. Down at the end of the back straight. Difficult overtaking spot, but definitely possible. Now, we will need to keep an eye out, and don't worry, I will be keeping an eye out on the live timing sheets because, of course, we will have a shortcut in this race as well. When is it going to happen? What is the strategy going to be? Who's going to go in for the shortcut first? Currently, they're all just staying in line. No Vehicle's gone in for the shortcut on that last lap from second place. Maybe he believes that he has a pace advantage. Maybe he feels it from the first lap. Maybe it's just to try something slightly different. At least he's gone for the strategic outplay. Already in the first lap going for the shortcut and ending up 17 seconds ahead now. Of course, everyone will have to take the shortcut at least once, or they will have the opportunity to do it. John doesn't go for it yet. Does anyone else dive in? Not from what I can see. So now Noah Veichel is just out ahead. We'll have to keep an eye out on the lap times. If he'll be able to use this to his own advantage, that is the question we'll be asking. That is the answer we'll get within the next couple of minutes, because these races are so short and so intense that there's going to be constant action in these races. A couple more drivers have gone. We can see the lap times. Veichel last lap was a 37.1, of course, with a shortcut, and John in second place with a 53.3. So that's about 16 second advantage that we're getting. The gap after the shortcut from Noah was 16.3. There's a couple more drivers diving for the shortcut. Here's a good visualization of it. You're essentially cutting out most of the midfield of the track and gaining those 16 seconds or so. There's multiple more drivers going for it, including Markus Fröland and a couple more others. We're going to get the updates on the live timing just in a second. So currently we have 3 drivers who have gone for the shortcut. You can see in the top 3 of your standings have already taken their shortcut. And from 4th down, John have not taken it yet. This is something that we need to keep an eye on. This can be an advantage to save even for the last lap, as we have a position change for provisionally P3. Of course, it's hard to tell with this strategic element, but what we can get is like final lap showdown, because the shortcut does lead straight to the final corner. So if some of these guys are saving it for the absolute final lap, we might even get a drag race, we might get final lap battle, because essentially they'll be coming out of the shortcut just out of the final corner, and maybe John will be coming out alongside Noah Veichel or something like it, and it could be close. There's a move for the lead down the inside of the final corner, the provisional lead, now P4. There's Matt Barsh. John has lost 2 positions on that. Del Val going from the provisional lead down to what is provisionally P3, but currently P6. It's still only the top 3 that have taken the shortcut for now. But we will see the other guys coming down onto it very, very soon. P4 to P6 as we see currently here. And that has actually strategically allowed Noah to Weichel in the lead to just get a little bit more time. You can see they're going onto the final corner now. Nikolai Masengo going through to the shortcut together with Ian and Lepela. So now we have the top 5 that have taken the shortcut, and there's a good visualization of it, a perfect camera angle of what the shortcut is on this track, how much of the track you actually end up cutting on it. These are the guys we're looking at now that have not taken the shortcut yet, that are still yet to, which is good for them because they can kind of use that to keep pushing. Here we see the front of the field that have taken the shortcut, and what we need to keep an eye on is essentially the gap from Matt Barsh in 6th to Noah Weichel in 1st, which is currently on 16.3 seconds. When Noah Weichel went in on the first lap to the shortcut, it was 16.3. As there goes Matt Barsh, takes the shortcut. Where will he come out? He'll come out of the final corner, and he'll come out right behind, right alongside Noah Weichel for the lead of the race. Noah Weichel signaling, let's go ahead. But that shortcut does give Matt Barsh a little bit more exit speed, and he does manage to get it done into the first corner. A couple minutes left to go. Let's see if we see Vera and John going around the final corner. They're still saving their shortcut. Maybe for next lap. Maybe for the lap after that. But they're still saving. They've still gotten in their pocket. What these 2 guys need to do, Noah Weichel and Matt Barsh, they need to work together now to make sure they don't lose too much time. They need to work together to see if they can get out ahead of John Delval and Vera, who have not taken their shortcut yet. I'm sure they're working together as well, because it's essentially a 2v2 battle of who will come out in front now. Still not taking the shortcut. Looking behind. See, this is something that I actually personally think is quite interesting, because we've got some strategic element within this. We've got some uncertainty, which makes races like this quite interesting. We've got the top 2 here, Matt Barsh, Noah Weichel, already taken their shortcut. And then we've got John and Vera, who've not taken their shortcut yet, and they're still strategically planning on it. This will be the same for the next race, for the second of the Grand Finals. Round 3 and 4 of the Grand Finals will be on the classic layout, so not on the reverse layout, and there will not be a shortcut. It will just be pure racing from start to finish. And then the last 2 rounds will also be on the reverse layout with a shortcut. So it's a good mix-up of strategy and just pure raw racing. We've got some battling going on further down in the field, some position changes. Of course, all of these guys are trying to get as many points as possible, as Delval makes a move down the inside of Vera 4. Potentially the provisional lead. Now they're going on to the final lap now, so we will see Delval and Vera take the shortcut this lap, and they might come out side by side with Noah Weichel and Matt Barsh. They might come out ahead, they might come out behind. As it looks now, John is 8/10ths further back from Noah Weichel than he was when Noah Weichel took the shortcut on the first lap. So maybe they've lost a little bit of time. Whether it be enough or not, we will see now. Here they come with the extra exit speed. We've got a showdown, a straight line showdown, as John Delval takes the first win of the day in front of Matt Barsh, in front of Aaron, in front of Noah Weichel in 4th place. So unfortunately, even though they went in earlier and they tried to make the undercut, they've ended up losing out on it to John Delval, who takes a win by just 1/10 in front of 2nd place, 2/10ths to 3rd, and 3/10ths down to 4th place. This is what I was talking about when I meant we're going to get some exciting racing today. This concept of the shortcut, it provides the entertainment. It gives us uncertainty right up until the end, like it's done here. And now they're reforming, because we've got another 10 minutes of exactly what we just witnessed. They're lining up again. They're going to be changing around carts. And we're about to go again. What a race. This is quite something. Also, so essentially what happened there was that John and Vera, they saved their shortcut for later. Now the shortcut is on the outside line of the final corner, so you actually have more straight line speed when you're exiting the final corner, and that allowed John to just, because they actually came out behind Noah Weichel and Matt Bosch. John Delval and Vera took the shortcut on the last lap. They came out behind Noah Weichel and Matt Bosch, but they had that extra speed from being on the outside, and then they kind of merged into the inside, and John had enough speed to take the win, and Vera had enough speed to finish in third place in front of Noah Weichel. Nice finish. Absolutely. I have to agree on that. Very competitive indeed. If you look at the gaps in general throughout the whole field, you can definitely see that it's very, very close. It's a bit closer than it's been in the semi-finals. All of the gaps in general are just close. You've got the whole field within around 9 seconds when they cross the finish line. And that's because these are the 16 best drivers. Top 16 that have made it through to the final. And they've now swapped karts. So now they'll have a slightly different driving experience. They'll be in a different kart, and that's just to make it fair so that everyone gets to drive in multiple different karts. Whether that will change anything, we're about to find out. But we've got another 10 minutes of action that will be going on just in a second. Now they are getting ready to do quali for round 2. So it's the second grand final, straight in from the first grand final. That is the amount of action we've got going on right here. Couldn't Matt Bosch have blocked Del Val? If you're talking about out of the final corner, he absolutely could have. But the question more lies in whether he would have gotten a penalty for it. You know, it's a wide track, and you're not allowed to just completely push someone off. So, for example, if you would have gone defensive, if you would have slightly changed his line, the track at the finish line is decently wide, so there would have been plenty of space probably for him to just go past anyways. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the second qualifying of the grand final. The drivers are starting their laps. It's a one-shot quali, so in a second we will be receiving lap times of all the drivers. Let's see if it's going to be a similar situation as we had last time. Now what we saw previously was that Van Wees, I believe, had a penalty from the first grand final. He was around the midfield, but it might have put him down further down. Alright, we're about to get the first lap times in for the first qualifying, or for the second qualifying of the grand finals. John Denval puts in a good lap time there. De Vos comes in second, but John Denval instantly gets put off his pole position by Asger Alster. Currently the time to beat is a 53.26. Is anyone going to be able to beat it? Optenkamp puts it in third position, half a tenth off the pole position time. So it's super close. The field is super tight. They're all putting in their laps now with a really, really close margin. De Vos up in fourth. Noah Weichel seventh. What's that? Schuttler? Sorry. Schuttler. Michael Schuttler in P6. Nikolai Vasenko in fifth. Vera all the way down in P12. Of course, he was right up at the front in the last race. He's going to want to make up positions now here. But the difference is the margins are so tight that maybe he's just made a little mistake. And from qualifying all the way at the top of the field in the last race, he's now gone all the way down to 12th. Now they are lining up to get the second race underway. The times are incredibly tight. It's not a big difference being at the front or being at the back. It's really not a big mistake you need to make, or a slight underdrive or something like it. It can change absolutely everything And maybe if something bad happened in the first race, you've had to be really quick to mentally reset to get straight into this quali and do well. So maybe if you haven't quite been able to mentally reset quickly enough, maybe there's still something from that last race that just makes you underdrive a little bit, overdrive it a little bit, make a slight mistake. But now these drivers will have had to mentally reset from anything bad or good that may have happened in the last race, because you're straight into another one. So you've got to be focused again. You've got to be ready to go racing. Escaral still in pole position as they do their short formation lap, and we get ready to go racing for the second grand final of the day. How many points will be scored? John Del Val, who just won the first semi-final, will be starting in second place, so he'll be looking to try and take a second win. Upton-Kamp in third, and DeVos in fourth. Rounding the final corner, getting ready to floor it. Escaral still, of course, a local from Vanel, so all the guys here know him. We go into the first corner, the first chicane. They're all looking behind in one single file line. Will he be able to keep it to the end of the lap? Will he be able to keep the lead to the end of the race? We're about to find out within the next 9 minutes of racing. Going onto the back straight, through the banked corner. A bit of racing going on down at the back end of the field. And they all now come into the far chicane, going into the little crest, over the little jump, and braking. Will anyone be taking the shortcut on the first lap? As it looks, they're all going the normal way. Nothing yet, and that's because the race hasn't really settled down yet. You'd want to keep the shortcut in your pocket unless you're costing time behind someone. Let's say you're behind someone and you're losing time. It's a good idea to take the shortcut, but you won't necessarily know it from the first lap. So maybe you just take that 1 or 2 laps of the race to just assess the situation. Maybe figure out, am I faster? Am I slower than the guy in front? And am I losing time on this? Because if you can save that shortcut for the end of the race, like you saw last time with John Denval and Vera saving that shortcut for the last lap, they actually had quite a good exit, and they actually ended up getting a race win on that. So you do want to keep it in your pocket if possible. But if you can, or if you're losing time behind someone, pace is slow, it's a good idea to jump into it. As that we see, I think it was Noah Weichel and Matt Barth potentially going in for the shortcut early on again, just like they did last race. Maybe it's a strategy, maybe it's a preference for them to be out ahead in clean air, and they're trying the same strategy potentially. You're probably right. Yeah, my apology. Yeah, you're not allowed to take the shortcut on the first lap. So this is the first lap possible, and just like last time, Noah Weichel and Matt Barth have gone through to take the shortcut. So maybe it's a strategy they've discussed. It's something they want to try out. And, well, we're basically in the same situation as we were in last race. Other than the fact that Matt Barth is a bit further down now than Noah Weichel. And now Escaral still, John Del Val trying to work together. Hopefully gaining a bit of time. We have a couple more drivers diving in to take the shortcut. And you can see they come out right behind Noah Weichel. So Noah Weichel inherits, or still stays in the lead. And that was Michael, Ricardo, Markus Frühlen taking the shortcut. Ending out in front. You can see they're all really close now. But now they've already used up their sort of advantage. So now they need to work together, try and see how much time they can actually get out of making this work. Last time we saw the shortcut was about a 16-second gap, so we need to keep an eye on the gap between Escaral and Noah Weichel, which is currently 14 seconds. So it currently looks like we still have Escaral and John Del Val in the professional lead of the race. Now we've got a penalty coming in, which is one that someone who's already taken his shortcut is not going to be happy to know about. It is a 5-second penalty for Matt Barth for not leaving space for the driver on the outside. And he's not going to be happy about that, because in a close field like this, as we saw in the last race, the whole field was within 9 seconds. So having a 5-second penalty, that means, well, you just need to be about 4 seconds off the lead of the race, and you'd be potentially last place if it was like last race. It's super close. It's super tight margins in this competitive grand final. So having a 5-second penalty like that is going to cost you dearly. As we see John diving in for his shortcut, he's going to probably come out in the lead by a second or even 2 seconds because they've been going really fast, him and Escarza. So this is a strategic play from John. Escarza has not dived into the shortcut with him. He'll maybe be saving that for the last lap like we saw last time and have that extra bit of speed, or he'll be covering it off now. Because John probably dived into the shortcut for a reason. He probably dived in because he felt like he had more pace. So if Esker wants to try and keep this, maybe he'll be trying to cover off the strategic outplay from John. John Delval just took the shortcut. Let's see now as Esker comes around the Valor corner. They're going down the back straight, these guys. And let's see if he dives into the shortcut with any of the other guys behind him. They do not. Well, that's interesting. This race is far from over, though. But let's see if we can look at some lap times here. John Delval currently 4 seconds ahead, and he's going fast. His last lap was a 53.6. Escarza's last lap was a John Delval's last lap was a 53.1, and Escarza's last lap was 53.6, followed now by a 53.1. So lap before this, he did lose a little bit of time. Now he's matched the same lap time. And it was super close before John dived into the shortcut, which makes it super interesting to see when Escarza is going to be diving in for his shortcut. Fortunately for Matt Bosch, the 5-second penalty puts him 11 seconds off John Delval, and he's already taken his shortcut, so he's not going to gain any other time back. And last time, the whole field was within 9 seconds, so that's unfortunate. And I believe he will not be happy to know that he's probably not going to be scoring a lot of points in this race, unless something significant happens. But of course, with these races, everything can and probably does happen. We have a lot of track action going on, as this is the battle for second place. Going down the back straight. You see John is checked out there. And no, there is still not a shortcut from these guys. They're saving it for the very last lap. There's the battle for second place. Also a good amount of points, which is what we need to remember here, is that every position, especially when you're at the top, counts for 6 points extra. John Delval putting in 53.1 that last lap. And we need to keep an eye out on Marcus Fruland's lap times. Putting a 53.3. Wait. Yeah, 53.3. And Escaral still 53.2. Who's not taking his shortcut yet, but he is just losing that little bit of time. He's now 17.2 seconds off the lead, which was the same time gap difference we saw last time around between Noah Weichel and John Delval. And John Delval ended up being in front. But last time it was reverse situations. He was the one who was 17.2 seconds off the lead back then. So that was different. Now let's see what it will be like this time around. It could potentially be reversed. We're about to find out. John, though, is checked out ahead. 5.3 seconds down to P2. He's just put in a 52.9. Ascar is still now putting in a 53.0. So they're both increasing the pace. Those are the two we need to be looking at essentially for this race victory. DeVos is also very closely behind. He's currently in 10th place on the standings, but he's not taking a shortcut yet. So provisionally, he would be sitting as high as 3rd. Upton Camp as high as 4th provisionally. Nikolai Masengo, hard to tell. They're all going through the shortcut. You can see right there, Masengo coming out in the back of that. Escaral still coming out behind John Delval by 0.6 of a second. So he has lost the position on that. John going in, of course, for the shortcut a couple of laps ago. and he's just been putting in fast lap times since, and he's managed to get out ahead. So a little strategic play that has worked for John here, and he's taking the lead again. Is he going to be able to take a second race win out of 2 grand finals? He certainly made his mark on the first couple of races of the grand final towards the Danish Rental Car Championship 2025. But the race is not over yet. Stuff can still happen. And we still need De Vos and from 12th down to take their shortcut. De Vos, the last 5 drivers have not taken their shortcut yet, and they will be coming through it now. Let's see if that will change any positions. As Del Val wins his second race out of 2 grand finals. You can see Asger Alsted just pumping his fist there, happy with a second place, just 4/10ths off the 4-time world champion. There's a bit of lawn mowing there after the finish. But a close finish once again, but John just taking home a second victory of 2 in the grand finals. He's certainly made his mark here, but we still got 4 more races of the grand finals to go. De Vos with the 3rd place. Upton with the 4th place. Good points. Nicolai Masengo finishing in 5th, taking his shortcut on the last lap. Wera down in 7th. Of course, we saw him at the front together with Noah Weichel before. And now they're a bit further down the grid. Van Vees in 9th. Marcus Frühlen 10th. As they're all returning to the pits now. That was it for the first 2 races of the grand finals. Now we've got a secondary final coming up very soon, and then we've got 2 more grand final races after that, where we're going to be racing the classic layout, so there's not going to be anything strategic in that. It's just going to be pure racing. It's just going to be figuring out strategically who are you going to be working with, who you're going to be working against, where's the points again. We had a talk about this quite interestingly before with Luke Walter, and you know, I'm hoping that we will have some of these grand finalists join us in the commentary booth while we watch the first of the secondary final races. This will just be 1 heat, and then we're going back to the grand finals. But it is still sure to provide us with some good, close racing. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with some more exciting racing. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome you all back to the Danish Rental Karting Championship 2025. We're currently in the secondary final, the first of the day, which has currently just been restarted. We're getting underway again. Time for some more exciting racing. We're still on the reverse layout, so the shortcut will still be in effect in this race. Getting underway for some qualifying laps here. And in just one lap's time, we will be getting some results. We'll be seeing who's going to be starting in pole position, which, of course, in short races like this is very important. It's important to get that track position early on. Now, this is the bottom half of the P17 to P48. So, top 16 gone through to the grand final. 17th to 48th place are in the secondary finals. And this is the first of those two. So it is the bottom half of the 17th to 48th place. And in the second race we'll have the secondary, in the secondary final, we'll have 17th place and the 16 people down from there to P32 driving. But now it's the secondary final 1. We're getting the qualifying times in. Currently, pole position margin is very close. Luring putting in a lap time just under half a tenth off pole position. But it is going to be pole position. Matthias is going to be happy that he's starting out ahead. Now the drivers are slowing down and we are going to be lining up for the first of the secondary finals. The wind has picked up a little bit out here. We still have a couple of clouds. It is a very, very windy day. You always have to be feeling for all those marshals out there standing out in the wind. Just sat inside of a little tent in the commentary booth in the heat, feeling comfortable. Meanwhile, all the marshals out there doing the hard work, getting the grid organized, making sure this event is actually able to go ahead. Now, Matthias was qualified in pole position. He's also the guy who is the highest in the standings of all these drivers currently for the time being. He's had a total of 3 podiums in his heats. 2 third places, a second place, which second place is his best result throughout the first couple of heats. And now he's taken a pole position in the secondary final 1. Be hoping to get home a victory. He's already had the 3 podiums, and he probably wants to finish off the weekend with a little victory. But they'll be under a challenge from Luring, Bell, Andersen, right behind him, looking to also take that victory. Going on to the short formation lap, they'll be cutting, turning to the left in a second. They'll be cutting most of the track so they don't have to do a full formation lap. And they'll be getting ready to go racing. It's time for the first secondary final of the day. Got Matthias taking it from pole position, rounding the final corner, putting the throttle to the floor and getting this race underway in a single file format. Luring in the second place, trying to challenge for that victory. Can he do it? Will he be able to get it done by the end of lap 1? Or will he be able to get it done by the end of the race? 15 minutes on the clock. So, a couple of laps to get this move done. A couple of laps to try and maybe even work together to try and break the gap to behind. As we see the battle for P5, they're going side by side. An orange flag is waved, which means he has to give up the position. And he's done it on the straight, which means he's lost another one. It's unfortunate. A bit of side-by-side racing there. So it's a bit of dirt that gets kicked up, a bit of contact, but nothing with any damage. A bit of argy-bargy going on there at the back of the field. It could have gone very wrong if that had gone, could have gone a different way than it did. But they all seem to be still going in the right direction, which is positive. Battle for the lead, though. It's that good exit for Luring. Going down to a chicane. He's almost on the side of him. He is on the inside for the first part, but they are going to be turning right instantly again, and they're going to be turning left. And Matthias keeps it for now, but it is a really close battle. They are battling it out for the lead, which means they're also going to be losing time and bringing the whole field together once again. Super close up here. They're all bumper to bumper to bumper. So going to the little jump, the little crest, just before you get onto the brakes. There's a couple of drivers diving for the shortcut. A strategic outplay. They want to be in that clean air, you know. They want to be able to go full push. Yeah, and there you go. You see the hand signs between the drivers. They're agreeing. They're going to be going ahead. They're going to be focusing. They're going to be helping out each other to just try and go ahead, because now they've had their strategic outplay. They need to go as fast as possible so that they can end out in front of the drivers they were behind just before. That means Luring out ahead. Needs to go fast now. If he's not going to cover it off, which he's not, he needs to be putting in the lap times now, and he needs to be going for it to see if he can get the undercut done on Matthias. And that is the gap we're going to be looking at now. P7 to P1. It's currently 16.5 seconds. That's around the same gap margin that the shortcut takes, which is quite obvious, but if it's anywhere between 16 and 17 seconds, it's kind of impossible to tell who is going to end out on top. We don't know, and it's probably going to stay that way. So unless we go to either 15-second gap or an 18-second gap, impossible to tell who's going to end out in front of that. There's still 12 more minutes left to get the shortcut done, so plenty of time. So now they're just going to be getting their head down, working together. It's what we saw early in the first grand final as well, where we had a 2v2 battle. It's the same thing we've got going on here currently. Luring, Van den Oijer will be working together with Valdemarnes in third to try and build up that gap. You see, they're all close together and they won't be battling. For sure, they'll be getting their head down and they'll be trying to go just as fast as possible. The same is the case for Matthias in 7th, De Bell in 8th, and Ian Andersen as well. They'll all just be trying to go as fast as possible for now until the strategy is essentially done. But I don't think it will be until the last lap. But we will figure it out. We will get an answer soon. As Melker in 7th place has gone in for the shortcut as well. He's come out in 7th now. Just a reminder, if you have any questions in YouTube chat that you want the answer to, or you're confused about something like this shortcut, feel free to ask them. Just saw someone diving in again to the shortcut there. He's come out on the leading pack. Valdemarnes has gone for the shortcut. There's Ita. There's De Bell, who's come out in 3rd place now. And he was currently provisionally in 2nd place, who hadn't taken the shortcut. Matthias down in 11th now. When he'll be coming in for a shortcut, he'll be coming out right in this pack as well of 4. This is the this is the leading pack, but provisionally they might have a Matthias who's going to come out in front of them or behind them or right in the middle of them. That's the interesting thing of having strategies like this, that we don't really know the answer until we get into the later parts of the race, until Matthias in 11th place decides to go in or a shortcut. See, there's no battling going on right now, though. As we're talking about, they're all focused. Bumper, they're team working. Because if these guys do decide to battle it out now, if they just lose a second, if they lose 2 seconds of time, that will basically be gifting Matthias a victory, because he's just putting in lap times, he's in clean air, he's running alone. Although in 12th, he still has the advantage that he has a shortcut that he can still use, and that gains about 16 to 17 seconds. It's going to go right down to the line, this. Now after this, we will be changing back to the classic layout. There will not be a shortcut strategy. It will just be pure pushing and racing, sending it around. I say we focus back on the leading battle. They are going side by side. I hear a couple crowd chants outside about something interesting happening. But that is not what they're going to want. We're going to get an update on the gap down to Matthias now. And it's gone down to 16.2 seconds. So just that little bit of fighting has lost them around half a second. And as we're talking about, it's like 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. If they lose that much time, Matthias is going to he's going to feel confident that he's going to come out ahead. So he is happy. Well, he's probably not going to know this. He's probably not going to notice this, because he is 16 seconds back and he's just focusing on putting down those lap times. But when he's going to take that shortcut, he's going to be happy. He's just going to have a little bit of time advantage in his own favor. We're approaching half-minute point in the race. Currently the race has been quite calm. It's been quite settled. It's not been anything crazy. It's been a little bit strategic. But these races do tend to kick off as we go into the last couple of laps of the race. People want to win. And until now, they've been team working. But now we cross over to the point where it's man against man for the victory of the race. The bottom 4 drivers are still yet to take their shortcut. Now we have had a 30-second time penalty for Kieran Kennis. He's for cutting the track and causing a collision, which has put him down, well, essentially in P last. These fields are too close and you cannot afford to lose 38 seconds. Well, to lose 30 seconds on a penalty, and he's already been 8 seconds down before that. Gap is staying the same. It's a very tight race for that shortcut, but we're essentially just waiting now until it happens. The race is calm, it's settled, but all of these guys will be pushing the best they can to try and get as many points out of this secondary final as possible. I'm sure a lot of these people would have wished that they were in the grand final. These are still very fast, very good drivers, but maybe something hasn't gone their way. They get their secondary chance in the secondary final to still bring home a little trophy. Here we see, down to the banked corner, a little move. It's definitely quite interesting. That's the Bell going through and luring, maybe feeling like he's got a little bit more pace, but that's also cost them just a bit of time. But he did pass, and then he did hand signal that we need to go further ahead. So surely he feels like he's got the better pace, because if not, making that move might not have been the best strategic call he could for him, because if it's lost him too much time to Matthias, who's still just pushing down in 13th place, waiting for his right time to get the shortcut. Probably waiting to the last lap so he can get that good exit speed. But now we need to look at the lap times and see what it will be. So currently on that lap, they have not lost too much time. The Bell's still doing a 53.3, which is still a good competitive time. Matthias done a 53.2, so just gained another one little tenth on that move. That's what he needs to keep on doing, though. He needs to just chip away at it 1/10 at a time. And while these guys are in a train, they're battling for positions, they're just going to be losing that bit of time by just even trying to make a move. Something like luring, he's done a 53.7, so he's lost 4 or 5 tenths to Matthias down in 14th just by making that move. So in this stage of the race, being in clean air is definitely not a bad thing. It could be even an advantage. We will find out in a second. You can see there, DeBell in the lead of the race, signaling, need to go faster. .53.3 that lap for DeBell. 53.2 for Van den Einde in second. Who's gone through to second, so Luring falling down to third place. That's not what he's going to want, as there is a move for the lead. Well, a little mistake for DeBell. Opened up the inside for Van den Einde, and he's managed to go through down there at the back, as there's even more battling going on there. That is not what they're going to want if they don't want to lose too much time. That is a lead change though, and that is a bit of battling, and you know what that means. Well, Matthias down in 14th place. He is going to gain even more time probably on that shortcut, because crossing the line, and the 9 is now done. Well, it's done a 53.3, so actually the lap times aren't too bad. Valdemar Andersen's gone up to second place on that one. Ian Andersen to third. And Luring 55.4, DeBell 55.7. So something's happened after that move we saw. They've maybe gone wide and allowed Valdemar Andersen and Ian Andersen to go through to second and third place, while they've fallen down to fourth and fifth place. And they've lost even more time now to that. This is falling right into Matthias's hands, essentially. The gap is down to 15.5 seconds. And when he's going to go through and take that shortcut, he might just come out ahead. You can see the wind in the bushes in the background. It's definitely not a calm wind. It's quite a breeze, especially as soon as I leave the tent that I'm standing in, or in the my little commentary booth is standing. I'm almost getting just blown away from the wind. That also has an effect, of course, down the straights. It has an effect on how the car feels when the wind is especially strong. For example, if you have a tailwind into a corner, that can definitely catch you out in some places. If there's a gust of wind as you're braking into a corner coming from behind, you know, that could definitely shake you up a little bit, and your confidence in the car. And it also means that if there's a headwind down the back straight, being behind someone in a bit of slipstream or something like it can definitely give you an advantage. Now, I don't know what the wind direction is, because when I leave the commentary booth, it's just wind in every direction. It feels like I'm just getting absolutely blown away. I'm always taking off when I leave this booth. But of course, you don't really feel that so much when you're driving, because you already have the wind. But maybe it might change the balance into a corner. It might slightly upset the car, and it will slightly change things. As it might. Ian Andersen's gone through to second place now. They do have a 1 second gap to Van den Einde now. DeBell has fallen all the way down to 11th. So something has gone wrong there. That he's not want to have. He's probably been just outside of camera. It's of course, we've got multiple cameras on the track, and they're doing a good job. But when all the drivers in a shortcut situation are everywhere on track, they're split up, it can be hard to sometimes catch all the action. We'll just have to look at it on the timings. Matthias that lap went through to take his shortcut. Coming around in the final lap, essentially, he's out 1.7 seconds ahead, so there's absolutely no contention. Matthias has absolutely played this strategically well. He's waited to take his shortcut till the very end, and it's massively paid off, because the other group of drivers have been battling throughout this race. They've been costing each other time. They've been losing that victory to Matthias, who's just been waiting around to essentially take the victory here of the secondary final one in front of Van den Einde by 2 seconds. But Matthias wins it with a genius strategic play of waiting and staying in clean air, taking that shortcut at the very end, and coming out 2 seconds in front. He takes a victory in the secondary final, number 1 of the day, in front of Van den Einde. Ian Andersen with a podium in third place, Valdemar Andersen fourth. Joey Luring, not the result he would have wanted after being competitive, being up at the front of the most of the race together with DeBell. But of course, racing doesn't always go your way. Coming into the pits now. That was the first secondary final of the day. And now we'll be returning to the grand finals after this race. This time on the classic layout. So that will be pure racing. There will be no, well, there won't be any shortcut strategic play. It will just be pure, well, there'll still be strategic play because we'll still be, they'll be racing against each other. Mental play. Can you get into someone else's head? Who are you battling against for what positions? There's a lot of strategy even going on in this. Can you be able to pull a gap with someone? You know, they're always trying to work together or work against each other depending on who they're driving against, who they're up against in their position standings. But we're going back to the grand finals now. Just in a second, we're doing a kart switch. Just outside of here. Yeah, you can see me just standing here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually having a good time here. I'm enjoying the amount of good racing we have, stuff like that. Now, I don't know if there's a chance we can snatch any of the drivers. Of course, the drivers from the grand finals will be going back into the karts now and getting ready to race. So probably we can't speak with any of the grand final drivers, but we've already spoken to multiple of them throughout the semi-finals. It's been good entertainment. There's been a good amount of inside info. But now you just have to deal with and listen to me. Just talk about karting, essentially. We're getting the driver changes done, and then we're getting ready for the second grand finals, which is going to be interesting. We did have, of course, all the semi-finals were done on the classic layout, so they were not with a shortcut. They were just pure, well, they were just racing for position, and there was some really good racing in there. There were some good moves being made into different kinds of corners. There was all kinds of drama. There was all kinds of racing. And I'm sure we're in for a good couple of races, for a good entertaining couple of races. At least that's what I'm hoping. From a commentary, from a broadcast perspective, from anything. And I'm sure it's about to go down. Of course, in the grand finals, with John Delval taking home 2 out of 2 wins until now. So he's certainly starting to put one hand on the trophy. You know, if he wins a third one now, it's starting to form a pattern. But there are still 4 races left to go of the grand final format, and anything can really happen. One bad result really costs expensively, and maybe someone else with consistent results at the front could challenge if John Delval does get driven off. Is in an incident, something can happen. You know, everything can happen. It's racing. But let's say that John Delval wins these next 2 races. You know, I think we're starting to form an answer of who's going to be the Danish Rental Kart Champion 2025. But nothing's over yet. Everything can still happen. I'm sure we'll still have a bunch of good entertainment, a bunch of good racing. As we're getting ready for the one-shot qualifying once again. I can give you the current point standings. Delval currently standing on 168 final points. So that's how much he's earned off of just 2 races in the final. That puts his total to 334 points. In front of DeVos in second place with 301 points. So 33-point gap is definitely not impossible to catch, especially considering a win in the grand final gives you 84 points. And that's a lot. If you have one bad race, they'll just put you down at the back. Wera is down in 3rd place in the championship standings currently. 288 points in front of Noah Weichel in 4th with 280. 5th place, Masengo. 6th, Matt Bach. Sorry. We've got Asger Alsted, we've got Upton Kamp, we've got Luke Walter, Markus Frühlen, Ricardo, yeah. And that is your top 10. But anything can change. We've definitely formed a top 5 competitors. Will anyone be able to take John Delval off his throne? That is what we'll get an answer to in just about a second. Unfortunately, in that in that secondary final, we just had De Bell did get a penalty for not leaving enough space for another driver, which is what put him further down than what he would have initially wanted. Of course, he was in contention at the front of that field in the last race, but a 10-second time penalty in a close field like this is definitely going to cost you a little bit more than you want. It's not just going to cost you time, it's going to cost you positions, and that's going to cost you points. Anyways, these drivers in the grand final, they've just had a little bit of a break while they ran the secondary final to maybe refresh, have a little snack, have a little drink, maybe talk strategies with their teammates, with their friends and families, maybe just mentally reset and get into the third grand final of the day as we start rolling out for qualifying. Now, back on the classic layout, not on the reverse layout. I think as a driver, having to switch between these two layouts, it's definitely something that adds a dynamic into the situation. You're not always driving on the same layout, you're just changing it up a little bit. While it is the same track, there's not the same corners. You're driving it now. Now we're driving the classic route, but on the reverse layout, you're driving a reversed version of an altered layout, so it's not even the same layout in reverse. But it adds a new dynamic, just having two different kinds of layout on the same weekend. Essentially doing almost back-to-back races. I mean, these guys, it's not been more than half an hour ago that we were driving on the reverse layout. Which means that they've just had a quick mental break to rethink and to also adapt their mind to the fact that they're now racing on a different layout than they were before, which definitely adds some level of dynamicness, of change into a weekend like this, and it also makes it exciting for us to have different layouts, to have different concepts, because of course now we do not have the shortcut concept that is only on the reverse layout. But we will be returning to the reverse layout for race 5 and 6 of the grand finals. Now it's time for race 3, and after that race 4, which will be on this classic layout, where we've seen some really good racing in the semi-finals early on today. We had close side-by-side action, a lot of it, and I'm expecting absolutely nothing less in this current situation. Any questions? Any questions to be answered within the next couple of hours? Who's going to be winning our races? Who's going to be winning the championship? And stay tuned to find all the answers on these questions. And stay tuned for a bunch of good racing, a bunch of exciting stuff that will be coming up within the next couple of hours. We do not have standings currently on the broadcast. I can tell you our lap time. So they're currently there we go. All right. Very nice. So currently we're getting ready to go racing very soon. We've got the standings on. We've got Vera, who's taking pole position with a very fine margin over Van Vees in second place. 200ths of a second. Van Vees, of course, not having the races he probably would have wished for in the first two ones. A penalty in the first one. The midfield position in the second one. John Delval, always at the front. Qualifying in third place. He's going to look to take his third victory out of 3 in these grand finals. Luke Walton 4th in Lepela, lining up in 5th place in front of De Vos in 6th. De Vos is going to be trying to gain as much, he's going to be trying to finish in front of John Delval to try and get points here, because that is essentially his main championship rival if he wants to win it. De Vos 2nd in the championship currently, so he does want to get some points. Got Ricciardo in 7th, Noah Michael 8th, Matt Bosch 9th, Nicolas Masengo 10th. So we get ready to go racing in 1 second, pulling onto the formation lap. stay tuned for some exciting side-by-side racing. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all back to the third grand final of the Danish Rent and Karting Championships. My name is Marcus, and we're about to go racing. We're on the short information lap for the third grand final of the day. We're on pole position in front of Van Wees, and they'll be looking to stay up at the front in this race. Maybe they'll be going defensive. There's no shortcuts, there's no strategy in terms of taking an undercut or anything in this race. It's just pure racing for another 10 minutes. Rera Florsic going down into the first corner. He hugs the inside line, going defensive. As Delval tries around the outside of Van Wees into the first corner. A bit of racing going on down here at the back as we're heading into turn 3. Down into the chicane and onto the back straight. We've seen a bit of drama go on here as they do try to go side by side into the corner, but it does look clean, and we're in a single file in this race. A clean start from all the drivers. No crashes, no anything. And now they'll be looking into how the race has settled and will settle. Some of the drivers will be trying to work together to try and create gaps. If the top 3 can manage to find a way to get a gap going, then we'll almost ensure a good top 3. Let's say the top 3 manage to get a second gap. They'll get our slipstream range, and they can just work together on building that gap, and then they can battle it out for the race win at the end of the race. But that also means they need to work together. You see all the drivers looking behind them, constantly checking what their situation is in the race. What's it looking like? Who do I have behind me? Constantly evaluating their options as they go through turn 3 here. We'll move down the inside. And a bit of racing. All points matters, but you can see a couple of gaps have formed throughout the field already. And this is typically how these races settle down in the first bit of time. But already now you can see Vera starting to go defensive for his race lead in front of Van Wees. And just that closes down the couple card lengths gap that was down to P4. Just that defensive move costs a couple of tenths, and it closes that gap, and it makes it essentially a 6-way battle for the lead. And if they keep on doing this, they will end up getting the whole field together in one line. And then we start to see drama. Then a mistake can cost you a whole lot of positions. You can see Vera still going defensive into the first corner. So he's definitely wanting to keep his race lead, going very defensive into turn 3, just hugging the inside line. And this means that Noah Weichel in 7th place is going to be able to close down that 1.5 second gap that he has at the moment. And maybe even Ricardo behind that can also close down that gap. And we'll have a massive battle for the lead. We've seen this in races earlier in the semi-final where the whole field got closed into one single train because the guys ahead were running defensive. They were having a battle. It looks like it's the same situation forming here. We definitely have Vera going slightly defensive and losing just a little bit of time on that. Now let's see the lap times as they cross the line. How much is this defensive driving costing them? Good lap times on this classic layout lie around 55.0. Vera on the last lap at 56.9. That's almost a 2-second loss towards a full push lap. Fastest on the last lap was Noah Weichel in 7th place with a 55.4. So that's a 1.5 second pace difference up to the leading driver. The fast, Noah Weichel 55.4. Ricciardo in 8th with a 55.4 as well. Matt Barsh in 9th with a 55.6 compared to the leaders. Wera doing a 56.9. Van Wees 56.8. Now we have the formation I was talking about. The whole field within just pure seconds. This is where you don't want to get penalty. Penalty can cost so much time, and it's not something you want to get on yourself, because essentially that can ruin your whole race, and that can also ruin your championship. It is not something you need. It's not something you want. There's a move around the outside for P6 there, trying to get it done. You can see all of this defensive driving means that everyone in top 6 for now is going defensive. Someone at some point must have to try and go on the outside, unless they want to keep these positions right until the end, because if they're all hogging the inside lines, the positions are not going to change. As there's a hand up there from Vera, being a little bit annoyed by Van Vees, cutting the grass, lawn mowing a little bit there, as there's a bit of drama going on. Van Vees though claims the lead just for now, as that's Delval going absolutely wide. Bunch of drama happening. And at this point, when the whole field is in a train like this, you know, a small mistake can cost a lot of time. Getting pushed out there as well, you can lose multiple positions really, really quickly, as that's an orange flag for Van Vees, I believe, telling him to give back the position for a dirty overtake. And he's trying to do strategically. He has to do within 3 corners. And he's done it there. Vera going through back into the lead of the race. He's going to be happy about that now. Getting the lead back. And that's, of course, the orange flag that he just waved on the side of the track. It means that you have to give back the position within 3 corners. And he's gone ahead and done that. Luke Walton third. Maybe we're trying to make a move as well. Trying to see if he can get home a victory or something like it, as he gets passed on the outside by John Delval. Making his way back into 3rd place now in a podium position. He's going to be scoring strong points in this round, as that is Noah Weichel, I believe, going off the track there, which is unfortunate. Well, let's just see if we can get a confirmation of who is at the back there. Certainly someone got pushed off, and unfortunately that is Noah Weichel that got pushed off. Of course, he was at the front in the first semi-final. A bit more down in the mid-pack in the second semi-final. Now, unfortunately, at the very back. He's 4th in the championship. This is not going to be good for his points run. De Vos in 5th place in this race, 2nd place in the championship. So he wants to try and make up some positions as well, but as you can see now, everything can happen. Oh my god, Azuera taking the normal racing line and pushing someone slightly off the track. Someone cut the grass, came on right onto the racing line. That could have been very, very dangerous, but fortunately no one was hitting the wrong way. Who was that? Went off. Can we see the number? That could have gone very, very wrong. Van Vees? I believe it was Van Vees, yeah. Got pushed off. Ended up cutting the track, and oh, he's not having the day he wanted. A penalty in the first race for Van Vees. A midfield performance in the second one. And now finally in round 3, he was at the top. He was at the front, battling for a victory. An unfortunate incident puts him down in 8th place for now, but you can see the gaps are close. He's just 1.8 seconds off. Everyone really, really close. The margins are incredibly close, and there's not a lot that needs to go wrong for you to lose a big amount of time. Whereas going to be happy though that that incident didn't end up taking him completely out of the race. But of course, when an incident like this happens, a penalty might be on the way. We'll have to wait and see for that. But now it's Delval, 2nd place, challenging for his 3rd victory of the grand finals. That could be his 3rd. That could make him 3 out of 3 if he just manages to get the move on to get in front of Vera. These guys, of course, were battling in the semi-final as well. So these guys will know each other well. They've been in this situation multiple times. Even just today, they've been in this situation together. They will know each other well, and they will want to beat each other, and they'll want to win over each other. Let's see where I can decrown Delval and finally take home a different victory. We've got under 2 minutes remaining of this race. And it's kind of settled down a little bit after going After going wrong with Van Vees, the race has settled down a little bit. It's like a gap have formed just slightly from the top 2 down to Luke Walter in 3rd. That means the race has settled down a little bit, but let's see if there's going to be a move from Del Valle for the lead of the race here. On the final lap. So he's going to have to send it a little bit. There is a kart length between them, but maybe he's just going to stay behind and get those points, which is what he essentially wants. He just wants to win the championship, and he doesn't want to risk anything by getting a penalty or anything stupid. He is doing some kind of hand sign. Let's see if he's going to try to make a move in the final corner. They are coming around the final corner now. It's going to be Guerrero who comes out in front, and he crosses the finish line. First place, gets a win, steals a win from John Del Valle, who finishes 2nd place, gets a lot of good points. De Vos down in 4th, Luke Walter finishing 3rd. A close race, with a little incident in the middle. Of course, for the first half of the race, it was so close. The whole field was essentially in one big group, in one big pack of people. It was super, super close. And then it ended up going kind of crazy. There was a bunch of close racing. Van Vees, of course, cutting across the track, cutting across the grass, almost being pushed into Guerra. Could have taken away his win, but unfortunately it didn't, and we're happy to take home a victory in the grand finals. Getting a good amount of points as well. That's going to do him well in the championship. But unfortunate for Masengo, Noah Weichel, and Van Vees, who are not going to rack up the most amount of points in this race. The drivers now in the pits, getting out of the karts. Now, of course, it's only the top 32 drivers, essentially, that we have that needs to do races anymore. We've got the top 16 that are in the grand finals. And then we've got the secondary final as well to come. But all of the other drivers that aren't meant to be racing anymore, maybe they're gone home, they're sitting here spectating. Some of them that are not driving anymore, to clarify, maybe having a little beer. Certainly saw some of them outside just relaxing, watching a bit of racing. Of course I can see actually. So right over here, if I go over here, I can just look out onto the pits. But I do leave frame. But then other than that, I can just sit down here. This is my little commentary booth. This is where I'm sitting, just relaxing in front of this beautiful sponsor wall. Or maybe they could actually turn the camera a little bit, yeah. Look, if you turn the camera this way, you can actually, well, the exposure's a little bit off, but I can actually look right out onto the pit lane. So the go-karts are parked right here. I can just gather reactions from people even. I can just stand here and look at whether anyone's angry, anyone's happy, anything like it. And that's a little show around our room. And then we have another camera actually pointing at this tent, which you can see from outside. You don't need to change it to that. Yeah, that one. So then you can look. That white tent in the background is where we're standing. And this is the little pit lane. We're just having a nice time. It's a good out view. I can see part of the track as well. I can give you my experience of this lovely racing we've got going on here at Vanel Go-Kart today. Now, something exciting to maybe talk about is that next year Vanel Go-Kart will be hosting the World Championships, the Karting World Championships. But before that, Danish Rental Karting Championships 2026 will fall in May of next year. And then we'll have the Karting World Championships next year as well, which is why we've also seen, we spoke to John Del Valle earlier, and he was saying that that's definitely what he's he's focusing on. But he's here, he's excited, he wants to win this. And he also wants to come back here in 2026 and try and see if he can make a shot at another karting world championship. We did have him in here before, and I do believe we should have him in here later if he keeps up performing like he's done. That's definitely one thing though. Tell you. Alright. If you guys have any questions in chat, feel free to ask them. It's now, we've got a little bit of time to actually just sit and chat. The drivers have pulled in. I believe we have a stewards, maybe some investigating going on. Maybe some drivers want to have a chat with some of the stewards, with some of the race marshals. And currently there's not really anything going on. They're just talking. So you get to look at my beautiful face. Ask me any questions you want. Are they getting angry words from the marshal? I cannot tell, unfortunately. Who do I think is going to win? Well, looking at it currently, I mean, Del Val is just, he is on an absolute, I mean, he's performing well, isn't he? He's definitely, he's got strong pace, got consistency, he's got everything. He's looking hard to beat, but if anyone currently in the standings has to do it, it's either DeVos or Wera, guessing. Did I ever race? Yes, I did. I actually, well, I used to do a little bit of rental karting, but that's 5 years ago. I used to do it with some of the guys that are racing here as well. I used to do it with, I know from back then, I know Noah Weichel, I know Masengo, I know Victor Sparhold as well. He is in the secondary final. These guys I used to race with, but it's been 5 years. And then I switched over to racing Rotax karts. And then I went to do sim racing. I sold my go-kart. And then I went to do sim racing and hopefully jumping into some race cars as well, having fun with that. And then I actually do YouTube as well. I do YouTube about my sim racing. That's why I have just a bit of chill conversations about anything, to be honest. A good thing about this race as well, or this event as well, I've spoken to a bunch of the drivers here. There's a lot of diversity of like people from different countries, different ages. You know, I've spoken to full-grown men, and then yesterday I spoke to a really nice guy who was 13 years old, and he'd come here as well to drive, and he had to you know, he's 13, so he's a small guy. He had to put in 45 kilograms of weight on his karts. And that's just what some of these drivers have to do, because they all have to weigh up to a 90 kilogram weight target. And if you're a small guy, that might take a lot. Did I race in? Yes, I did race Biggie Cool. It's a long time ago though. X30 all the way. This is a discussion we're gonna have. X30s are nice. I mean, essentially, karting is just nice. It's a lot of fun. Now we switch back to the camera view from outside. We can see the drivers are getting ready again. So anything with the stewards have been. Let me check the penalties. Why is the weight so high though? Why is the weight 90 kilograms? So we also have, well, we have slightly older people. We have a master's class as well, and maybe some people above. It's to be able to have everyone in the championship be able to be a solid weight. Like it doesn't have to be that. Like it doesn't need to be it's not the weight that's the limit of whether you can be in here and be competitive. But yeah, drivers also, they also weigh up in different ways. So the karts themselves have 30 kilograms that you can put in, but it depends on where you want to have the weight. Because of course, karts like this, your body weight means a lot to how the kart feels. Like you can, for example, change the way the kart grips up slightly by leaning in different ways and stuff like that. So a lot of the drivers, or at least multiple of the drivers that I know, they prefer to have the weights in their seats, to have the extra weight and the extra ballast at the center of gravity. Because if you're putting weight on your kart on one side, it's just going to change the balance slightly, which you don't want in the wrong ways, especially if the weight on the kart is on the wrong side. It can slightly change the balance of the car. Some drivers don't have to do it. As I said, some drivers here weigh 50 kilograms and they have to put on 40 kilograms of extra weight. So despite them having seats that put on maybe 23, I spoke to someone yesterday who had a 23 kilogram seat, and he still had to put in another bunch of kilograms in the side of the car. So some of the drivers have to put in extra weight on the side. Some of them manage to just do it by putting it in their seats, because that gives them that center of gravity and the balance they want in the car. Anyways, we have track action once again. As we go into the grand final, number 4 of the Danish Rental Karting Championships. Currently on the throne is John Delval, and if he keeps performing like he's done for the first 3 rounds of these grand finals, it doesn't seem like there's anything that will beat him. He's taken 2 victories and a 2nd place, and his points tally is just going up and up and up. The drivers are on the quali laps now. It's going to be important to figure out what's going to take the pole position. It's going to be important for track position in a race like this, where there's no strategic play in a short car or anything. Oh wait, 1 second. Alright, well, we have Marcus Frulend taking provisional pole position. Also a lap time. Inge Lepala taking 2nd place, dethroning John Delval, who's 2.5 tenths off the current pole position. Nicolai Masengo goes in to provisional pole, almost a 10th in front of Marcus Frulend. Is anyone going to be able to compete with our lap times? Anyone going to be able to beat that? No, not quite. But Ricardo just puts it into 2nd place, under 200ths off. So qualifying once again being incredibly close. Nicolai Masengo takes pole position. We'll be starting from the front of the grid, alongside Ricardo. There we go. Marcus Frulend, 3rd place. And Opdenkamp in 4th. So, 4th grand final of the day. These drivers focused and getting ready to race. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go racing for the 4th grand final of the day. So a slight change up. We're back on the reverse layout, which means we'll be racing with a shortcut once again. And we'll be racing with that for the rest of the day. On top of that, for these grand final races, 1 drop heat has been added, which means your worst position or your worst race which will be cancelled out of your results and of your point standings. We're back on the reverse layout, which means there will be strategic play. There will be the shortcut. And there might be another close finish. Another strategy battle for the win of this race. Will Nicolai Masengo be able to keep his pole position to take home his first win of the grand finals today? We will find out very soon as they go on to their short information lap. See there, Ricciardo in second place, warming up his tyres, getting ready, maybe getting in that mindset, just weaving a bit for extra style points, trying to heat up those tyres. See the rest of the field down there, getting ready. Nicolas Masengo goes into the final corner. He's going to be flooring it at some point between here and the start-finish line. He's going to do everything he can to try and protect that pole position and bring it home to a victory. As there he floors it, going down into the first chicane, takes the field into the race start of the 4th grand final of the day. 10 minutes on the clock and a shortcut to be done throughout this race. Of course, it can't be done on the first lap, but on the second lap, might we see someone diving in? It's probably not going to be Nicolas Masengo if he manages to keep the lead, because now he has the clean air and he needs to push as much as possible to see how big of a gap he can get. Good thing for him. John Delval all the way down in 8th place. Someone who's been at the front for all races until now. So maybe that gives him a good chance of taking home this victory. So come through the middle sector on the first lap of the race. Looking behind. They will now be seeing how the race is settling in. They'll be looking at their co-competitors. Who needs to push? Who's going to be working together? They're going to be seeing if anyone wants to take the shortcut on this lap, because from now on, they can take the shortcut. So if someone is in dirty air, if they're losing time behind someone else, they can take that shortcut, and they can get into clean air, and they can try and make that undercut style. See if they can get out ahead. It's definitely doable. I don't think we'll see Masengo going in front in the first lap, because he's already in clean air. Let's see anyone else. Someone down there that looks like Bosch. Matt Bosch went in for the shortcut, and he's now come out ahead. Which means now he's in clean air. You can see they're looking all lonely at the track. It doesn't even look like it's a race. It definitely does not look like it's a grand final of the Danish Rental Kart Championships until you pan the camera to the left and you see the rest of the field in one big train. Everyone's really, really close together here. Gap starting to form between provisional P2 and provisional P3. But of course, Matt Bosch currently on the standings taking the lead. The shortcut, as we've heard multiple times, about a 16-second time loss. So once anyone takes the shortcut from the first one, maybe Ricciardo feels he has more pace in P2. Maybe he'll dive in to take that shortcut to try and go for an undercut. He won't, but someone else will. That is P4, Oppenkamp and Markus Fröhlen from 5th place going in for the shortcut, getting into clean air and seeing if they can go full push and try and make an undercut strategy. So that's Markus Fröhlen and Ian Lepela. John Delval as well, going for an early one, so he doesn't have to overtake as many people on track. He's going to try and go for that shortcut first, get a bit of clean air, and then he's going to go full push. He's going to use that pace that he's shown he has in the first 3 races, and he's going to try and get out ahead instead of having to overtake anyone on track and lose more time. Good strategic play there. Now the gap we need to look out for is the one between Nicolas Masengo and Markus Fröhlen. Nicolas Masengo currently 15.5 seconds off, of course, before Markus, who's currently in the lead now. Before he took the shortcut, he was down in P5, so he's probably not going to be able to come out in the lead of the race unless the gap to Nicolas Masengo changes to around 16, 17, maybe even 18 seconds just to be on the clear side. But that does also mean that Nicolas Masengo needs to get involved in some battle. And these two guys that we see on screen now, they're going to be working together. They're going to be going as fast as possible to make sure that they don't get completely ruined on strategy. Up the jump. Now these drivers now, switching back to the reverse layout after doing one race on the classical layout, will definitely add just a bit of dynamicness. It changes everything a little bit up, that we're changing layouts from one race to another and then changing back to the same layout once again afterwards. It definitely means that you as a driver mentally just have to recalibrate yourself, recalibrate your mind, recalibrate your expectations for the race as well. Because of course on the classic layout we didn't have any shortcuts. It was just track position racing from one end of the race to the other, where here it's a bit different. The whole field is essentially split up. What you just saw there was Nicolas Masengo in 8th place, but he is in the provisional lead because he's not taken the shortcut yet. So he essentially split up the field in 2, which makes these races a little bit harder to broadcast, a little bit harder to keep control of, but I'm doing my best to try and give you all the information that I need to be able to keep these races entertaining, to be able to keep these races understood, essentially, because with these shortcuts, it does make it a little bit tricky. Now, these guys are the provisional top 3. Nicolas Masengo, Obdenkamp, and Ricciardo. Currently 8th, 9th, and 10th on the standings. So that's Norvikel and someone else going in to take their shortcut. They're not going to be coming out on the leading battle. These are the guys on screen you see now that have already taken their shortcut. As that is a bit of a squeeze, a little bit of lawn mowing between Norvikel and Matt Bosch. As they go 3 wide now, almost. They go 2 wide for P2. Nicolas Masengo just managing to keep ahead of that. Still, a battle for P2 doesn't necessarily gain you time. And he's not what you're going to want. You don't want to lose time in a situation where the whole field is split apart, because you can lose a lot of track position if you lose too much time. It's a different situation when the whole field is combined in one big pack, because if you, as a leader, lose time, as something's happened there, we've missed out on camera. Nicolas Masengo has gone down to 3rd place. And one of the provisional top 3 has gone through to take his shortcut. I believe that was Van Vees. At least I saw Van Vees take his shortcut. Yeah, he has done that. He's now gone into 4th place. Something is happening up and down the field. Del Val, not in a situation he wants to be in a race like this. And that's because he's gotten a 5-second time penalty for pushing the track limit tires. So he's gotten a 5-second penalty. He's all the way down in 9th now, provisionally. But remember, from Upton and down have not yet taken their shortcut. They still need to go through and gain a bunch of time. Around 16 seconds on their shortcut, which will probably put John Del Val even further down. It looks like he's not going to be keeping his podium streak alive. Marcus Follet currently in the lead of the race by 7/10 of a second. But that is set to change. As I said, that gap, though, between Marcus Follet in the current lead and Upton the provisional lead is to 17.2 seconds. That is the same gap that we had when we had a close finish between the top 4 earlier on the final lap of the race. That's about the gap the shortcut will gain you. So currently nothing is certain, as here they come. Nicolas Masengo and Upton takes the shortcut. Where will they come out on track? Will they be able to inherit the lead of the race? We'll see as they cross the finish line. They've come out there. Marcus Follet takes the lead in front of Upton. He's come out just behind. Nicolas Masengo comes out in 4th place, so they've actually lost time, and they've actually lost track position on waiting with that shortcut just till the end, because they had that bit of battling going on. They had maybe a couple of mistakes in there, which lost them a bit of time. That means Marcus Follet takes the actual lead of the race. But the race is not over yet. More can still happen. This is the battle we're looking at. Nicolas Masengo looks to have gone up to 3rd place there. By the looks of the helmets, Marcus Follet's pulling out a couple kart lengths gap. Maybe he can just about keep it there. That gap is not impossible to close down, but the race is nearing its end, and if they keep battling like this, they definitely won't be able to catch Marcus Follet, because they're going on to the final lap of the race now. He's got a 1.2 second gap that almost guarantees him that victory, unless he makes a massive mistake or something here on the last lap. He's basically got it, but the battle for P2 is still on. Masengo's right behind. And that's still some valuable points they want to be battling for. See there the battle as well for P5. They're still battling. All these drivers trying to get every single point they can. There's a move down the inside, just on the exit of the chicane down the back straight. It's absolutely close racing. People are making moves. There's some side-by-side there going on in the middle section of the track. But coming around the final corner now, Markus Fröland rounding the final corner there, and he will be taking a victory in the 4th grand final of the day. In front of Optenkamp in 2nd and Nikolai Masengo in 3rd place. That is your podium. John Delval, championship contenders, main favorite, all the way down in last place, jumping from 2 victories in a row, 2nd place to a last place. Not the race he wanted with that penalty, but something for Markus Fröland to celebrate as he takes home a victory in the 4th grand final of the day. Nikolai Masengo not able to convert that pole position into a 2nd place or into a win, but he did convert it into a 3rd place, and he gets some valuable points for his championship standings. Drivers now entering back into the pits. Next up on the schedule is the 2nd secondary final, which will be positions 17 to 32, I believe, battling it out for the last championship points and the last positions in there. And then after that, we've got the championship deciders. We've got the 2 final rounds of the grand finals coming up. But all the drivers now entering the pits, and we're getting ready for the 2nd secondary final, which will also be some good racing. For the rest of the day, though, we've got the reverse layout, and we've got the shortcut. So we will have this strategy in all the races. Bunch of emotions up and down the field here. Markus Fröland being happy that he's now taken the victory in a grand final. Anyway, to John Delval, looking a little bit disappointed here. He's gone from being on the top step of the podium twice, 2nd place, and now down to last place. It was looking certain that he was going to be the main championship favorite, but this changes everything. Finishing in last place like that is definitely something that's going to cost him a little bit. Now, what he can be solidly happy about, though, is that De Vos didn't win that race. He was 2nd in the standings afterwards. The De Vos, or Wera, didn't win that race. Novaiko, for that sake, was 4th in the championship. That none of his main championship contenders won that race. But his championship contenders were definitely higher up in the standings, and they scored more points on him. We will be getting an update on the championship standings very, very soon. In essentially. So, provisional results. Still Delval in the lead of the championship with a 442 points in total. However, he doesn't have a lot of points down to De Vos in 2nd place. De Vos on 424 points. So he's just 18 points behind, and that's not a lot considering a victory in a grand final is 84 points worth. There's a lot on the line. Where are though? 3rd place, 420 points. So even he is just behind, and they're very, very close together. Everything can still happen in these last 2 races. But first, we've got a secondary final that we need to get underway. The drivers are going out onto the track to get qualifying underway. Qualifying for the 2nd secondary final of the day. This is for 17th to 32nd place in the championship that are driving. These are the drivers that just about didn't make it to the grand final for any reason, any other reason essentially. Could be one bad race, could be unfortunate luck. Still doesn't mean these drivers don't know how to race karts. These guys are very skilled, and it's essentially some good racing coming up. It's still on the classic layout we're racing. This is the secondary final. The drivers are on the quali laps, and we will be getting the results of qualifying very, very soon. Multiple of these people, winners in the winners in their heats, respective heats earlier on in the week, yesterday and this morning. They both won. You know, multiple of these drivers have won heats, so they're definitely very, very skilled. Qualifying times are in. Current pole position, provisional by Igor Torek. Saw him in a battle for the win earlier on today. And maybe he will be able to get another one in here. Let's see if anyone can dethrone him, though. The pole position margin is very, very close. It's just 1/100th of a second. But there comes Serrol with a 4/10th difference down to Igor Torek. And they all come on in. Victor Sparhol takes it just about at the end. He crosses the line in last place, and he takes pole position by 3/100ths of a second. That was a massive difference. Igor Torek looked to kind of have it in the bag, but then Will came in with a 4/10th improvement on their lap time. Lao Zhu, third place, 3/10ths off, and Victor Sparhol taking it just at the end, and he's going to be starting in pole position for the secondary final. A close field, just 9/10ths of a second. And if you look at it, we actually have the same lap time for P8 and P9. And from 7th place to 10th place, separated by under 2/100ths of a second. That's 4 positions. So Sebastian Miller in 10th place, got 2/100ths of a second faster. He'd be looking at P7. That's how close this is. As well, essentially, well, if you're looking from P7 to P16, has a small margin of just over 3/10ths of a second between each other. Doesn't take a lot to lose 3/10ths of a second, ladies and gentlemen. You can barely even snap your fingers that fast. It's also a good setup for what's to be an exciting race here. Now they're lining up, getting in the zone, getting ready to race their secondary finals. We will have some good racing. I know these drivers, they still want to win as soon as they get under that helm, even though I spoke to one of them and he said that he would have wanted to be in the grand final, but it just didn't go his way. But I know that these drivers, as soon as they get under that helmet, they're going to want to win. They're going to want to do nothing else. Onto the short formation lap, all of them heating up their tires just a little bit, weaving all over the track. Some of them almost look like they're spinning. I did see that earlier today. One of them tried to heat up their tires, and he had a spin. Anyways, we're around the final corner as Victor Sparhol takes the start of the secondary final. He wants to keep that lead until the end of the race, and he wants to try and win it, but can he keep it home? 15 minutes on the clock on the classic layout, or on the reverse layout, sorry, and one shortcut to be done at any point of this race. Victor Sparhol keeps the race lead for now, going down onto the back straight. Now, do know a couple of these guys, Victor Sparhol, Lao Zhu, from the same place, so they're going to be wanting to work together here at least to try and see what they can do and see if they can do the best thing. Of course, no shortcuts allowed on the first lap, so they'll have to wait around to the second lap. A bit of side-by-side action there at the back of the field. But other than that, it looks like a pretty calm start. Nothing crazy going on here. No one sending it into a tire barrier. No grass, no lawn mowing, no anything. A pretty relaxed start. And these guys will be looking to see how the race settles just for now. Victor Sparhol keeps the lead on the first lap. The top 5 have kind of pulled out a couple kart lengths gap to the rest of the field, which is what they want. But as soon as the top 5 start going defensive against each other, as soon as they start battling against each other, which it looks like has happened there, that is a pass for the lead from Rød, taking the lead in front of Victor Sparholt. As soon as they start doing this battling, oh, and he's actually gone through, and he's taken the shortcut, even though he's just made it into clean air. Maybe he wants to try and avoid that amount of battling because he's taken the shortcut. Actually, many drivers have taken the shortcut. I see about 6 drivers that have now taken the shortcut, which means Victor Sparholt technically inherits the provisional lead. Depends on how fast he goes compared to Søren, who's taken the official lead. As you see, multiple drivers, the top 6 now, have already taken their shortcut. It's once again the gap from P7 to P1 that we need to keep an eye out on. Is that going to increase? Is that going to decrease? That might give us an answer to what's going on in this race and who's going to end up winning it. If it stays the same, it's going to be really hard to tell until the very final lap of the race, or until Victor Sparholt indeed goes for a shortcut. But he's not going to do this lap. Keeps on going, along with everyone else. Someone diving into the pits there to take his shortcut. Getting out just in 4th place. I believe that was Jakub. Yes, so 4th place, just taking a shortcut now. And he's now used that. Now, of course, a lot of communicating going on between drivers while they're driving, not through radio, because radio is not allowed at this event. But they're communicating with hand signs, with anything they can with each other. We spoke to Luke Walter about this earlier today, and he told us that it's kind of difficult in some places because not everyone here is from the same nationality. So people communicate differently, they think differently. You know, everyone kind of has their own rules to what they do, how they communicate, and stuff like that. As that is a shortcut for, I believe, Lauritsjul? Yes, it is. And he does take the shortcut, and it comes out half a second behind Rød. So essentially, he gets into official P2, not provisional anymore. He's taking the shortcut. Victor Sparholt still waiting around there to take his shortcut with Igor Torek right behind him. Now, he's closed down that gap. The gap is 17.3. It's still that goddamn 17-second gap. It's impossible to tell when it's that gap, because that's what we've had in the last couple of races. We had 17.2 seconds that ended up being a drag race to the finish line between 4 drivers. And we had that again just a little bit later on. It is just that gap. It's that exact number that puts us in question of who is going to come out here once they actually take that shortcut. It's the big discussion of races like this. It does make it kind of strategic, but also makes it interesting. Makes it something slightly different from just pure driving and laps for 15 minutes. So there's an element of strategy here. The only thing it does make it a little bit harder for me to do, for example, is actually follow the race. You know, you need to be kind of focused to actually follow the race, for me at least, but that's what I'm here to help you guys do. You guys don't want to follow all the details of the race. I'm hoping that I can provide as many of them as possible, because it's easy to just miss when someone goes for a shortcut or something like it. But it's easier to look at the standings. Look at the lap times, for that sake. Because that gap to Victor Sparholt, just about changing the slightest bit, but it's not changing so much. The lap times from 1st and 2nd place are very, very fast. And we're putting in a 53.0, with Lauritsjul putting in a 52.9. Now, looking at the race earlier, these are very, very competitive lap times. Victor Sparholt as well, down in 9th, 52.9. Igor Torek 53.0. So these are essentially the drivers we're looking at for the win, and they're putting in the same lap times. Sandro and Lauritsjul out ahead will be working together now. We'll try and gain as much time as possible. Victor Sparholt and Igor Torek down in 9th and 10th position as well will be working together. You can see them right here in the frame. They're doing their best to try and not lose time. They don't want to be battling now because they need gain as much time as possible, essentially, so when they take that shortcut, they can actually get out ahead. That's sort of the focus now. There's no reason to battle each other at this point, unless you might be in this train and you want to gain positions, because this is not the same battle. So these guys are not in contention for the win. They are essentially 5 seconds off the race lead. That is the battle you just saw. That is the battle for P3, and it is down to P6, 7, 8, thereabout. That's that train you're looking at right there. And any of these guys, if they make up a position, they're going to be making up points, and that is going to make up positions in the final standings. So they're still going to be trying to battle in this part of it into the final half of the race almost, which is where we typically tend to see drama. We see our photographer right there in shot. I don't know if you saw him in the middle. He's been taking pictures all weekend, and he's doing an amazing job photographing all these drivers and uploading them to a drive. For all the drivers to use. I've seen some of his pictures. They are lovely. You can see him out here on track. You can see it's kind of funny because you can see all the operations here as well down the back straight. You can see our marshals standing there. They're looking. They're having an eye out on everything. They're kind of the eagle's eye. Also standing behind there. They're looking at moves that are being made. They're looking at tire barriers that are being hit. And they've got a radio communication to our office in here. And they are communicating between each other, telling who's doing what wrong, who's been in naughty, who is making moves they shouldn't, you know, stuff like that, because that is what's needed to keep a race under control. And that is what they're doing out here. Sandro crossing the line, under half of the race to go, just a 2/10 gap down to P2. They're putting in good lap times, but they have slightly fallen off. While they were doing 53.0s before, they've now fallen down to 53.5. Whether that's a slight change of temperatures or whether it's slightly something else, we don't know. But they are lapping slower than Victor Sparhol and Iga down in 10th and 11th place. Last lap for Sparhol, 52.9. Last lap for Torek, 53.0. Sebastian Miller as well, 53.0, but he's 3 seconds back, so he's probably not going to inherit that lead anyways. But the gap now below 17 seconds is the gap from P10 to P1 that I'm looking at, because P10 and down have not yet taken their shortcut. And that is essentially what's going to determine which way this race is going to go. And now Sandro in the lead, back to 53.0. So the lap times fluctuating a little bit for Rull in the lead. But as long as he's able to keep the lap times competitive, there is still a chance for him. There's still a hope for him that he can still win this thing. But he definitely needs to keep doing these lap times now, because Sparhol and Igor in 10th and 11th are doing quick lap times now. They are lapping, they're working together, they're doing exactly what they need to do at this stage of the race to make sure they get out ahead after the shortcut. Now, if you're wondering about track limits, if you do look around the track and you see these tires, oh, as there goes Victor Sparhol actually in for the shortcut now, and now he challenges for the lead. We just about saw him there. You do have better exit speed once you take the shortcut, but he just settles into P2. Doesn't manage to get the lead despite putting in amazing lap times. Igor Torek down in 12th, did not take the shortcut this time around, so now it's his chance to put in some amazing lap times, potentially take that lead. Anyways, as I was trying to say before, if you're wondering about track limits, if you look out on the track, you see these tires that are on the inside or on the exits of corners. Inside of those, or inside of the little thing that sticks out. As once again Victor Sparhol tries to challenge for the lead of the race, actually. I'm getting interrupted every time I try to explain it by Victor trying to make a move for the lead. And there you go, he's got it done just down at the back of the picture, down at the very back of the track. Victor Sparhol takes the lead of the race back for now, but there's still 4 minutes left of the race to go, and anything can still happen. Anyways, those track limits, if you're wondering about the tires, inside of these tires are on the side of the little plastic thing that sticks out. There is a cone, and on that sits a small karting tire. If you knock that tire off the cone or if you move the whole tire barrier by 50% or more, you will get a 5-second time penalty. That is not something you want, because in a closed field like this, 5 seconds can cost you a lot. Let's say you're in 4th place and you lose 5 seconds, you'll be falling all the way down to P9, and that's going to cost you points. Now Victor Sparl's pulled out a little bit of a gap there. He's got a couple kart lengths. That's half a second gap down to P2 now. And he's got to be hoping to keep that gap. Keep that lead of the race. Once Igor Torek goes in for his shortcut, he's of course down in 12th. Let's see the gap as he crosses the finish line. His gap is going to be 16.4 seconds. So even that is going to, it's impossible for us to tell whether or not it's going to come out in front. It's an uncertainty that we won't know until it actually happens. And that's one thing that also makes these races incredibly interesting, is the uncertainty of who's actually going to win. We don't know yet. We won't know until they cross the finish line. We'll have to wait another couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen, before we figure it out. But it's what makes these races interesting to watch. As we see in frame, Victor Sparl crossing the final corner. You can see leaning his way onto all the way onto the outside tires, just trying to get as much grip as possible there. That's one thing that's different about karting from racing or race cars, is that in karting, your body weight has a lot of effect on the kart itself. So a lot of these drivers, they use their body weight to try and force the weight of the car onto the outside tires through the corners. That gives a little bit more grip on the outside. It slightly changes the balance. Of course, these drivers have slightly different driving styles. You can see Sparhol there, he leans a lot to the outside, trying to get as much grip as possible to those outside tires. So we've got a really close battle going on down there for 4th. You could just see into the corner after the back straight, Andre going a bit defensive, trying to keep that position up, but it's a really, really close battle. You've got 4 cars within half a second. Anything can happen there as well. It's a battle we need to see if we can keep an eye on. It's coming out of the final corner right there. You see just at the bottom of your frame. It can definitely make some good entertainment. I think Igor's going to wait until the final lap to take his shortcut. So that's going to happen this lap essentially. They're going on to their final lap, so Igor has to take it. As that's a tire barrier getting knocked out. Sandro is trying to make a move once again on Victor. He's not going to get to do it just yet. Victor Sparhol keeps the lead for now, but we'll get the answer on whether he's able to keep the lead just in a second. As Igor Torek is going to go in for a shortcut. There's a 16.6 second gap, so it's going to be really close. But what's going to happen when Igor gets out of that final corner with the shortcut? It's going to have the extra speed. We're going to see it just now. Victor Sparl enters the final corner. It's Igor Torek. Is that him coming out just ahead? Yes, he does, and he just about claims the victory at the final second, taking that shortcut in the last lap. Igor Torek wins in front of Sebastian Miller. Victor Sparl is not going to be happy about that. Finishing 6th after starting pole position, actually crossing the line in 3rd, but he does have a little penalty. He's not going to be happy about that, but Igor Torek taking home the victory. Is going to be happy. He's going to be happy that that's going to give him some points. Sebastian Miller as well, P2. Now with Jules, 3rd place, taking home a podium position as well. But that's the thing about the races like this. The races with a shortcut changes everything, and we don't really know who's going to win until the race is actually over. We see it in the very, very final corner. But unfortunately for Victor Sparhol, he has gotten the 5-second time penalty for not leaving space for driver on the outside, which has not only demoted him from the 3rd place he crossed the line in, demoted him down to P6. You can see there in the middle of the frame, he's not very happy about that. That's it for the secondary finals of the day. This was 17th to 32nd place, essentially going at it for the secondary finals. We had the first secondary final earlier. Now, the only thing we've got left is 2 grand final races, and after those we'll know who the Danish rental karting champion of 2025 is. mix of emotions here in the paddock. Igor happy with his victory. It's understandable. Sebastian Miller satisfied with the second place. Victor Sparhold not happy with how that race ended out. Which is completely understandable. The drivers are getting ready for the grand finals. My name is Marcus. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we return from the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2025. We've just had qualifying for the 5th round of the grand finals. It's Van Vees on pole position with almost a 2/10 margin in front of 2nd place. Of course, we'll be looking in to our championship contenders in this race. Delval down in 7th place and DeVos down in 10th. We're qualifying in 6th place. These are the top 3 for the championship. Those are the ones we'll be looking at, how many points they'll be scoring, and who's going to end up winning the championship. Of course, even a race win in a grand final like this is an achievement, so anyone who's able to get a win like this, let's see if Van Vees is able to keep it home. He has been at the front in one of the semi-finals, the last semi-final race we did. He was up at the very front, he was competitive, but it just didn't go his way. See if this will be his race. It will go his way today. Delval gets out of the kart, just maybe to help push his colleague back into place, because it looked like he slightly overshot it. But it is time to go racing. Updenkamp all the way down in last place qualifying. He's 4th in the championship for the time being, and he is not going to be happy about that last place start. Now, remember, there's 1 drop round in these finals. That means that if this is going to be his worst result, it is going to be dropped. But he definitely does want to keep that in the bag if something's going to go wrong in the final one. Anyways, we're going to the formation lap for the 5th grand final race of the day. Van Vees starting in pole position. He's going to be making his way around the final corner in a second, and he's going to get ready to floor it. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep that pole position, turn it into a victory. Let's see who is going to be his challengers. Thumbs up in the air. He's ready to go racing for the 5th grand final of the Danish Rental Kart Championship. Final 2 races as Van Vees gets ready to floor it. He starts the race. He gets his green going into the first chicane. He looks behind him. Is there anyone going for a move down there? There is not, and he's able to keep it for now. But anything can change in 1 lap, in 2 laps, in 10 minutes of racing here in Vanel. And he's got some competitive drivers behind him. These are the top 16. These are the 16 best drivers from the Danish Rental Kart Championship this year. World champions in this field as well that are challenging him. So he's going to feel the pressure, but he's going to be ultra focused if he wants to keep that victory. Of course, no shortcut on the first lap, but maybe we'll see someone already on the 2nd lap. The race settling pretty calmly. Nothing crazy going on here. All in single file for now. And nothing crazy. Some hand signs there. Signaling from Van Vees. He's signaling for him to go through, for them to swap positions, and he went completely wide into there. Maybe there's a difference. Maybe he's letting them through because they're going for a shortcut. We'll see in a second, but that was an interesting decision. Maybe he feels like he has more control. Maybe he's lost more positions than he would have wanted to. Maybe he was just trying to give up a position to Michael, who's currently in the lead, but he's also lost a position to Matt Bosch. No one. Further down the field, there's a couple of drivers going for a shot. Is that Vera going in as well? Championship contender. Making a move. Trying to see if he can get something out of the strategy. Escaralsta as well going for a move, for a strategic move, going for the shortcut. And Ricardo as well. Noah Weichel going for the shortcut as well. So we have a couple of drivers that have gone in for the shortcut. But Van Vees losing a couple positions on that little hand gesture going wide. I'm sure he was trying to let his teammate through, who's now in the provisional lead, Michael. But I'm not certain that he wanted to let Matt Bosch through, but he kind of followed through anyways. And he's lost 2 positions on that as they go side by side down there. Van Vees losing even more positions. Pole position all the way down, as that's someone that's gone straight on at the chicane. It was hard to see who from here, but that does not look good. That is not something that driver would have wanted. Let's see if we can get some pictures of it at some point. A couple more drivers going for a shortcut as well. Now we're out on a bunch of drivers. A bunch of drivers are together, but Vera out in the lead, and he's just going to be putting down those lap times. That's going to be his only focus now. It's going to be the lap time delta, and it's going to be to put down as good lap times as possible. He's going to want to pull out that gap, both in the drivers that are behind him, but also on the drivers that have not yet taken the shortcut. Now let's see if we can get a picture of that chicane. Maybe he's gotten going again. I cannot see a go-kart out there on the side, so whoever it was that got forced off into the gravel has gotten going again. And I believe it was Matt Barsh's. There's an incident as well there between Novikel Matt Barsh, not happy at each other, just clonking their helmets, saying, "What have you gone and done there?" And incidents like that almost need a penalty for one driver or another. Let's take a look and see what happened. I only saw them being half spun around there because I was just looking at the live timing. We're putting in solid lap times, 53.4. The fastest lap times we're seeing are 53 zeros, 52 nines. If you're really lapping quickly. Currently fastest on track, those Ian Lepla. Down in 8th place at 53.0. Van Vase actually just slightly edging that with a 53.004 as well. So they're lapping really, really quickly, despite having that little bit of an incident. Currently, Ian Lepla, Michael, Nicola Masengo, Van Vase all look like they might get out in front if they go for the shortcut for this time being. We're approaching the halfway mark of the race. As there goes Masengo actually for the shortcut, and he comes out ahead, just as I mentioned, puts up his hand, says, "Let's go forward, let's get some pace, let's keep pushing." And you can just see that exit speed he had down the straight. He just pulled out card length, and you can see the gap there. That is the exit speed difference you get when you take that shortcut, because you just have a better line into the corner. He's going to be out on that lead, and he's wanting to go full push now. You can see him ducking down the straight, just trying to reduce the aerodynamics, and he's inherited the lead in front of Wera. Is he going to be a contender for this race win even? Of course, he took a pole position previously in the grand final. In the last race, or race 3, one of the races, he took a pole position and of course didn't manage to turn it into a victory. As there is a shortcut as well. Nicola Masengo fall down to 2nd place. That is a shortcut from Ian Lepla. And he takes the lead by 1.5 seconds. Now Nicola Masengo is going to be looking at that gap and he's going to be thinking, I need to push, I need to close that down, and he needs to work together with Rero to try and close that gap. They need to try and see if they can, because it's definitely not impossible, but it's not a small gap either. So 1.5 seconds, multiple kart lengths, and in a competitive field like we have on track now, where tenths make the difference, that's not the easiest gap to close down. Another shortcut there as well. And there's the difference in the exit speed that I'm talking about. You see Michael there managing to take back the lead of the race by taking the shortcut now. Now we still need a couple drivers to take that shortcut, so it is definitely not over yet. There's still multiple things that can happen in this race. The gap we're looking at is Van Vase and Luke Walter, but they've been doing a little bit of battling, which made the gap 18.5 seconds, just maybe a tiny bit too big for them to be able to use that strategy. A little bit of a clip of a cone there. Don't want to make too many of those. There's that gap there for Nicola Masengo in third. He's not coming down. Still 1.5 seconds up to the lead. But it doesn't take a lot of battling from Ian and Michael in first and second place for them to lose that amount of time. The race is not over yet. Anything can still happen in this race, essentially. 2 minutes to go. When will Van Face go in for the shortcut? It's not going to be quite yet. They are battling just a bit too much though. Van Face and Luke Walter have lost that time. They're now down to a 20-second gap. So I believe the battle P1 with Ian and Michael and Sengo is the battle for the actual legitimate P1. They've managed to pull it off. They've managed to pull off a solid strategy here. Get out ahead. Michael, though, he will want to try and challenge for that victory, and it might cost some time. Michael in second place, winning the Kart World Championship in 2019, second place at the Kart World Championship this year. Does know what he's doing, and he does also know that he wants to try and win this race. Maybe though he's focusing on the points, trying to get as many points as possible. They do have a 2-second gap though. Here we see Luke Walter, Van Face, the bottom of the frame. Here though is the lead. There is a couple kart lengths in between them. Ian Lepela 5-6 tenths in front of Michael. Michael Schüttler's main goal for the weekend, being the best German driver, reaching the final, and then from there on out he's going to see what is possible in the final. And it's not going to be possible for him to take a win, but it is for Ian Lepela as he crosses the finish line to take a win here in the 5th grand final. 5/10 of a second in front of Michael. Guerra in 3rd place, scoring good championship points against John Del Valle, who's all the way down in 9th place. DeVos ending up finishing 7th as well, so outscoring his championship rival, John Del Valle, as well. It's going to be a close one. This is really tightening down. This championship battle for the last race, it's going to be incredibly close. And there are a couple main names that we're looking at. We're looking at Guerra, just finished in the podium position. We're looking at DeVos, down in 7th. We're looking at John Del Valle, of course, who's down in 9th place. He started out really strongly by taking home 2 victories in a row. After that, 2nd place. After that, finishing last, which is probably going to be his drop round. But this one finishing down in 9th place for John. Not the amount of points he's probably wanted. Luke Walter going through and taking a shortcut on the last lap, putting him up in 6th place. Van Face, those were the guys we were looking at before, because they were in contention with the time gaps to potentially take a victory, but they did do a little bit too much battling with each other, losing around those 3 seconds that they ended up needing to take the victory, and that put them down in 6th and 8th place. Van Face taking pole position, but not being able to turn it into a victory, unfortunately. But let's see, there's still one more chance for these drivers to take home the victory that they want. There's a championship battle that we still need to be decided. Currently, we're seeing a driver swap or a kart swap. They're changing around the karts before we go into the ultimate final, the championship decider. I am awaiting some results to see if we can just about make out what the exact position, what the exact championship position is that we need to be looking at here. And they are working on it. They are typing it into our little sheet program. And they are trying to figure out the championship standings. One thing that I believe, though, is that it's going to be close. Every single position here at the end of the race is going to matter. And it's going to be 10 minutes of action. It's going to be 10 minutes of all the uncertainty we've seen today, because this shortcut really does provide uncertainty right up until the end. Now, hopefully, whoever ends up taking the championship, I do want to see if I can try and get them in here afterwards, and we can have a chat with some of these people about their experiences on track, because while we're looking at it here, it's something different being out on track. And just speaking to these drivers, talking to them for me in the paddock as well, you know, you figure out multiple things that are interesting to talk about, they're interesting to learn more about, because this is quite a detailed kind of sport, even considering it's rental karts. You know, you're not driving your own kart, you're using someone else's car, so you can't really change anything on the kart or anything like it. There's still a lot of details going on, like where do you want your weight distribution. You know, people are coming up here with their own weights. People have started coming here in spandex suits to try and decrease their aerodynamics, kind of like you see in road cycling, where they're wearing these tight suits to decrease the amount of aerodynamical impact they have. People are really making something out of this, but also something like where you have your weight. Whether you have it in the car, whether you have it in the seat, where you put your own body weight when you're driving, all that sort of stuff really changes a lot. Even stuff like hand position on the wheel. So these drivers, they hold their hands at the very, very top of the wheel. And that sort of makes it easier to move your body around. It's interesting to see how these drivers have different driving styles, different ways of kind of achieving the same pace. Very competitive. And it's going to be a hell of a grand final. Well, this is the grand final, because this is the 6th and final round of the grand finals, and there is not a lot of points between the championship contenders. It's going to be a hell of a race that we're going into at the last one. So, talking a bit about Fanface, how he's had good pace today, but it's just not been his day, unfortunately. Currently, what we're waiting for the championship standings to update. We're waiting for a couple of penalties. But unfortunately for Fanface, he's been disqualified out of the 5th grand final for not accepting single fine chicane and sent the driver to the wall. It's not gone his way today, unfortunately. His goal was to be top 3 in the championship, but it's not come together. His pace, though, has been fast. He's been on pole position a couple of times. He still has one more chance to get his victory, but he'll be competing against other people who will also want to take home this victory, who's battling for more than just a victory, who's battling for a championship. But now there are also many drivers in this field that might have realized that the championship for them is not going to happen, so they might just be going for that extra move to try and get the race victory. Because some of these drivers now, they're just racing for the race win. They might be out of the championship contention, and who knows, that might just about change a little something. Of the whole thing. We are currently getting the updates on the official standings, on the official championship standings. I can see in my sheet that they are updating it for the time being. So, in a couple of minutes' time, I'll be updating you through the championship standings, running you down on what the situation looks like as we go racing for the final round of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2025. This is about to be exciting. Currently we are waiting. And that's just sometimes the situation with races like this, you know. I can see there is Stuart going down to talk to Fanface, probably about what happened. Maybe there was a little kart test in the background if the kart was running as it should. Now, we did have a situation early on in the day. Some of you asked me about it. We had Ian Lepela in one of the semi-finals where he had a situation where his car stopped. Now, in that case, he got reinstated into the position that he was originally in. And at that point, he was running in third place, and there was a big, big gap down to the guys behind. So he got reinstated into finishing third place, and that put him through to the final that he's now in now. Now, it's time to get running. We have the championship standings essentially coming through. So with the drop rounds, looks like we have a 3-point gap for the championship. We're on 333 points, with John Delval on 330 and DeVos on 315. Behind that, in fourth place, is Nicolai Masengo on 291. So not mathematically out of it. But someone like Masengo, fourth place, will need a victory, and he will need his competitors to not do too well if he does want to take home this championship. And that's not always the case when there's 3 guys in front of you. So I think it's between... Our favorites are definitely Wera, Delval, and DeVos. Now, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's qualifying for the final grand final. It's the grand final, I guess we can call it. It's time to see what these guys put in terms of lap times. Currently, Ricciardo's taken pole position, provisional pole position. We still need 2/3 of the field to come through. Jules van Hal takes a provisional pole position now by 0.5 The gaps are incredibly close, but I do not believe this is the last bit we'll see of it. Let's see if anyone's able to dethrone him. Any of the championship contenders potentially able to take that pole position, take a good position and quality essentially, because they'll only have 10 minutes in the race to actually make up for the positions. Let's see if anyone. John Delval all the way down in 10th place, almost 4/10 off. DeVos putting it in 8th place. And Wera all the way down in 12th place. So this is going to be a bit of a battle here, actually. Jules van Hal taking that pole position by 0.5. In front of Ricciardo, in front of Max, in front of Marcus Frulin in 4th, in front of Masengo in 5th, in Lepela 6th, Escaral still 7th, DeVos 8th. And we'll be looking at that championship battle. We'll be keeping a close eye on it. Because it certainly isn't over. Now, this is just what someone like Masengo, who's down in 4th place in the championship, would have wanted. Because Delval, DeVos, and Wera in 10th, 8th, and 12th. They are not at the front of the field at the moment, so they're not going to be scoring max points unless they manage to pull off an absolutely incredible race here, which is definitely still possible. It's not ruled out. Someone like even Updenkamp as well, he's also up there in the championship. This is also something that he might want. Updenkamp, though, 42 points off the championship lead. For a race win like this, there's 84 points on the line, and for every position you go down, there's a 6-point drop. He's going to want to finish up as high as possible. If Updenkamp or Masengo are going to want anything out of this championship. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the decider of the Danish Rental Car Championship 2025. In about 10 minutes' time, we will have found our champion of the 2025 Danish Rental Car Championship. We're rounding the final corner. Jules van Hal will be flooring it. He will be trying to turn his pole position into a race win. Let's see if he can do it. As they round the final corner, Jules floors it, goes down into the first chicane, looks behind him. Is there anyone defensive? No, there is not anyone to defend from. There's a couple of Carlings gap even into the first corner. He's got an amazing start. We will be looking, of course, at who's going to be winning the race, but also who is going to be winning the championship. 10 minutes on the clock. No shortcut allowed on the first lap. But after the second lap, anything is possible. With strategy, with anything, it's going to be a hell of a race, this one. A pretty clean start from the whole field. Nothing crazy going on. But our championship favourites not where they want to be. And this puts us in an interesting situation, but a difficult one for broadcasters, for commentators like us, because we're not essentially not really going to know about how many points. I mean, if you're looking between Wera and John Delval, it's just going to be about who finishes higher of those two, but it's whether any of their contenders will be able to outscore them in points enough. DeVos gaining 1 position on that first lap. That's going to be important for his championship run. He's 18 points off in the championship, so he's going to make up. He's got to make up as much positions, as much time as possible in a race like this if he wants to be able to claim it. Now, first lap possible. Well, first lap is done. We're on the second lap now. And this is the first lap where it's possible to take the shortcut. That is P4 that dives into it. That's Marcus Frillen, I believe. Dives in to take the shortcut together with Masengo. Puts the finger up in the air, says, we gotta go forward. We gotta make as much of a challenge as possible. This is what Masengo, this is where Masengo really needs to go fast. Of course, as I said, 5th in the championship. Total of 42 points off the championship win. So it is still possible. He's gonna need to get a victory, or at least the top 2 if he's probably gonna want a chance for this. So he's definitely gonna want to push this Masengo. He's gonna want to give it everything at this point if he wants to have a chance of even winning this championship. Here we see the rest of the field, the guys that have not yet taken a shortcut. That's Jules Van Hol having the provisional lead still with a time gap. There's a shortcut for, I believe, that's Ian Leplar taking the shortcut there. 7th place, and he's now going to move into 3rd. He's going to want to join that train of people who are pushing in the clean air. No one at this point essentially is going to want to battle. You want to limit your time losses as much as possible. It's still happening down there. Fan face overtaking the final corner. But at this point, you're just going to want to focus. You're going to want to do as good lap times as possible. You need to lose. You need to limit that time loss. Because any time lost could mean position lost, and it could mean points lost. And in this case, and in this race, it can mean championships lost. Everything's on the line for the last 6, almost 7 minutes of this race. Now it's time to keep an eye on lap times. Marcus Frillen going very quickly on that last lap. 52.9 out in front. And he's now done a 52.8 with Masengo on a 52.9. So they are flying out of the front. Ian Lepala, 53.0. This is exactly what they need. It's to push, it's to work together. But we need to know the lap times. Drivers like Van Hol. See if they'll get out ahead. Van Hol as well, 52.9. Ricardo, 53.1. 53.1 for Updenkamp, 53.0. 53.1. They're all within 0.2 of a second on race pace. It is so incredibly close. DeVos, 8th place at the moment, but not provisional in the 8th place. There's a couple of drivers that were behind him have taken that shortcut. It's hard to say provisionally where any of these drivers really are. It's hard to say even where they will finish in the championship as it stands. But if Wera wants to win the championship, he's currently the championship lead, but he's all the way down in 13th place. If he wants to win the championship, he still needs to pass John Delval, who's up in 10th place. Now, whether it makes sense for him to make a strategic outplay, or whether he thinks he needs to do it on track, it's all up for him to decide. But he needs to make a decision quickly, because the minutes are counting down here at the final of the Danish Rental Karting Championship. Once again, 52.8 for Marcus Früllen out ahead. Flying, which is what they absolutely need to do at this point of the race. They need to keep pushing and they need to go fast. And the whole field in general, though, is just incredibly close with lap times. It's almost insane to see. But what we need to look at currently is the gap between Früllen out ahead and Van Hol in the 5th place, and that's 15.8 seconds. And from experience, that's not going to be quite enough for Früllen to keep the lead once Van Hol goes for the shortcut. He needs about a 17-second gap. It's currently not the case, because as I said, it's incredibly competitive in this field. They're all lapping within basically the same lap times. That's not what they need. Escarada still goes for the shortcut this lap, up into 4th. Tuning into our championship battle currently for the time being, De Vos is down to 9th and he's just 1 position in front of Del Val. Of course, we need to look at the gap there, because when they do their shortcut, a couple carts could easily squeeze into that 2-second gap that they have between each other. But currently, our main championship contenders, De Vos in 9th, Del Val in 10th, and Wera all the way down in 13th place. Not what we're expecting from a grand final like this, but that's where the championship battle is essentially fought. Optenkamp 4th in the championship, and Masengo 5th. And let's say that any of these guys were to win a race, Masengo, Optenkamp, they could put up a championship challenge, but they need to be at the very front of the race. They need to be scoring the big points if they even want a chance. Now, the clock is ticking. The time is running out for any of these drivers to make their stamp on the Danish Rental Car Championship 2025. We're in Vanel Gokart, Denmark. My name is Marcus Sohm. We're coming towards the end of what has been a great day of racing. A lot of side-by-side action, a lot of strategy action, but it's not quite over yet. We've still got the final thing to be decided, which is the big crown, the grand final race, and of the absolute biggest trophy this weekend, which is the Danish Rental Car Championship 25. Max Optenkamp goes for the shortcut, and he inherits the lead just in front of Früllen. Will he be able to keep it? That is the question we need to be asking. Van Hol, though, 15.3 seconds behind. So that gap does look a bit too small. It still looks like Van Hol is putting in fast enough lap times to be able to maybe get out ahead. We will see. He's saving it for that final lap. And that will not only be the final lap of this race, it will not only be the final lap of the grand finals, it will be the final lap of what has been an amazing weekend of racing. Coming around the final corner now. Now he's going to be able to take home the win. We will see some shortcuts here on this final lap that are going to be taken. Jules Van Hol getting that race lead, inheriting it now with Ricciardo, coming out 1.5 seconds in front of Optenkamp, and essentially that's going to probably give Van Hol the race victory, but it is not quite over yet. Now we need to be looking at that championship battle as well. If Optenkamp is able to get home in 3rd place, he's going to be scoring good points, and he's going to be scoring good points against De Vos. He's going to be scoring good points against Del Val and against Wera, which is where he wants to be looking, because those are the 3 drivers that are ahead of him in the championship, and they're down in 14th, 12th, and in 8th place. De Vos has taken his shortcut already. Del Val and Wera are still yet to, but they are 22 and 23 seconds off, so they're not going to be in contention for a win. They're not going to be in contention for the greatest penalties, but here they come. Final lap, final corners. They're going to be taking their shortcut, and also we're crossing the start-finish line. Let's see where they have come out, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting answers on who is the champion of the Danish Rental Car Championship 2025 soon. But winning the final grand final of this weekend is Jules Van Hol. Incredible pace throughout the race, and he saved that shortcut until the penultimate lap to take home the victory. Now, a couple of people, there's a spinner on the in-lap as well. That's unfortunately, that's Van Vees, not his weekend. But I believe there was a couple people taking the shortcut as well. We do need to calculate, we do need to just see who has finished where. So De Vos, 3rd in the championship, down in 8th place. Del Val, 2nd in the championship, down in 9th place. And Wera, who was 1st in the championship, but he was just 3 points ahead of Del Val. He's all the way down in 12th. So he's going to be overtaken by Del Val. Almost absolutely certainly. But we need to check out the points difference between Updenkamp and Del Val, because Updenkamp might have enough of a points difference. If not, it's going to be Del Val who's going to be the champion. It's going to be incredibly close, and they are putting it in. They're filling it in right now in our sheets, and we're going to be able to just to see it just in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to crown our champion of the 2025 Danish Rental Kart Championships. It's been an incredible weekend of racing. There's been a lot of close racing. There's been a lot of side-by-side action, and there's been a lot of intensity. But let's see who ends up finishing on the highest points total. Of course, when it's championship kind of format like this is, it's not the race. It's not the race winner of the final race that's going to end up winning the whole thing, but it is who has the most points. And here are the finals. We've got one drop round of the worst race, which is going to be dropped off. Now, what I can tell you is that it's an incredibly close championship battle. But I believe we're starting to form an image. Jules Van Hal happy to take home a victory in the final grand final of the day. Satisfied with that. You can be satisfied with taking that home. But I believe we've formed an image. That it is going to be Del Val who might take home. We will be giving you confirmation in just a second as we look through the pit lane. Now, of course, these drivers have also been racking up points throughout the heats, throughout the semi-finals. A heat win was 28 points. A semi-final win was double that, 56 points. And the finals, a win, was giving off 84 points. So over the whole weekend, these drivers have been racking up points. It's not just the finals, but I believe that we can call John Del Val the Danish Rental Kart Champion 2025. At least by the looks of it, with the drop rounds, we have found our champion. And after winning 2 of the races in the final, and taking home a podium as well, he is going to be able to call himself champion. He's going to be happy about that, because next year we have got the Kart World Championships going on at the same exact place. In May of next year, we've also got the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026 going on. That's going to be in May of last year. That's going to be a good way of warming up to the Kart World Championships. Now I'm on screen. It's looking lovely. Let's see if there's any penalties for this last race, the last grand final. It's been an absolute pleasure to see this. The only penalty was Luke Walter, who got a 5-second penalty for exceeding the track limits. Now I do want to see if we can get a quick chat with Del Val before we end off here. Of course, there's going to be the podium ceremony. There's going to be the championship ceremony. We're going to have multiple things that we just need to get done before we're completely done with the weekend. Well, what a weekend it has been. And I hope you have enjoyed some good racing as well. Personally, I think the whole concept with the shocker thing is definitely something fresh. It definitely makes these races interesting right up until the end. We've had multiple highlights. We've had people doing drag races right up until the finish line. You know, it's been an uncertainty that's really made the racing quite interesting, because we've never really known who was going to win the race until the very end. But there's also been a lot of looking at lap times, who's doing what, who's working together where, stuff like that. It's definitely mixed up a whole bunch of things. Now, I want to go see if we can just get a quick talk with Del Valle at one point, because I believe we can basically officialize it. Call that guy 2025 Danish rental karting champion. I want to get him in here and have a chat with him. We spoke with him earlier, of course. After he won his first semi-final race, we had a quick chat with him about how he was feeling. He was feeling confident, but he also said that he was here to practice for the Karting World Championship next year, and that's going to be a massive event. It's going to be held right here. Of course, John, 4-time Karting World Championship winner, rental Karting World Championship winner, and he'll be looking to reclaim his throne next year, around the same time. Whether it's going to be possible or not, who knows. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that you enjoyed this racing. Stay tuned for a little bit longer, because I do want to see if we can just snatch up John for a quick chat before we end it off. I will just go see if I can find him. Give me 1 second, lads. ladies and gentlemen, we're not completely done yet. We've got a champion, John Delval, joining us in a minute to just have a quick chat about the whole day, the whole everything. I hope you guys have enjoyed this day of racing. We've had some close finishes, we've had drag races, we've had penalties, we've had a couple incidents, we've had everything that we need to have a good day of racing, essentially. Now we've got our champion, the Danish rental car champion 25, joining us in just a second, just a minute, and we'll be having a quick chat with him, and then I'll be rounding off just after that. I think one of my highlights of the day was just looking at all the strategies or all the time gaps that were changing when we had the shortcut situation. It was definitely very interesting to sort of analyze, to sort of study all that, to sort of just look through. Because at one point you had two drivers taking the shortcut together, and then they were working together, just try and build up a gap or something, and ended up paying off, or it didn't end up paying off. Just looking at those in general. One of my highlights of the day was, I believe it was our first grand final of the day. We had basically a 4-wide finish, 4 carts finishing within 0.3 of a second, and that was because 2 of them took the shortcut on the last lap. So it was kind of throughout the race, it was 2v2 situation against each other. And then we'll be talking about. I'll ask John about that. Actually, that was one of my highlights of the day. That was definitely something to note. That was a sick finish. And yeah, as I said, if you're just tuning in, we have finished the racing, but we're just going to be chatting to John in just a second. Our champion, the Danish Rental Karting Championship. Another thing he can write onto his resume. Now it's starting to get a little bit cold out here. It's a bit cloudy. But one thing that's changed is the wind has fallen. So all day it's been very windy out here, and now it's starting to relax a little bit more. It's become a little bit more survivable. Well, I mean, it's not really been the case for me. I've just been sitting inside essentially, but the temperature's falling a little bit. Maybe I need to get a jacket on at one point. Now, I can certainly say that I have enjoyed. I'm just gonna put freezing emoji in chat. Look at that. I can certainly say that I've enjoyed the racing today. It's been interesting to look at. Also, yesterday it's been fun to speak with the drivers. Now, funnily enough, this was actually my first time doing live commentary. My very first time. It's very impressed. And I don't hope it's the last time, because I have been enjoying it quite a bit. And, well, people are packing down their stuff, getting ready to go home, I guess. Getting ready for the podium ceremony first. It's essentially what's happening. Because we will have podium, we'll be crowning a champion, not just of the overall championship, but we also have a couple of sub-championships that we will be crowning a champion of, including a Masters Championship. Wait 1 second, I'm just going to check it out, because we have a Masters Championship, we have a Young Championship, we have a Ladies Championship, I believe. We've got a bunch of championships that we need to, of course, reward. We're doing well. It says right here, we've got junior, under 18. We've got senior, which is 18 to 39 men. We've got ladies, and then we've got masters, which is 40 plus, and then we've got teams championships, which is based on the 3 best placed drivers from each registered team. So there are 5 different championships that we need to crown, but of course the most magnificent throne, or the most magnificent championship, is of course the overall championship, which all the drivers have been competing towards. It's not just some of them aren't like, oh, like everyone could go ahead and win the overall championship. But of course one only can end up winning it, which John Delval with quite a good show. Let's pull out some statistics, because he's taken home in the heat races. He's taken home 3 victories. In the semi-final, he took home a victory. Makes it 4, and then he's taken home 2 victories in the grand finals. So 6 races. Six out of 12 races has been won by John, which is a 50% win rate, which in a competitive place like this is a lot. It's a really good one. Not to mention that when he's not won, it's been a second place, and then in the last 2 grand finals was actually his worst results, 8th and 9th place. Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit there at the end. We can speak to him about it in a second, and he's gonna come in here. Now, if there's any final questions from you guys before we round off. John Delval, the goat of rental karting. Well, you could say that. Well, he has won the championship, the Kart World Championship for the last 4 years in a row, I believe. Now, next year when it's gonna be here, I mean, the weather's not been bad, but it's not been great either. But also, we are kind of in the end of August in Denmark, which is kind of a northern country, so it is going cold. I don't want it to go cold. I want there to be more summer, to be honest. Could be nice, couldn't it? Essentially just having me talk for now. I did go out and fetch John. Maybe they're busy doing other stuff, which is what it is. It's been a pleasure for me to come here and track commentary, try and dive into the world, not just rental kart. When am I coming back? Probably not. I mean, I've seen the world these guys are in, and I know how much these rental kart guys have driven. So for me to jump back onto the champion, or to jump in and be fast like I would want to be, would probably not happen. Probably wouldn't be fast enough. So we switch over to a picture of the podium. This is out in the back. We've got a bunch of ceremonies and everything we need to switch through. A bunch. You can see over there on the left, we've got all the statuettes, all the medals and stuff that needs to be handed out. How was the 24-hour Daytona? Which one of them? The one in the one in iRacing, or the one in or the one in England? They do with karting, or the real life one? There's a lot of 24 hours of Daytonas when you think about it. Like, it's not just one. There's like so many different editions of it. iRacing. Maybe it's not the right place to answer this personal questions about me, but it was very fun. Thank you. Can do. It's just I'm just sitting here in my chair, just talking. But it was awesome. I also know that there are many sim races in this field, in the rental karting field. We also had a sim put up over in the driver's lounge here. I don't know. A couple of the drivers were in there trying to get the fastest lap time. I didn't manage to get the fastest lap time because it's on race room, but I did get the 3rd fastest behind Nor Weichel and John Delval. But it annoys me a bit that I didn't get the fastest. Could have been funny that the commentator just goes in and gets the fastest, but I'm not good enough. Which can happen. been plenty of penalties this year. Do you think a reason is because of less races this year to reach more races? Semi-finals. I don't necessarily think so, but my opinion is essentially not needed. I'm just a commentator. I'm just here to observe and talk, essentially. That is my full job. Let's switch over to, we have a little view of the podium here. We can see a couple of people out there. We can see over on the left, we have a guy who's been working hard. Thomas, he's been keeping track of all the results, all the race direction, stuff like that. He's been doing a good job. There's going to be a couple disappointed drivers here as well. That championship final was definitely something. Someone's waving to the camera as well. Now it is time for the podium. I just heard the message, and that means that we are coming to an end of the day. We're coming to an end of the broadcast. We're coming to an end of absolutely everything. You can do a grill the me. If you have any last questions to ask me about the racing, about what's happened, about, I don't know, me, whatever, doesn't matter. You can ask any questions, but we'll be ending off in a second. So it's time to ask them now. We'll be rounding it off soon. You can see people heading home there. Someone with his bag. Of course, not everyone is still here. Some of the drivers that went out in the rounds earlier, they've gone home. And it almost feels empty, considering how many people have been here. A total of 144 drivers entered into this weekend. Top 64 went through to the semi-finals. Top 48 from the semi-finals went through to the finals, and top 16 to the grand finals that we've been experiencing for the last couple of hours. And it's definitely been something. Anyways, as the podiums are about to happen, I'm going to round off. It's been an absolute pleasure being your commentator for this weekend. It was my first time. So it's definitely been something interesting. I've definitely been learning something, but it's definitely something that it's not going to be the last time that I will say yes to something like this. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching some good racing. Some good championship battles. Of course, John Delval claiming the Danish Rental Car Championship 2025, despite not winning the final race, but his form throughout the weekend had been absolutely on point. He's going to be looking to come back here next year for the Danish Rental Car Championship 26, but also the Carton World Championships 26, which will be happening at this exact track. So there's something big to look forward to from this same place next year. So make sure you do subscribe to Vandal Go-Kart, so you can watch out for what's about to come. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I have been Marcus. I'm going to give myself a plug because I do sim racing. If any of you is interested in that, I also do YouTube about it, because now I've been sitting here for a whole day and talking about other drivers, and I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. Anyways, you guys enjoy the podiums, and oh well, that is going to be it. I hope you enjoyed the Danish Rental Car Championships 2025, and I'll see you next year.
It's time for the podium, and we have some results to go through. Before we go through the results, I just want to say a few words. I want to thank you all for your efforts during the last days. Thank you for all the energy you put into everything. Thank you for coming all this way to visit us here again. Thank you very much to all the volunteers, all the staff for a great job. Thank you for the directors, race directors for their lot of work also. Long penalty sheet we had. We had a lot of work. I have left after this year's event with mixed emotions. It's been a real pleasure to see you guys. You are top notch within the sport. There was from last year big expectations to us from your side, from our own side, to repeat an event from last year that was, I think, I know many fields, and we do also a very successful event. So it's been hard to keep up with these big expectations. However, I thank you all for doing whatever you could, and I will let you know that we for sure also did everything we could for you guys to have a good event. I know that after this, you guys are going home and you are going to react to people around you, to everyone you know, explaining why maybe things didn't go exactly your way. And you are, of course, welcome to do that in any way you need. I completely understand. That's what the internet is for. To get out of, to get all anger and frustrations out. And go ahead and do that. But I hope that you guys always also might find some time to write me and us with some feedback, good and bad. Let it come so we can improve from what we do not so well and stick on to what we do well. Okay? That's all I wanted to say before we start looking for results here at the podium. And we start with the first semi-final, and in third place of this semi-final we have Markus Frühland. Second place in semi-final number 1 is Jules van Oel. The winner of semi-final 1 is Jon del Valle. Let's give them a big hand in and we move on to the result of semi-final number 2. In third place we have Ian Leblanc. Second place, semi-final number 2, Matt Marsh. And the winner of semi-final 2 is Eliano Defal. Now we can for the winners of semi-final number 2. Now on to the result of semi-final number 3. In third place, Luke Walter. Second place is Noah Weichel. Winner of semi-final number 3 is Florian van Vaart. Weekend for semi-final winners of semi-final. And the result of semi-final number 4, in third place, Ricciardo Flieger. Second place is Michael Schüttler. And winner of semi-final number 4 is Simuret Vera.
Nej, det var den langsomme sætning. Det var den langsomme sætning. Det tager mega mange 100 timer.
So now we move over to the result of the secondary finals. Secondary final number 1, third place, Ian Anderson. Second place, secondary final number 1 is Juan van den Einde. He's already home, so he's going really fast if he's already home. And now for a last name I can't pronounce. Winner of secondary final number 1, and he's even Danish, Matthias. Now move on to secondary final number 2. In third place we have Laurits Juhl. Second place, Sebastian Miller. And winner of the secondary final number 2 is Igor Tvorek.
Nå, det er dig, der siger snakke. Du skal da ikke stille den op af mit udstyr. Ja, fuld gas. Men det er jo...
Now move on to the teams category. Third place in the team championship is Talent Factory.
Hold det op, hvad sker der? Er det æble, der bliver brændt af?
Second place in the team category is VG Pro Team.
też byli wszyscy w finale. Ci też byli wszyscy w finale na pewno.
And the winners of this year's team category is Blue Star Racing.
Jeśli robi bakierkę,
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. On to the ladies category. In third place, we have Evelina Manchio. Second place, we have Lena Marianne Bøhl. And the winners of the ladies category is Florentine Maldred. And then on to the Masters category. In third place, we have Andreas Second place in the Masters category, we have Ali Louania. Winner in the Masters category, Ian Anderson.
Så lige ind foran.
Er det ham? Altså manden
For the winner of the Masters category. So, from that, we move on to the juniors category. Third place in the juniors category is Matthias Koya. Second place, juniors category, Igor Torek.
Det var det 2 år siden, jeg stod der.
And the winner of this this year's junior category, Simon Vera.
You can smile now.
Now we move on to my senior category. In third place we have Nikolai Masengo. Second place in the senior category, Eliano de Vos. Winner of the senior category, John Del Valle. Again for the winners of the senior category. Category and winners of entry tickets to the Kart World Championship 2026. Third place overall, Eliano de Vos. Second place overall, Simon Vera. And winner of this year's DRKC 2025 and also entry ticket to the Kart World Championship. The champion, John Del Valle. Thank you guys. Again, thank you everyone. Thank you and have a safe trip home. Thank you.
Nie, na początku.
This